Chapter 1. I just want to pull a miscutter. My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. Chun Wu brimmed with confidence. To his astonishment, he had managed to pull Kamisato Ayaka with just 50 wishes, an absolute miracle for someone whose luck had always been dismal. After all, he had never managed to get anything good before the 90th pull. The joy of that moment left him somewhat dazed. Chun Wu was an ordinary university student. His finances not particularly robust, he was merely a monthly card player. Yet through meticulous budgeting, his account had grown into something respectable. Today, I will rise to greatness. With Kamisato Ayaka at my side, how far can a miscutter be? Confident, Chun Wu opted not to engage in the standard forging process and instead went straight to wishing. He had skipped the fixed path. As each first-time recharge wish and the 648 wish faded away, he found himself inundated with tie to sky, skybound, wings of sky, sky. Gradually, the fervor in his mind dissipated. The heat of excitement drained away, leaving him with a chilling sensation. As he stared at the two sky weapons along with the primordial jade wing spear in his inventory, Chun Wu's hand started to tingle. From his fingertips to his entire body, suffocating despair enveloped him. Darkness crept in at the corners of his vision, and he could only hear his roommate calling his name amidst the game's ambient sounds. Have you ever seen a withered cherry blossom tree in the city? The beauty of decay makes me think of the springtime bloom. When Chun Wu finally regained his senses, he was struck by an eerie familiarity in the scenery before him. He now lay cradled in the hand of the Anemo Archon statue's sacred pull-down sanctuary. A child of the wind. 5 primogems. Have I crossed over to Teyvat? Thoughts swirled in his mind, and realization dawned. Ding! Autolocation in progress. Currently situated in Mondstadt, a city-state within Teyvat, encompassing Liyue, Inazuma, Fontaine, Natlan, Sumeru, and Snezhnaya. Time axis alignment in progress. There is 1 year left until the traveler awakens. Hello, host. Due to your conformity to essential criteria for transmigrators, you have been selected by the system. However, due to insufficient energy, intelligent services will cease here. Please cherish your journey. Hearing the system's voice, Chun Wu couldn't help but grin. The essential criteria for transmigrators must refer to someone like Hyman Elegant, handsome youth who could easily rely on his looks but chose to immerse himself in an otaku lifestyle surrounded by virtual wives. Ding! Newcomer guidance mission initiated. Please head to Windrise to interact with the 7 statues and obtain elemental powers. Chun Wu's lips curled down. I get it, but the problem is I have no Anemo wings. How can I possibly float down? Ding! Detection reveals that the host is facing an insurmountable challenge and is in the novice task phase. Activating remaining system energy to enable functionality. Ding! Due to insufficient remaining energy, subsequent forced mission initiated. Ding! Please operate a weapon shop to sustain yourself in Teyvat. Ding! Energy is insufficient. Please explore Teyvat independently. Chun Wu attempted to summon the system in his mind, and several panels appeared before him. Character, inventory, map, wishes, quests. His gaze flickered over the word wishes, and a shiver ran through him. These features bore an uncanny resemblance to those in the game, almost identical. The character screen resembled the account he first created in Genshin Impact 0 levels and wielding nothing but a rusty sword. Lacking power, he relied on courage. However, there were differences too. The map was shrouded in darkness, suggesting that he might need to activate the statues of the 7, just like in-game. The inventory appeared to retain his gameplay data. The Sky series weapons and numerous others were still present, but most were locked in gray, awaiting a method of unlocking. When Chun Wu glanced at the character panel, he saw that the Anemo wings were equipped. His mind focused, and the wings unfurled. Grinding his teeth, he gently leaped forward. A gentle breeze cradled his body. Though his flight was erratic, gradually, he found his rhythm and landed securely on the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he made his way toward the Adventurers Guild. To the stars and abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Hearing that familiar phrase sent shivers down Chun Wu's spine. While he typically brushed off in-game remarks about anomalies, facing Catherine directly felt strange and surreal. After registration, Chun Wu stealthily made his way to Windrise. He approached the towering blue column, raising his right hand to touch it. Normally, The in-game dialogue ensued, but instead, a soft wind began to swirl around his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've acquired the power of a Nemo. Based on data from the official Genshin Impact website, a check revealed that the host has not established a connection with any god eye holder. Skill activation failed. Rechecking. Congratulations, host. You've obtained Traveler Skills. Chunwu curled his lip. It seemed he was stuck with Traveler Skills after all. System, are you there? How do I establish a connection? What happens once I do? Ding! Backup QA data initiating. Due to insufficient energy, intelligent services have been canceled. Please explore independently. Since skills have already been activated, host, prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown concluded, a blue hydro slime appeared before him at close range, and upon a closer look, it was rather adorable. Chunwu mentally assessed the situation. Recalling past experiences, this squishy, pliable creature would bounce back if his sword lacked sharpness. Let's go for a medical treatment. As he watched the hydro slime wobble towards him, Chunwu adhered strictly to the treatment strategy, slicing at its side before withdrawing. After several strikes, the slime dissipated into scintillating fragments, leaving behind a pool of slime residue, which then swirled into a light and vanished into his palm. Chunwu raised his hand, revealing a golden one. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've successfully defeated a monster. Character leveling is now accessible, however. To increase the world level, the traveler must awaken, leading to a failure in the world level system startup. Activating skill tutorial mode, please concentrate your mind on your palm for skill activation. Following the prompts, Chunwu focused his right hand, feeling energy gather from within, concentrating rapidly. With a swing of his sword, he released a blade of wind that sliced through the air. Was that successful? It feels different from the game, though. Ding! System notification. Due to restrictions from the Genshin Impact game, skill application has become fixed. Cancellation has occurred, and energy will be expressed anew. Gripping his sword, Chunwu tried redirecting the energy into his left hand, summoning the wind from his palm outward, producing waves of Anemo energy. The elemental energy system has initiated. The effects of skills are dictated by energy attributes and their magnitude. Deploying different energy magnitudes will yield varying durations of energy replenishment. Chunwu tested it out. A casual flurry of wind blades seemed to have no cooldown. However, prolonged energy output necessitated a brief pause, akin to a gun barrel overheating. As for the Q skill in-game, he attempted to focus the energy into a singular event, resulting in a whirl of wind being cast. The trade-off was a complete drain of energy for the next few seconds, necessitating at least a minute of recovery for further use. Ding! Newbie tutorial mode, complete mission accomplished. Rewards automatically collected. Chunwu glanced at the task list, spotting only a follow-up mission remaining. I open a weapon shop in Mondstadt. Chapter 2. On the approval of business licenses in the distant and enigmatic land of Teyvat, treasure chests abound, and Chunwu diligently pries open locks. The woofing sword, the quintessential companion for lockpicking. Previously, upon reaching Windrise, he activated the statues of the Seven, unlocking the waypoints and the statue of the Seven, Anemo, in Mondstadt on the map, thereby inheriting Chunwu's game data. Unfortunately, all experience points from unlocking the waypoints were devoured by the system, leaving Chunwu with nothing. The recent quest reward amounted to little more than a few experience books, and combined with the experience and items gained from his relentless treasure hunting, Chunwu's level had risen to approximately level 20. Just as he was about to click to break through, a cold, electronic voice from the system interrupted him. Ding! Host has reached level 20. Please complete subsequent tasks to unlock breakthrough permissions. Beep! Chunwu muttered a curse, opening the map to teleport back to Mondstadt. Hey, you there, the unfamiliar yet respectable suspicious individual. Please come here. State your identity and destination. Turning around, Chunwu was met with a fiery red figure. Undoubtedly, it was Amber. Hello. Are you the last reconnaissance knight of Mondstadt, Miss Amber? Amber, hearing Chunwu's words, seemed slightly offended and stamped her foot. So what if I am the last reconnaissance knight? I can still protect Mondstadt just fine. Chunwu offered a slight smile. I was merely stating a fact. If it has upset you, I sincerely apologize. After a brief pause, Chunwu continued. Moreover, I am not a suspicious individual that my name is Chunwu. hailing from Liyue, and I am a merchant. I see. Then I apologize. May the Anemo Archon bless you. Esteemed guest from afar. Amber extended her hand. How about this? I will escort you back to Mondstadt. After all, there are still many hilichurls in the wild. With me around, I can surely protect you. Chun Wu shook hands with Amber lightly, internally remarking, Amber's hospitality seems less than genuine. She is easily deceived. By the way, do you have a wind glider? If not, I can give you a set once we reach the city. After all, I am Mondstadt's flying champion. I already possess one, though I am not particularly skilled at flying. Chun Wu unfurled his wind glider to show Amber. She nodded. I see. Actually, flying isn't that complicated. The most crucial element is courage. As she spoke, Amber halted, anxiously gazing at Chun Wu. Is something the matter? Have you obtained your flying license? Chun Wu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his deception had been uncovered. Of course. He then retrieved the flying license from his system space. After Amber inspected it and found no issues, she returned it to him. I must tell you, when flying in the city, be extremely cautious. If you fly carelessly and get caught, your flying license will be revoked. I've had several licenses revoked already. Chun Wu nodded, understood. As they walked, they soon arrived at the grand gates of Mondstadt, where a few doves perched on the bridge before the entrance. All right, this is as far as I go. Do you require any further assistance? If not, I shall continue with my reconnaissance duties. Amber paused, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, Chun Wu recalled his subsequent task. There is one more thing. Amber, do you know whom I should approach regarding the application for a business license? Amber pondered for a moment, hesitating before replying. You might want to visit the Knights of Favonius and speak with Acting Grandmaster Jean, that I am not responsible for such matters, but the affairs of Mondstadt are largely managed by the Knights. Thank you. Next time, I shall treat you to some sweet and spicy roasted carrots. Amber's eyes widened in delight. Oh, that is my favorite dish. No, I will take you to meet Acting Grandmaster Jean directly. You must promise to treat me to sweet and spicy roasted carrots. With that, Amber seized Chun Wu's arm and dashed toward the Knights of Favonius. Along the way, she cheerfully greeted passersby, hastily arriving at the entrance of the Knights' headquarters. Just as she was about to open the door, it swung open, revealing a small head peeking out that a petite figure in fiery red emerged. It's Sister Amber. Amber approached and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Klee, you've finally come out of solitary confinement. Klee is out. By the way, do you want to go fish blasting with me? Even though getting caught means a whole day of confinement, the fish are truly delicious, and I want to share them with everyone. Klee then turned to Chun Wu. Who is this big brother? This is Chun Wu, a merchant from Liyue, here to apply for a business license, Amber explained. Oh, is he from the fireworks shop? Can I? Klee wiggled her fingers, clearly conflicted. No way, Amber shouted loudly. Chun Wu chuckled. My shop is intended for selling weapons. I have no current plans for fireworks. But if such a possibility arises in the future, I will certainly inform Klee. Klee's eyes sparkled. Great. Thank you, big brother. You're such a good person. Accepting the compliment with calm composure, Chun Wu followed Amber as she knocked on Jean's office door. Acting Grandmaster. This is Chun Wu, a merchant from Liyue, here to apply for a business license. Jean set down her pen, stretched lazily, forming a beautiful arc, a stunning sight. Greetings, esteemed guests from Liyue. May the Anemo Archon bless you. Jean rose, shook hands with Chun Wu, and inquired, May I ask what Mr. Chen intends to sell? Hello, my preliminary plan is to sell some weapons. Jean hesitated for a moment. I apologize if it pertains to weapons. Chun Wu's heart sank. Indeed, the task was not as straightforward as anticipated. Would it be possible to prioritize sales to the Knights of Favonius? Chun Wu was taken aback. I apologize for such an impudent remark. But the Knights have a significant demand for weapons. If you agree, I can represent the Knights of Favonius and waive any taxes on your shop. As she spoke, Jean promptly filled out the business license, leaving only the shop name blank. After some contemplation, Chun Wu realized that all the weapons in his backpack were only 3-star rated, and the remaining quantity was infinite, given the Knights of Favonius weapon deficit. It was evident that the demand came mostly from ordinary citizens. Those who wielded vision generally held high status and would not be lacking in weapons. Thus, I look forward to collaborating with the Knights of Favonius. Jean paused, suddenly raising her head. You agree? Chun Wu smiled slightly. Of course, additionally for the shop name, let it be the nameless artifact. With a decisive thud, the seal of the Knights of Favonius was stamped on the paper, marking the places for Chun Wu and Jean's signatures. The business license was officially activated. Relieved of the Knight's weapon issue, Jean couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile, her tone lightening. So, Mr. Chen, do you have any thoughts on the shop's location? Chapter 3. The Nameless Artifact. Chun Wu contemplated briefly. I recall that the tavern run by the esteemed Dialect has an adjacent building that seems to be vacant. If you are interested, I could, in a personal capacity, assist you in acquiring it. Jean's suggestion aligned perfectly with Chun Wu's intentions. That it was easy to predict that residing next to the Dark Knight hero would certainly be quite intriguing. That will do. Let it be there. Ding. Task completed. Ding. In light of the host completing the beginner series of tasks, all system functions are now officially unlocked. Currently available range. Mondstadt. Subsequent task unlocked. The Despicable Outsider, to be activated in 1 year. A year later, enjoying the food provided by the hunter. Chun Wu pondered briefly, recalling that the traveler would awaken in 1 year, coinciding with the player's entry time. I wonder, when I meet the traveler in a year, will it be ether or lumen? Opening the system once more. There were no changes in the backpack or tasks. The map, however, had fully unlocked all teleportation waypoints within Mondstadt, encircled by a red boundary line. Just like in the game. He clicked on the previously grayed out wish module. Ding! Congratulations, host, for officially unlocking the wish function. The function introduction is as follows. According to system data, each wish consumes 160 primo gems, cancels the guarantee measures, and cancels the fixed trajectory mode. All items obtained from wishes are limited to weapons. Repeating weapons will enhance their ranks, with a maximum level of 5, after which they will no longer be included in the selection pool. The first weapon drawn will be unlocked, with the remaining quantities set to infinite. Ding! Congratulations, host, for officially unlocking the Primo Gem module. Starting tomorrow, you will receive 1 Primo Gem daily, with no upper limit. The number of each weapon sold exceeding 1, 10, 100, 1000, and so forth will yield that many in 123 rewards of 160 Primo Gems. Furrowing his brow, Chun Wu contemplated deeply. Wrestling with the convoluted system's terms. 3 days later, the nameless artifact officially opened its doors. That I must admit, the efficiency with which the Knights of Favonius handle such matters is rather impressive. Early this morning, Chun Wu meticulously arranged all the unlocked 3-star weapons from his backpack throughout the shop, placing one of each category in various locations. Initially, he had worried about how to explain the existence of his system's storage space, only to discover that the concept of spatial equipment indeed exists in this world. He casually purchased a few bags to stow away in his home. These bags were designed to be unlocked by a single individual, ensuring that, unless he divulged it himself, no one would uncover the existence of his system's space. With the sound of firecrackers crackling in the air, the shop, Nameless Artifact, officially opened its doors. The first customer was none other than Jean. The majority of the knights, led by Feruzin, had embarked on an expedition, taking with them a significant amount of quality equipment and brave knights, leaving behind a cadre of soldiers whose gear varied greatly in quality. Given the frequent appearances of hilichurls in the wild and their gradual encroachment towards Mondstadt, Jean had raised her standards for equipment. Moreover, most of the soldiers had not received the acknowledgement of the vision, rendering them merely formidable commoners. Thus, the significance of weapons was amplified. Chun Wu recommended to Jean a selection of single-handed swords, the Dawnblade and the Tigerfish knife, as well as 3 types of two-handed swords, the White Iron Greatsword, the Skyward Blade, and the Iron Shadow Greatsword. As for why he didn't promote any catalysts, it was simply inconceivable for ordinary folk to wield energy, that he initially considered pushing for a sales pitch regarding spears and bows. But Jean smiled and shook her head. Chun Wu, may I address you by your name? The Knights of Favonius indeed possess standardized equipment, but regrettably, its enhancement effects for commoners are quite minimal. Furthermore, the cost of acquiring the knight standard equipment is not insignificant. I once sent someone to Liyue to observe, and I found that most of the millilith there are also commoners. Since you hail from Liyue, I thought you might have some insights. Chunwu paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. While the millilith in Liyue are numerous, their management philosophy differs from Mondstadt's pursuit of freedom. After the Archon War, the current millilith have actually transitioned to using the white iron spear, which serves primarily to maintain order. After a brief pause, Chun Wu continued, "If I may be so bold, are you particularly concerned about the rampant hilichurls in the wild?" Jean hesitated, that I'm unsure if you would believe me. But this storm is merely beginning to stir. For at least a year, no significant issues are likely to arise, so you may wish to ease your worries. Jean gently touched her forehead and shook her head slightly. Thank you, but I remain somewhat apprehensive that I must take my leave for now, as there are other matters to attend to within the Knights that I will send someone later to specify our weapon needs. Until then, I bid you farewell. With both hands tucked into his pockets, Chunwu nodded with a smile, watching Jean depart. Sitting in a chair nearby, he began to contemplate the current state of Mondstadt. During his gaming days, he had merely followed the main storyline blindly, clicking through quests without truly engaging with the narrative. Soon after, a messenger sent by Jean arrived. A bright young lad, perhaps just coming of age? He requested 10 each of the Dawnblade and Tiger Fish Knife, as well as 10 white iron greatswords, Skyward Blades, and Iron Shadow greatswords, all uniformly priced at 4,000 mora each, totaling 200,000 mora. The sunny youth made several trips back and forth. And despite being eligible to apply for spatial equipment, he surprisingly remained quite humble. Chunwu memorized his name, Richard, whose father had joined the expedition, leaving him to support his family in Mondstadt. As Richard carried away the last weapon. Chunwu felt a surge of excitement as he rubbed his hands together. He had finally completed the transaction. Now came the moment of drawing cards from the old chief. According to the system's rules, there were 5 types of weapons, and with 10 of each sold, he would have 15 draws in total. However, as he considered this, he suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment. Once, he had believed that one must achieve at least an 80 rate to obtain desirable items. Now, with a mere 15 draws, what could he possibly gain? Nevertheless, he could not forego the ritual. Chunwu diligently washed his hands and proceeded to the cathedral to offer a sincere prayer, then teleported to the statue of the Seven at Windrise. Summoning the system, he opened the wish template. Let us start with 5 draws to get a feel for it. Chapter 4. In the name of the unlucky and the tale of the sword as he opened the wish module. A wave of familiarity washed over him. The wish module had a user-friendly design, reminiscent of the gacha effects in Genshin Impact. Blue. As expected, all 5 draws yielded blue items. Congratulations, host. You have obtained XXXX, which has been automatically refined. Chunwu facepalmed. As I anticipated. My reputation as the unlucky will surely echo throughout Teyvat. Chunwu did not harbor much expectation and casually consumed the remaining 10 chances. Blinding purple flooded his vision. Congratulations, host. You have obtained XXXX, which has been automatically refined. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked new weapons. Noble Longsword and Duskblade. Teske, Chunwu felt a twinge of ambivalence at the sight of the 2 unlocked single-handed swords. It seemed to him that the system's lottery mechanism subtly adjusted the drop rates. Before his arrival in this world, he had a cursory understanding of Genshin's lore. Throughout Mondstadt's history, those who wielded spears were typically slaves and commoners. Only single-handed and double-handed swords symbolized honor, just like the recently drawn Noble Longsword. Chunwu was initially uncertain about its value. However, fortunately, the weapon retained its narrative option. The former nobility that once ruled Mondstadt considered swordsmanship a mandatory discipline. Nobles learned the art of the sword not for the sake of battle, but for the sake of wisdom and elegance. Perhaps I could sell this sword to those dreamily nostalgic descendants of the Lawrence family? Or to someone from the Gunhilder clan? Chunwu hesitated to part with the sword. For the sake of reputation. The Gunhilder family enjoyed a favorable reputation among the people of Mondstadt, likely due to their unwavering commitment to the oath of eternal protection of Mondstadt. As for the Lawrence family, they were a band of traitors. After much deliberation, Chunwu ultimately decided against displaying the sword for sale. Who knows what rumors might emerge tomorrow, claiming the owner of nameless artifact is a descendant of the Lawrence family. Let him be ruined. There was certainly a risk involved. As for the dusk blade, it was a weapon he could wield freely, imbued with the poignant tale of a love story marked by rebellion. Out of respect, and to mitigate the risk of arousing suspicion from the nearby owner, Dialek, Chen Wu resolved not to sell this blade. He had heard whispers of its story that in the dark era of oppression under the old nobility. The great nobles, led by the Lawrence family, shamelessly exploited the people of Mondstadt for their own pleasure, casting aside the nobility's former grandeur as time eroded their pride. Sin and despair permeated every corner of Mondstadt. At that time, the Anemo Archon Barbados, was he perhaps asleep? The wandering troop arrived in Mondstadt, witnessing the suffering and helplessness of the oppressed. Among the troop were 3 individuals: a swordsman, a lute player, and a conductor. The lute player hailed from Fontaine, seeking his true heart and destiny. Upon arriving in Mondstadt, he fell in love with a young girl. Alas, the girl was chosen as the princess of the Windborn festival. A tragic fate from which she could not escape, toyed with by the nobles. The lute player yearned to break the girl's shackles, hoping merely for her smile in return. He shared his wish with his companions. The swordsman, perhaps a just ally, readily agreed. However, the power of Mondstadt's nobility was not something a mere troop could shake. The lute player and conductor perished in battle. The swordsman, captured, danced his final sword dance in the arena. The lute player's wish: when the cold tower in the square falls, will I be able to see your smile? Faded away with the wind. Yet, the swordsman's final dance was not without meaning. It was witnessed by Raiden, who, in the name of Dawn, solidified her resolve to resist that a slave named Vanessa would, with divine assistance, fulfill the troop's unfulfilled wish. This is the story behind the Dusk Blade, a testament to the glory of a dancer with a sword. Sitting on a bench in the shop's first floor, sunlight streamed through the window, causing the long sword to glimmer with a cold light. Chen Wu was still lost in reverie over the sword's tale when the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the nearby tavern. What? Why aren't you robbing someone? A drink costs 1,500 mora. If you want to buy. If not, then leave. Chen Wu raised an eyebrow slightly. That a drink costs 1,500 mora, yet my 3-star weapons are only 4,000 mora. What? Am I at a loss? The air quickly returned to silence. One must concede, the quality of the establishment known as Angel's Share was quite commendable. There were no loud disturbances emanating from within. Another new shop is open here. Putting away the dusk blade, Chen Wu raised his gaze at a figure with short black hair and 2 small braided green strands adorned in Baroque-style attire, draped in a green cloak with a Cecilia flower pinned to the brim. Met his eyes. Hey there. I'm Veni, the most popular bard in all of Teyvat. How about a little something for you? Chen Wu faced the frivolous Anemo god for the first time, feeling somewhat anxious and struggling to find his words. The wind carries silent tales, forgotten yet sung, flowing with laughter and tears, corroded armor and faded ink, divine blessings and human epics. Ah, you do show some reaction. Oh, quite well. Chen Wu felt embarrassed to admit his lack of understanding. Well, if you wish to continue listening, why not help me procure a cup of apple cider first? After saying this, Wendy noticed Chen Wu's lack of movement. Before you stands the most beloved bard of all Teyvat, and you can't even spare a cup of apple cider for a private performance? Chen Wu gazed deeply at Wendy, nodded and walked towards the nearby tavern, the Angel's Gift. I wonder what purpose this Anemo god has in distancing himself. Today, the bartender was still Charles, and it seemed that owner Dialek was not in high spirits. After ordering 2 cups of apple cider and handing over the mora, he returned to the shop. Upon entering, he found something amiss. Wendy was beside the weapon rack, inspecting one sword after another. Ah, you're back. Your drink, Chen Wu replied. Wendy set down the sword, took the cup, and with a joyful expression, took a sip. Truly delightful. It's my favorite flavor. Chen Wu also sampled the drink, which possessed a hint of sweetness, intertwined with a barely perceptible tartness, yet retained a refreshing quality. Indeed, it was worth the price. Now, please continue with the performance of the most beloved bard. The melodies and songs flowed gently, praising and exalting gods and heroes alike. Before long, Wendy departed. Yet Chen Wu found himself pondering Wendy's parting words. The quality is good, but alas, the wind laments that their stories, including yours, remain elusive. Chun Wu naturally responded, I shall ensure that the wind composes new tales for me. Perhaps my presence has long been noted. Can this free city-state accept my existence? Chapter 5, Level Breakthrough. The encounter of a non-lucky individual in misfortune. After Wendy's departure, Chun Wu finally had time to attend to his own matters. He reopened the system interface, only to realize he had yet to explore the character page. Upon officially activating the system's functions, new changes indeed manifested. First, the level breakthrough option transformed from an unselectable gray to its current state. Congratulations, host, on surpassing the level restrictions. Well done. Please continue your efforts. Alright, system, as expected of you. Still no rewards. The character interface, aside from his solitary figure, finally displayed a few more silhouettes. Lynette, heir of the Gunhild family. Currently serving as the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. Lionfang Knight. Dandelion Knight, friendly relations. Amber, Scout Knight of the Knights of Favonius, friendly relations. Wendy Barbados, founder of Mondstadt. The Anemo god among the 7 rulers of the mundane, currently inhabiting Mondstadt in the form of Wendy, with a slight interest in him. Ding. Long-term quest unlocked. You have officially opened a weapon shop, but the people of Mondstadt do not yet trust you. In the days to come, seek their acceptance and recognition. Strolling through the streets of Mondstadt, Chun Wu pondered. Despite the presence of bugs like the teleportation anchor points, Mondstadt was indeed vast, unlike in the game, where one could easily traverse distances in mere steps. Moving from the weapon shop to the Deer Hunter restaurant was quite a lengthy journey. Perhaps this is the reason for the unusual prices? Chun Wu mused, glancing at the remaining Mora in his backpack. Regarding my fortune of becoming a millionaire after crossing worlds uncertain whether it was luck or misfortune, prior to his crossing, he had never managed to acquire suitable artifacts. His wishes had not yielded the desired characters or weapons, saving Chun Wu a considerable sum of Mora that he had yet to spend. However, each time he browsed the forums and encountered others lamenting their insufficient Mora, he felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. According to Mondstadt's prices, his million Mora could last him several hundred years. But speaking of which, I seem to have yet to pay for the shop. Chun Wu felt a pang of guilt. It seemed he would need to treat others to make amends next time. Damn it, all thanks to the bard. Upon reaching the Deer Hunter restaurant, Chun Wu hesitated momentarily. What are today's recommended dishes? He inquired. Uncertain. Sarah smiled shyly. Today's recommendation is the grilled meat platter. Wasn't yesterday's recommendation the same? Forget it. I'll have a cold meat platter and a sweet flour wine chicken. Arriving in Teyvat, the advantages were not immediately apparent. Save for the delectable food, a life of abundance, devoid of troubles, truly epitomized happiness. Chun Wu reflected that as a languid individual without grand aspirations, his ideology in Teyvat differed greatly from that of ordinary people. Had another traveler been in his place, they might be surrounded by admirers by now. After finishing his meal, Chun Wu meandered through the streets when a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door. He hurried back to Nameless Artifact, only to find a young boy sitting inside. The boy bore visible scars and was intently examining the weapons within the shop. Chun Wu instinctively wanted to shoo him away. The connection between a non-lucky individual and misfortune runs deep. My own misfortune seems to have attracted someone like Bennett, who carries a misfortune buff. However, Chun Wu restrained his impulse. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? Bennett jumped in surprise, hastily turning around, just as a sword fell from the rack behind him. Ouch, ouch. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. Bennett clutched his head with one hand, bowing profusely. The scene, though somewhat comical, stirred a sense of sympathy within Chun Wu. It was truly remarkable how a securely hung weapon could fall like that. I'm fine. Are you all right? The boy chuckled heartily. I'm okay. I've grown accustomed to my bad luck. Suddenly, Bennett seemed to realize something. Oh no, I can't stay here any longer. I might cause trouble for the boss. I must be going. Goodbye, boss. With that, Bennett dashed out. Chun Wu returned the weapon to its place on the rack. At least I can be grateful that my weapons are equipped with sheaths. Otherwise, that could have turned into another story. It proved that negatives do not cancel each other out. The encounter between a non-lucky individual and misfortune merely exacerbated the unfortunate events. Sitting idly in the shop, Chenwu often replayed Bennett's smile in his mind. I feel a sense of guilt. Securing the shop's door, Chenwu set off towards the church. If memory serves, as a prayer pastor of the Knights of Favonius, Barbara often tends to Bennett's wounds. Thus, finding Barbara to convey his apologies and compensations became imperative. Life is a way of playing tricks on you. Upon arriving at the Cathedral of the Winds, Chenwu encountered only Victoria. Is there something you need to confess? No. May I ask when Miss Barbara will return? I have something to request of her. Oh, I see. You must be a fan of Miss Barbara, right? I understand. Victoria displayed an expression of understanding, which made Chenwu feel slightly awkward. No. Well, sort of. Why apologies for the intrusion. He nearly forgot that Barbara was Mondstadt's idol. However, upon reflection, there were indeed alternative methods. Since Jean and Barbara were sisters, he could obtain information from Jean while also settling the shop's expenses, thus avoiding the need to treat anyone. Chenwu felt a surge of excitement, a faint smile creeping onto his lips that he couldn't conceal. I truly am a genius. Approaching the gates of the Knights of Favonius, Chenwu pushed the door to enter, but suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he called out to the station knight. Hey, you're just letting me in without any checks? The knight hesitated, then smiled sheepishly. You look like a good person. And I remember you were brought here by Amber last time. Found the reason. Amber, this grudge. I miscalculated. Standing outside Jean's office, Chenwu gently knocked on the door. Come in. The voice was soft. Chenwu opened the door to find the sky ablaze with the setting sun, its warm glow streaming through the window onto the desk. Jean was bent over the table, and beside her stood none other than Barbara. Barbara gestured for Chenwu to step outside to discuss matters. Chenwu nodded, treading lightly as he exited, with Barbara following closely behind. Chapter 6. The discipline and freedom of the Dandelion Knight. Chenwu stood to the side, observing as Barbara carefully secured the door to their abode. Hello there. I apologize. May I ask your name? A soft voice floated into his ears. Barbara's face blossomed with a radiant smile, which prompted an unexpected urge in Chenwu to reach out and give her a gentle pinch. Ahem. Steady yourself, he admonished inwardly. Greetings, I am Chenwu, a merchant. I recall now. While tending to Bennett's wounds today, he mentioned you. Is that so? I seem to have gained quite the dubious reputation, he replied with a hint of irony. Not at all. He described you as a very kind person, and I must say, I share that sentiment now, Barbara responded as she ushered Chenwu into the confinement room. This room is seldom visited by anyone other than Klee, so we can speak freely now. Barbara took a seat on a stool inside, gesturing for Chenwu to join her. The room was a testament to the knight's affection for Klee, with vibrant reds adorning the space, appearing even more brilliant under the golden rays of the setting sun. Thank you for your cooperation, my sister. No, our acting grandmaster has been exceedingly fatigued lately and desperately needs rest. I ask there's something of great importance that you wish to discuss with her. I can relay your message once she awakens. Chenwu shook his head. Actually, my purpose here is to find you. Are you perhaps a fan? Barbara mused softly to herself, though fate had it that Chenwu overheard her. No, not quite. That I have just arrived in Mondstadt, and if I happen to see your performance next time, I may indeed become your fan. However, my sole intention today is to request your assistance in conveying my apologies to Bennett. As he spoke, Chenwu produced a pouch of mora and placed it on the table. A slight blush crept onto Barbara's cheeks. Perhaps it is merely the deeper hues of the sunset, Chenwu conjectured. I will certainly help, Barbara exclaimed, rising to bow deeply. Chenwu instinctively stepped aside. No, it's nothing, he replied, and they both resumed their seats. Suddenly, Chenwu inquired, By the way, what kind of person do you believe the Grandmaster to be? The acting Grandmaster. The leader of the Knights. Everyone holds her in great esteem. I certainly respect her immensely. No, I mean in a city like Mondstadt, which values freedom. How do you perceive the Grandmaster, who is bound by her duties each day? Barbara fell into a lengthy silence. Chun Wu returned to the nameless weapon, secured the door on the ground floor, and ascended the wooden staircase to the upper level. Sitting at the wooden table, he chronicled his experiences of the day and Barbara's views on Jean. 1 year since the traveler's awakening. Situated in the confinement room of the Knights of Favonius. This is a transcription of my conversation with Barbara. Barbara and Jean are sisters, and Jean's discipline is beyond imagination, having demonstrated exceptional ability since childhood. However, Jean bears an excessive burden of responsibility that as the bearer of the honor of the Gunhild family, she has been expected to adhere to the ancestral tenet of eternal protection of Mondstadt from the moment of her birth. Though her position is merely that of acting Grandmaster, many matters are still overseen by her, even when Grandmaster Feruzan is present in Mondstadt. Having inherited the title of Lionfang Knight and shouldering the name of the Dandelion Knight, she has consistently restrained herself with remarkable discipline and meticulousness. Perhaps I should refer to her as a workaholic? Jean's actions, in my opinion, resemble an escape from her own confusion through ceaseless toil. The Dandelion Knight, bound by duty, is unable to enjoy the freedom akin to that of a dandelion. Rather, the Dandelion Knight embodies the protector of freedom. I am reminded of a saying by a renowned figure. Acceptance is predicated on understanding and assistance. I am striving to embody this principle. Mondstadt is vast. Perhaps I should begin my understanding with those who wield the visions, whom I am more familiar with. Lost in thoughts about Mondstadt, Chun Wu succumbed to slumber. The following day, Chun Wu felt fortunate that he had inquired about meal delivery services while visiting the Hunters Guild yesterday. Of course, after finishing breakfast, today marked the inaugural day of operations for the nameless weapon, with doors flung wide open. Leaves danced in the wind. How vexing. Not a single customer in sight. Don't adventurers at the guild require weapons? Chun Wu pondered. By general theory, the Adventurers Guild is roughly divided into 4 departments: the Investigation Unit, the Intelligence Processing Unit, Catherine's Reception, and the Publicity Division, which seems to be perpetually in disarray. Could it be that the Adventurers Guild believes I have an excess of weapons from yesterday's sales, leaving me with no stock? Exiting through the door, taking a right turn, purchasing some wine, and returning to the shop, his movements were fluid and efficient. Buy if you please. I am not in need of money. However, the wine of Mondstadt is truly delightful. Chun Wu reclined in the wooden chair, savoring the pleasures of life. That it was no wonder that the wine from Lord Lu's estate was exceptional, with such flavor. The sales would undoubtedly prosper, and the tax revenue would surely suffice to cover 1/10 of the night's expenses. Yet, speaking of wine, Chun Wu suddenly recalled another brilliant bartender. If memory serves, Diana can concoct a delicious drink from any bizarre or exotic ingredient. The cat girl from the Catsline family. He hoped to have the chance to experience her unique mixology in the evening. Chun Wu instinctively rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat uneasy. Oh dear, have I so quickly succumbed to local customs? How infuriating! It's all the fault of those singers. As he endeavored to run this weapon shop with no customers, Chun Wu found himself deprived of opportunities for adventure, meaning that his weapon, the Wufing sword, had become obsolete. No chess, no experience books. Chun Wu remained the same underwhelming level 20 novice, relishing the taste of apple cider. He savored the flow of elemental energies in the air. Chun Wu devised a plan. If he could emulate the techniques used by Veni to manipulate the wind element, he could soar to great heights. After much experimentation, alas, I am ultimately no genius. Chun Wu sighed deeply. The wine was finished, and his spirits waned. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I could seek advice from Lisa? Lisa had studied at the Academia in Sumeru for 2 years, renowned as a once-in-200 years prodigious sorceress. Moreover, the techniques employed by the young wolf, which utilized the vision, were also taught by her. Most importantly, Sister Lisa is exceptionally beautiful. I am quite taken. Chun Wu chuckled to himself with a mischievous grin. Hey! Why do you have such a strange smile? A cool, feminine voice interrupted his reverie. Chun Wu quickly composed himself, arranging his expression. Chun, serious and righteous, I am a good person. Wu made his entrance. What lay ahead was the first customer of his shop. Chun Wu internally declared his opening proclamation. Today, I shall surely succeed. No cosmic force can thwart my resolve. Chapter 7. The girl from Fontaine blossoms in the wind. The rising sun illuminated Chun Wu's handsome visage. My apologies. Welcome. How may I assist you? The girl outside stood tall, her oversized black coat billowing in the wind, the sleeves swaying gently. Her long, grayish-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, with the tips slightly curled. Her blue and purple eyes, tinged with a hint of sarcasm, curled into a smirk as she tilted her head to the right with an air of nonchalance. The girl stepped inside, casting a glance at Chun Wu, and slowly raised her right hand, giving it a slight shake. The long sleeves fell to her elbows, revealing a pocket watch shimmering with silver light, its chain entwined around her arm, resting upon her index finger. The icy blue vision at her waist peeked out as well. The girl leaned closer to Chun Wu, extending her left hand to point at the pocket watch, her icy voice resonating once more. Do you see? You have kept a genius beauty like me waiting for at least an hour, a fact that would stir the basest of thoughts in any man who laid eyes upon me. With that, she immediately retreated. Chun Wu's thoughts became muddled. Who is she? What is she saying? What does she want? Hello? Is there anything you need? Although perplexed by the peculiar and purposefully vague girl before him, he remained resolute. Today, the shop must open. A distant clamor emerged from outside, which Chun Wu dismissed as an incident occurring at the neighboring tavern, prioritizing his business above all else. Was it merely an illusion, or had he caught sight of an errant strand of hair bobbing atop her head? Do not rush. I'll take a look first. Don't mind me. The girl sidestepped Chun Wu and hurried deeper into the room. Of course, a beauty as adorable as me is impossible for you to ignore, she added, her cool voice punctuating her statement. Observing the clearly flustered girl, Chun Wu connected the earlier commotion with her erratic behavior, leading to a realization. Watching as the girl dashed up the stairs, he remained unperturbed, settling into a rocking chair to pass the time. Soon after, a familiar face burst in. Yes, it was the honest and earnest young man, Richard. Boss Chun, the boy gasped, urgency etched across his features, prompting anyone who witnessed him to exclaim, "A true hero. Calm down. Take a moment to breathe." The youth endeavored to suppress his erratic breaths. "Boss, have you seen anyone pass by here? They might be a head shorter than you, dressed in black." "Oh, has something happened? Please elaborate." "I might indeed recall something." Chun Wu feigned surprise. Although his acting was somewhat exaggerated, deceiving such a straightforward boy was quite simple. Just now, in front of the XX fruit stand, someone clad in black assaulted the stall owner quite severely, inflicting multiple fractures. They fled too swiftly for us to catch a glimpse of their direction, and we were only able to trace our way here. As he spoke, Richard sighed. Perhaps the perpetrator has already escaped far away. Indeed. I am yet an inadequate knight. Chun Wu chuckled. Do not lose heart. Perhaps they are akin to the deities of Liyue. As mere mortals, we can hardly compete. Your demeanor is already worthy of a knight. Then, did you see this person? The boy's face was alight with hope. Of course. Chun Wu stood, placing a hand on Richard's shoulder as they stepped outside the shop, that he pointed towards a distant section of the city wall. Do you see that? I had just opened the door when I spotted a shadow vaulting onto the wall and then leaping away. You might want to search towards Qingchuan town. There could be clues. Richard nodded eagerly. Thank you so much. Next time, I shall treat you to a drink that I must report this information. Farewell, Boss Chun. Chun Wu smiled as he watched the boy's receding figure, stretching leisurely. Another splendid day. As for the girl from earlier, if Chun Wu was not mistaken, she was undoubtedly from Fontaine. After all, precision instruments like watches were exclusive to Fontaine on Tevat. However, during the Mondstadt storyline in the game, it seemed there had been no mention of such a vision bearer. It was highly likely she was an adventurer, scared off by the city management upon her arrival in Mondstadt. Did the traveler miss the chance to meet her? How intriguing. Chun Wu had initially intended to lead a life of idleness, watching the traveler wreak havoc while he surreptitiously sold weapons, enjoying a god's eye view. Once Kay and Ing reunited and everything settled, he would reveal his identity, hoping for a chance to return to Earth. Yet today, the girl from Fontaine piqued his interest. With a soft sigh, he hung the closed sign, locked the door, and ascended to the second floor, finding the girl peacefully asleep on his bed. She lay on her side, resembling a plush cat, with a silver pocket watch fallen beside her, upon which he discerned the inscription Emily. Perhaps this is her name? Turning to glance at the soiled sheets she had kicked about, Chen-Wu furrowed his brow, suppressing his irritation. He gently removed the girl's shoes, tossing them aside, and fetched a clean blanket to delicately drape over her. Quietly closing the door, he returned to the first floor. I cannot help but feel vexed. Chen-Wu had always harbored a significant aversion to dirtiness, and his mind was consumed by thoughts of the soiled sheets. It seems I must encourage my chosen customers to contribute more to alleviate my frustration, he reassured himself, yet his anger only intensified. In a fit of rage, Chen-Wu teleported to the wilderness, attacking any hilichurl he encountered, retreating if overwhelmed. Watching a hilichurl disintegrate under his blade brought him a sense of relief. Hilichurls truly are endearing. Alongside the treasures he had secretly pilfered from the hilichurl camp, Chen-Wu's experience points surged, reaching level 30. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired basic self-defense capabilities, unlocking level detection ability. Chen-Wu had often pondered the strength of vision bearers within the Knights of Favonius. Now, the level detection ability might shed some light on the matter, that he opened the character module, which had received updates. This feature only applies to vision bearers and special characters who have formally established a connection with the host. Level detection function updated. Scrolling to the profiles of Jean and Amber, he noted, level unlocked. Chen-Wu found amusement in the update. It was tantamount to nothing changing. Ding! Favorability not meeting investigation standards. Please continue to strive. He pouted, casting a glance at his own level, which remained stagnant at 30 for reasons unknown. The system indicated that he required 10 pieces of free-spirited pine fragments to surpass this level limitation, breaking the established norms of Genshin Impact. This system truly is bothersome. It bars me every 10 levels. Chapter 8. Intern Emily. With nothing to occupy his time, and to prevent the girl from absconding, Chen-Wu took the precaution of securing the doors and windows before venturing alone to the Knight's library. Entering the library with eager anticipation, he hoped for a serendipitous encounter with Lisa. Unfortunately, it seemed Lisa had again wandered off to some corner to slack off. It is all the fault of those street performers. Chen-Wu meandered through the library, observing a hilichurl linguist babbling to itself. Although he could not comprehend the words, its animated gestures were rather endearing. Eventually, he discovered a few foundational books on elemental control, registered them, and returned, upon closer inspection. He realized these books were authored by none other than Klee's mother, Alice. Returning to the nameless artifact, it was now midday. After a brief wait, a delivery from the hunters arrived that today's lunch consisted of butter matsutake and anemo goddess mixed vegetables. With the customary main dish of manor-baked scones, one must admit, the manor-baked scones were truly delightful. Thick and round, with a soft texture, sweet yet not cloying, complemented by a raspberry garnish. One bite felt like soaring into the clouds. Whether she had slept enough or had simply awakened from hunger, Emily descended the stairs, her hair in disarray, her black coat missing, clad only in a white shirt, carelessly tied with a blue ribbon at the neck, and black shorts that revealed her smooth, fair legs, barefoot and slightly unsteady. Observing Emily's dazed expression, Chen-Wu found her utterly charming. Like beckoning to a beloved pet, he waved her over. Yet, astonishingly, Emily remained oblivious. Obediently, she approached, and upon seeing the delectable spread on the table, her tuft of hair bobbed, and without hesitation, she sat beside Chen-Wu, indulging heartily. Watching Emily devour her meal, Chen-Wu felt a peculiar sensation akin to the fabled notion of love at first sight. After all, as the shopkeeper, I am particularly fond of white-haired girls. As Emily continued to eat with unabashed enthusiasm, Chen-Wu quietly ascended to the second floor, returning with her coat, which he draped over her shoulders. However, at that moment, Emily stiffened, her cheeks flushed, and her previously carefree eating mannerisms became subdued, clearly indicating she had regained her awareness. Chen-Wu maintained a smile, quietly observing her until Emily could no longer bear his gaze. Or perhaps she had finally satiated her hunger, carefully setting down her utensils and moving to the opposite end of the sofa. Glancing at the sofa, Chen-Wu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. This sofa seems a bit overly spacious. Have you finished eating? Chen-Wu's tone was exceptionally gentle. Yet Emily bristled at his words. Her voice was barely a whisper. Chenwu's inner beast roared with delight. She was simply too adorable. Yet he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. There's no need to be so reserved. Speak as you did when you first arrived this morning. Upon hearing Chenwu's words, Emily's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her small hands tightly clutching the coat. What is your name? Are you from Fontaine? The girl exhaled. Of course, have you seen my pocket watch? It is a rarity exclusive to Fontaine. Possessed only by a girl as charming as Emily. A sense of familiarity washed over Chenwu.as for advancing their relationship further. He felt a surge of motivation. Let South keep her close for now. Noticing Chenwu's subtle gaze, Emily's tuft of hair swayed as she regarded him with cautious vigilance. In that case, let us discuss the debt you owe for your stay here. Debt? Indeed. I assisted you in evading the knight's pursuit, concealed your presence while I remained closed for business, treated you to a lavish lunch, and provided my personal care. Emily's voice trembled as she inquired, how much? Chenwu found amusement in Emily's bewilderment, merely displaying a teasing smile. What do you think? Emily rummaged through her coat, searching for what felt like an insubstantial pouch of coins, looking awkwardly at Chenwu. So, you're saying you have no money? Emily hesitated, ultimately settling on a simple. Chenwu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he reveled in delight. Everything was proceeding according to plan. When he had draped her coat over her earlier, he had already gauged Emily's financial situation. And the mere fact that she had survived this long without starving was nothing short of miraculous. Emily felt a pang of guilt and deliberately cleared her throat. After all, I am the holder of the eye of God. I certainly wouldn't deceive an ordinary person like you. Rest assured, it's merely a matter of money that I can simply venture out to the Adventurers Guild and take on a few tasks. Chenwu remained silent. I excel at locating treasure chests. Just a few chests could earn me ample mora. Chenwu continued to be silent. Noticing Chenwu's lack of response, Emily's mind raced urgently, and suddenly she seemed to recall something. Cautiously, she inquired, You don't wish to have my pocket watch, do you? Before Chenwu could utter a word, Emily's tone immediately grew resolute. Don't even think about it. I absolutely cannot part with this watch. Even if I have to work here to repay my debts, I will never give it to you. So, don't even entertain the thought. Chenwu chuckled, finding this to be just as he had hoped. Very well, then starting tomorrow morning, you shall work here to repay your debts. There are vacant rooms on the second floor. I'll take you there shortly. Today, you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings while I arrange matters with the knights to smooth over your identity. With that, Chenwu dashed away without granting the girl a moment to think or object. Hey! Emily's coat slipped from her shoulders once more, and she stared blankly at Chenwu as he bolted through the door, feeling a mix of confusion and despair. Have I just sold myself? She questioned herself uncertainly. Feeling dazed, she collapsed onto the sofa in a dramatic fashion, her entire demeanor turning ashen. Meanwhile, Chenwu, exhilarated, sprinted towards the knight's headquarters, seeking out Jean to inform her that he had recruited a friend from Emily from Fontaine, and completed a series of necessary formalities. With Emily's credentials in hand, Chenwu ambled back to the shop, contemplating what gifts to present to Emily, for he had lured the young girl into his establishment and intended to deepen their relationship. Surely, gifting her something would enhance her fondness for him. But what to give? Fontaine. Chenwu mused, pondering what he could offer that would align with the preferences of someone from Fontaine. Aha! I shall recruit a bard directly and attend Barbara's performance tomorrow. Resolute. Chenwu dashed to the Anemo Archon statue and set up a sign, seeking a talented bard with a flair for music. Just as he finished, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, aren't you looking for me? Chapter 9. How to obtain a goddess eye for free. Hey. Chenwu perked up. This familiarity felt inviting. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a green figure entering his view. Indeed, at such a moment, Barbados was bound to appear. Wendy, holding a harp, bent down, deeply engrossed in reading the text on the sign he had just placed. Seeking a talented bard with a flair for music. Wendy nodded and stroked his chin, expressing a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, I am the only one in all of Teyvat who can meet your requirements. Chun-Woo tried hard to suppress his awkward laughter. So, will you accept this commission? Wendy raised 3 fingers, pointing at Chun-Woo. 3 cups of apple cider. After a moment's hesitation. No, make it 5 cups. All right. After meticulously finalizing the plan with Wendy, he looked at Chun-Woo with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Actually, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Chun-Woo felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Speak freely in light of the apple cider. I shall assist you wholeheartedly. Wendy patted his chest, adopting a trust me, little brother demeanor. Could you possibly? Yes. Chun-Woo, feeling slightly guilty, cleared his throat. Could you also create a fake eye of God for me? Wendy pulled Chun-Woo aside to a secluded corner of the street. Chun-Woo's palms began to sweat. He realized he had just inadvertently revealed his knowledge of Wendy's true identity as Barbados, unsure of whether he would be discreetly silenced. Wendy glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight, then sighed in relief. Placing a hand on Chun-Woo's shoulder, Chun-Woo instinctively flinched, beads of sweat forming on his brow. By the way, how did you figure it out? I've concealed it for so long. Chun-Woo feigned ignorance. Didn't you tell me? Did I ever mention that? Well, never mind, it's not important. Since you want it, remember to trade it for a cup of apple cider. Chun-Woo's heart raced. And without saying another word, he grabbed Wendy and returned to the nameless vessel. Welcome. Upon entering, both Chun-Woo and Wendy were startled. Emily, now clad in a black coat, stood inside the door, instinctively welcoming the guests. Not bad. It seems you will make a fine employee. Chun-Woo pretended to nod approvingly. And who might this be? Emily's gaze shifted past Chun-Woo to land on Wendy. Me. I am the most beloved bard across the continent of Teyvat, Wendy. Chun-Woo stepped further into the shop, picked up a fruit platter from the table, selected a particularly appealing apple, and handed it to Wendy. Could this be a tip? Emily sat beside Chun-Woo, her eyes signaling him with confusion. You hail from Fontaine, so I thought you would appreciate music. This is a little welcome gift. Wendy gently strummed the harp, enchanting melodies accompanying tales of the Nemo Archon Barbados' adventures, immersing everyone in the experience, and Emily's expression gradually relaxed. Observing Emily's ease, Chun-Woo nodded in satisfaction. Once the piece concluded, Wendy glanced at Chun-Woo. Chun-Woo produced a large pouch of mora, but Wendy refused to accept it. No money. No money, just give me wine. Wendy pushed the pouch away. Chun-Woo, puzzled, responded, Then why don't you just buy it? Well, actually the tavern won't sell me any wine. Why not? Emily interjected that Wendy's face flushed slightly. They always think I'm underage and refuse to sell me wine. If I were to earn mora, my income would undoubtedly be the highest among all bards in Mondstadt. Chun-Woo struggled to suppress a laugh, while Emily doubled over in laughter beside him. Hey, I'm serious. If you don't give me an apple, I won't perform anymore. Wendy glared at the two, clearly displeased. Chun-Woo rose and handed her an apple, then stepped out to Angel's share. Fortunately, the bartender was off today, as the owner was substituting 10 cups of apple cider. Just a moment. The aura of authority emanated from Dialek, and while Chun-Woo sought to boost his rapport, he found himself at a loss for how to approach him. Observing Dialek's adept bartending skills, Chun-Woo offered a casual compliment, but received no response in return. With a small box containing 10 cups of cider in hand, Chun-Woo turned to leave. Come by often. Sure. Meanwhile, Wendy, upon seeing the wine, sparkled with delight. After savoring a cup, she continued her performance. For Wendy, this performance was a delightful blend of fine wine and a devoted audience, creating a pleasurable atmosphere. Chun-Woo, carrying 4 cups of wine, ignored Wendy's mournful gaze as he ascended the stairs, leaving 1 cup for Emily. However, it remained uncertain who would ultimately claim that cup. Back at Angel's share, Dialek observed Chun-Woo exiting with the box of wine. Leisurely polishing a glass, from the tavern emerged a man with blue hair, sun-kissed skin, and a black eye patch that if Chun-Woo had still been there, he would have recognized him as Kia, the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius. So you can't uncover the truth either? Humph. Your knights have yielded no results either, Dialek remarked nonchalantly while polishing the glass. Tsh, it's the same as ever. I'll have a cup of afternoon death. Kia adjusted his eye patch. The acting grandmaster has entrusted his shop to you on a personal basis. I trust you don't mind. Dialect paused momentarily, prepared the drink, and placed it in front of Kia, then casually produced a piece of paper from beneath the table, rolled it up, and handed it to Kia. For Jean, I was simply curious this time. The nameless vessel concluded its day with a deficit. Amused, Emily observed Chun Wu sulking and cautiously asked, "By the way, did you do any advertising? No one from the Adventurers Guild mentioned this place when I arrived." Chun Wu was taken aback. "Well, on the very first day, I made quite a splash selling numerous weapons to the knights. Doesn't that count as advertising?" Emily rested her chin on her hand, her legs swaying thoughtfully, as Chun Wu's gaze was inadvertently drawn to her fair, shapely leg, stirring a sense of mischief within him. Noticing Chun Wu's lingering gaze, Emily's expression darkened, and she snapped, "Chun Wu!" Chun Wu jolted, offering a sheepish chuckle, only to have a cup hurled at him, dusted with a hint of frost. Realizing his own shortcomings, Chun Wu quickly stepped aside and released the energy of the wind element to slow down the cup, carefully catching it. Although his hands felt somewhat cold, it was still tolerable. Chapter 10. Barbara's concert. After receiving the wind elemental vision, specially crafted for him by Wendy, Chun Wu gradually grew bolder in showcasing his mastery of energy for the consequences. The result was that Emily, who would usually restrain her temper, began to act more brazenly upon seeing Chun Wu's vision, daring to unleash her ice elemental energy. Of course, mindful of her current debts, Emily refrained from any excessive actions, which allowed Chun Wu to take advantage of her little by little. Bartabas was right. As long as one had a thick skin, one could always win over the ladies. Today, with the weather being delightful, it was the perfect opportunity for Chun Wu to cast aside his modesty, that he specifically sought out Barbara to obtain 2 tickets for the concert. Upon mentioning this to Emily, she hesitated, fearing that she might be recognized and cause trouble for Chun Wu. With a smile, Chun Wu took advantage of Emily's afternoon nap to stealthily borrow her black coat, then dragged her to a clothing store to buy several new outfits for both of them. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, Chun Wu adjusted his collar and sighed softly to himself. "Eventually, I'll need Emily to help me organize my clothes." Stepping out of the bedroom, he noticed the closed door across the hallway and knocked lightly. The second floor was spacious, with 4 empty rooms and 2 storage rooms. After Emily arrived, Chun Wu assisted in tidying up the room across the hall. Before long, the door opened, and Chun Wu was momentarily taken aback by Emily's appearance. She wore a dark red long dress paired with a black and white shawl. Seeing Chun Wu's captivated expression, Emily blushed slightly. "Have you had your fill of staring? It's quite unfortunate that I'm this beautiful, no matter how plain the outfit. It cannot conceal my charm." As she spoke, Emily instinctively fiddled with the silver pocket watch dangling from her wrist. Chun Wu regained his composure and chuckled at her vanity. He had noticed Emily's amusing little quirks, her penchant for self-admiration. She often took pride in showing off her old pocket watch, which, though he didn't know its significance, had never left her side since the moment he met her. Let us go. We need to see Barbara's concert," Emily exclaimed, her previous demeanor shifting to one of impatience. Chun Wu shot her a glance. "It's only 7 a.m. The concert starts at 9, that we should eat first." "Oh, right." Emily tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. "Ah, darn it, you're too cute," Chun Wu thought, feeling a pang of frustration. Initially, he had believed that the only restaurant in Mondstadt was the Hunter's Lodge. But soon enough, Emily had laughed at him. After exploring a bit, they discovered numerous eateries. Though they weren't widely known, one quaint place only served desserts, with peculiar offerings he had never seen in the game, yet surprisingly delicious, including a dessert reminiscent of the Austrian Zahortorte. After enjoying breakfast with Emily, she glanced at her pocket watch. It won't take long to get from here to the Anemo Archon statue. How much longer do we have to wait?" Chun Wu glanced at her messy hair, which was drooping, and gently controlled the wind element to send a light breeze her way. "By the way, earlier, when I handed you the wine, I forgot to ask, are you of age now? Geez, can't you see?" Emily instinctively puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. Chun Wu scrutinized her for a moment. You're definitely not a child anymore." Realizing the implications of his gaze, Emily reacted defensively. The two bantered for a while before Chun Wu seized her wrist. "It's 8 o'clock. Let us go." Or we want to be able to squeeze in. Chen Wu led Emily at a leisurely pace toward their destination. Hey, Chen Wu, wait for me. A lively voice called from behind. Without turning around, Chen Wu knew who it was. Long time no see. Amber. With her chestnut hair and red bunny ear ribbon, Amber was dressed in her usual attire, prompting Chen Wu to muse. Perhaps they have the same outfit in multiple variations? Amber, noticing Emily's nervousness behind Chen Wu, became excited. So cute, she exclaimed, ready to pounce, but was intercepted by another figure. With blue hair adorned with a black lace headband, she wore an elegant yet practical knight-esque attire. Amber, why did you run off like that? I'll remember this. Amber, grinning sheepishly as she touched her bunny ears, repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Eula, I was wrong. I'll remember this. Amber turned to Chen Wu, gesturing to her companion. This is Eula, one of Mondstadt's leading swordwomen, who usually trains outside the city. That I finally managed to convince her to come back and see Barbara's concert. Chen Wu nodded, introducing Emily to Amber. As the four of them walked together, Amber gradually squeezed past Chen Wu to Emily's side. Emily, usually spirited, became exceedingly docile in Amber's presence. Chen Wu glanced at Eula, unsure of what to say, and they fell into an awkward silence. After a moment, Chen Wu tentatively inquired, I've heard there's a formidable knight in Mondstadt's reconnaissance squad known as the Knight of the Waves. That is you, isn't it? Indeed. That is indeed my title. What of it? Seeing Amber so excited to meet you. I'll remember this. Chen Wu stumbled slightly. What grudge could there be? He retrieved a cup of apple cider from his inventory. Would you like a drink? Eula wrinkled her nose. No. Thank you. Chen Wu pondered for a moment, tugging Emily closer. Add some ice to it. Okay. Emily hesitated briefly, but eventually agreed through gritted teeth. Chen Wu accepted the chilled drink and turned to Eula. How about now? Ultimately, Eula couldn't resist the temptation and shyly accepted the cup. Darn it. I'll remember this. Huh? Chen Wu couldn't help but laugh at Eula's reaction. Finally, the four of them playfully arrived at their destination. The square was already bustling with fervent fans holding banners, eagerly awaiting the concert's commencement. After presenting their tickets, Chen Wu took Emily by the arm, separating from Amber and Eula, as their seats were not close together. Having been teased by Amber throughout the journey, Emily's hair, which had been playfully blown by the wind, was now drooping again, before Chen Wu could think of a way to provoke her. The concert began with a loud shout from an unknown fan. Barbara, I love you. Chapter 11. The prodigy bartender from Springvale Barbara's concert was a resounding success. Afterward, Emily's voice was somewhat hoarse. While Chen Wu continuously rubbed his ears, Emily cheered passionately, her voice strained. This must be the power of an idol. Chen Wu recoiled slightly, realizing that the true person not to be trifled with in Mondstadt was indeed Barbara. He retrieved a bottle of room-temperature raspberry juice from his inventory and handed it to the still excited Emily. Drink this to soothe your throat. Otherwise, you won't be able to speak tomorrow. Emily looked at Chen Wu with unexpected gratitude, ready to say something, but he waved his hand. I'm worried you might disrupt my business tomorrow. Emily rolled her eyes and retorted. A beauty like me can increase your sales just by standing at the door. Old man, go check your ears. With that, she hastily quickened her pace back to the nameless artifact. Chen Wu watched Emily stomp away in indignation, struggling to suppress the smile that threatened to break free. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Wu stood on the second floor, watching as Emily successfully sold a two-handed greatsword once more. He couldn't help but think to himself, Manager Chen is truly a genius. Since Emily had become a shop assistant, her adorable appearance had significantly boosted the nameless artifact's reputation among adventurers. More and more customers flocked to the shop, and the sales figures soared. Last night, in a moment of excitement, Chen Wu rewarded Emily with 100,000 mora as a bonus, bringing her immense joy. Chen Wu was elated for a different reason. He had finally drawn a 4-star purple weapon, a two-handed sword, the Song of Stillness. Whether it was a function of the system or not, this sword was tied to the previous tale of the Wandering Minstrels. The demise of the Wandering Minstrels, coupled with the story of the Lawrence family's Cleusrid, who had once joined the troop in rebellion, was intertwined with the narrative. Despite being born into nobility and facing disgrace, it was said that he later established an underground organization opposing the aristocracy, that is the sole survivor among the four who began the rebellion. He had undoubtedly witnessed the fall of the nobility. Wasn't he that a form of fulfillment? With Emily now managing the shop, Chunwoo found himself needing to exert little effort, merely idling away the days. Thus, he recalled the legendary girl from Springvale, who was dedicated to shattering the myth of Dawn Winery's monopoly over Mondstadt's wine industry. The cat-eared maiden from the Kate Lane family, Diana. It was said that Diana had once received the blessing of a spring spirit, endowing her with the unique ability to brew exquisite wines with absolute certainty. Yet in truth, Diana harbored a profound disdain for alcohol. Her father, Durlaf, was the finest hunter in Springvale, displaying exceptional prowess during the day, only to become as intoxicated as a wild boar by night. This behavior deeply irked Diana, who blamed all of it on alcohol, believing that without it, all would be well. Hence, she loathed wine and resolved to take revenge on the entire Mondstadt wine industry by entering the Cat's Tail Tavern. Despite Diana experimenting with various peculiar ingredients and dubious mixing methods, the wine remained remarkably delightful. For the past few days, Chunwoo had been indulging in the libations from the neighboring Gift of Angels and was beginning to feel somewhat weary of the same flavors. Yearning for a change, observing the bustling Emily downstairs, Chunwoo stealthily took flight from the second floor using his anemo wings, racing towards the Cat's Tail Tavern. Upon entering, he found the proprietor absent, likely still wandering the town. Behind the bar, a pair of cats swayed back and forth. How delightfully diminutive! Chunwoo approached, resisting the urge to stroke Diana's ears. Uncertain of what drinks were offered, he was about to engage in the customary banter when an unusual thought struck him. Mix me the drink you deem the most unpalatable. Upon hearing his request, Diana's cat ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement that a fellow patron, overhearing Chunwoo's words, discreetly gave him a thumbs up, declaring, "You truly understand." Chunwoo grinned broadly and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, to his astonishment, Diana retrieved from the shelf slime secretions, crystal cores, lizard tails, an unknown powder, and pitch-black hard shells. Swallowing hard, Chunwoo contemplated summoning Barbara, as he feared he might perish in this establishment today. After a cacophony of clinking and clanking, the drink was finally prepared. This concoction is something I have meticulously crafted over time. It is undoubtedly the most dreadful drink ever. Diana moved a stool closer, perched herself atop it, and pushed the glass towards Chunwoo. Resting her chin on her hands, looking adorably expectant, Chunwoo gazed at the deep purple liquid, his heart raced with trepidation. Lifting the glass, he downed its contents in one swift motion. The air grew still. Diana watched him with eager anticipation, her expression shifting with his every reaction, fueling her excitement. Crisp and refreshing, with an unforgettable aftertaste. As the flavors swirled in his mouth, continually evolving, they brought forth an endless novelty. Diana's talent truly was astounding. Although it was undeniably delicious, Chunwoo maintained a solemn demeanor for the sake of the little cat's feelings. Perhaps this recipe has room for improvement. It isn't sufficiently unpleasant. Adopting a serious facade, he conveyed to Diana that this drink was indeed the most unpalatable he had ever tasted here. After all, he had only visited once, and the worst and best drinks were one and the same. Overjoyed by Chunwoo's remark, Diana sprang from her stool. "Wonderful. But when you say there's room for improvement, what do you mean?" Diana resumed her seat, gazing earnestly at Chunwoo. He feigned deep contemplation. "Perhaps you haven't heard of me. I hail from the neighboring Liyue, where unique ingredients abound. There exists a spice known as jueyun pepper, which is exceedingly pungent and could drastically alter the flavor of your wine." Diana listened intently, jotting down Chunwoo's words on a notepad that seemingly appeared from nowhere. "Jueyun pepper? Got it. I shall endeavor to procure some for our next concoction. If I manage to create a new drink, I will seek you out." Chunwoo nodded. "No problem. My shop is a weapon store called Nameless Artifact, located right next to Gift of Angels." Pausing momentarily, Chunwoo bashfully rubbed his hands together. "If possible, could you help spread the word?" "Absolutely." With newfound inspiration for crafting unpalatable drinks, Diana gleefully prepared for her next customer, while Chenwu quietly slipped away. Another free drink obtained. I truly am remarkable. Wait, how did I become such a miserly individual? Curse it, it's all the fault of those performing. Chapter 12. The subtle shift in circumstances in the days following Chun Wu's return from the Cat's Tail Tavern. The revenue of Nameless Artifact experienced a dramatic J-shaped surge. Perhaps it was due to the rising reputation of his shop, or possibly Diana's promotional efforts. Initially, he had harbored concerns about situating his store next to the tavern, fearing that his status as an unregistered citizen might be uncovered. Risks invariably accompany rewards. However, the strategic placement of his shop adjacent to the tavern proved beneficial for visibility. In Mondstadt, taverns are always the primary gathering spot for adventurers at dusk, particularly the renowned Gift of Angels. As these adventurers came to quench their thirst, the sight of the nearby weapon shop, intoxicated minds in tow, would surely lead to increased sales of weapons, with precious resources accumulating. Chun Wu still hesitated to make a wish. Wait, I feel it's not yet time. Continually reassuring himself, he resisted the temptation to engage the wish module. Days passed, and it seemed that Chun Wu's life had genuinely woven itself into the fabric of Mondstadt. Exchanging pleasantries with fellow patrons, purchasing flowers to charm Emily, exploring culinary delights, and occasionally venturing into the wilderness to practice elemental manipulation when the coast was clear. Just as Chun Wu believed his life had settled into a comfortable routine. The challenges facing Mondstadt began to emerge as the traveler awakened. Barbara's concert appearances dwindled significantly, as she became increasingly occupied with healing duties, leading Emily to complain incessantly in his ear. The weapons in his shop were selling remarkably well. Chun Wu had even orchestrated a promotional event in collaboration with the Adventurers Guild. Cutting out the middleman, meanwhile, the tavern, once frequented by Dialek, had seen him vanish entirely from view. Well, surely the righteous man must be quite busy. Speaking of his weapon shop, Chun Wu had recently invited the blacksmith Wagner for a drink. Given that Wagner sold lower-tier weapons suitable for novice adventurers, while Chun Wu's store catered to high-end clientele, there was no conflict of interest, resulting in a pleasant evening. In fact, they had even contemplated monopolizing Mondstadt's weapon supply together. But upon hearing of this, Gina delivered a stern reprimand, leaving both Chun Wu and the blacksmith with their heads hung low, much to Emily's amusement. The dawn of a new day broke. Chun Wu opened the doors of his shop. Stretching and yawning, he gazed out at the gray, overcast sky, letting out a despondent sigh. Why is it still cloudy? Emily peeked out from the side, glanced at the dreary weather, and retreated with a lackluster demeanor. With business hours yet to begin, Chun Wu closed the door again and returned to the dining table, preparing to tackle his unique breakfast for the day. The reason it was deemed unique was that Chun Wu had taken it upon himself to prepare it. Drawing inspiration from desserts on Earth, he had experimented and created several dishes, bringing one for Emily to taste test that morning. Wow! Delicious, delicious! Emily's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Chun Wu in astonishment. By the way, what country is this dessert from? I've never heard of it before. Chun Wu chuckled inwardly. It's a dessert from Earth. It would be strange if you had heard of it. Maintaining a serious facade, he replied, Where could you have traveled? It's only natural for you to have limited exposure. Humph. How dare you underestimate me, you deceitful, vile boss. Chun Wu collected the plates and took them to wash. How old are you? You just came out of Fontaine, and your first stop is Mondstadt, right? Emily's expression stiffened. How? How could that be? Speaking of which, did you inform your family that you left Fontaine? Without answering, Emily plopped down onto the sofa, engrossed in a novel. Chun Wu, curious about the girl who was ignoring him, approached and sat opposite her. You didn't run away from home, did you? Drying his hands, Chun Wu joined her in the living room. Emily raised her book to shield her face, and after a long pause, she sheepishly murmured, Chun Wu was taken aback. It turned out Emily was indeed a runaway beauty. Would you care to share why? After all, I'm your boss, and it's part of my duty to care about my employees' well-being. Noticing Emily's lack of response, Chun Wu boldly snatched the book from her hands, revealing a delicate face, pale and adorned with glistening tears. Exuding an air of vulnerability, Chun Wu gently ruffled Emily's hair, refraining from further questioning. The tears were eventually held back, and she defiantly lifted her chin, stating, "Who gave you permission to touch the head of such a beloved beauty? Let go of me!" Amused, Chen-Wu released his grip, noting the peculiar sensation. After all, he had always been single, with only cats for company, yet the feel was undeniably distinct that he tucked back a loose strand of hair that had fallen across Emily's face. Preparing to commence the day's business, Emily gazed at Chen-Wu's actions, her petite face flushing crimson. Once more, as Chen-Wu prepared to commence business, she remained momentarily dazed. "Hey, we're about to open the door. What are you standing there for? Hurry and lend a hand." Chen-Wu's call snapped Emily back to reality, and she gritted her teeth in response. That wretched boss only knows how to exploit me. Ignoring Emily's complaints, Chen-Wu opened the door to commence operations. Standing outside, he surveyed the overcast sky, feeling a twinge of discomfort as an odd sense lingered in his heart. Approaching noon, the sky remained a dull gray, devoid of any signs of clearing. "Boss Chen," a faint voice reached Chen-Wu's ears that he looked up and thought, "Oh no, Bennett is here again." Under Emily's quizzical gaze, Chen-Wu pulled Bennett out of the shop. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he asked, "Is something the matter?" He couldn't afford to let Bennett linger in the store. What if an incident occurred? Bennett had a new bandage wrapped around a different spot on his body, which was alarming to behold. "It's nothing serious, just that Barbara asked me to relay a message. She said that Captain Chen has been exceptionally busy these days and won't be able to come. She hopes Boss Chun can come to discuss some matters." Chun-Wu nodded. "All right, I will go. You should also be careful. This new injury seems to be a repeat of an old one." Bennett rubbed his nose and gave an awkward chuckle. "I'll do my best." Watching Bennett walk away, Chen-Wu finally felt a sense of relief. Yet the strange sensation in his heart did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified. Seizing the opportunity with no customers around, Emily hung up the closed sign and stood at the door, her face a picture of curiosity as she watched Chen-Wu. Chen-Wu earnestly advised Emily that the next time she encountered Bennett, she should avoid him whenever possible. If she couldn't, she must not let him enter the shop, as it could be life-threatening. Chapter 13. The formal invitation from the Knights of Favonius. After lunch, Emily headed out for supplies, leaving a small note for Chen-Wu. Chen-Wu smiled and wrote a note in return before setting off towards the Knights of Favonius. Outside Qin's office, he knocked a few times. "Come in." Upon entering, he was greeted by a considerable number of people inside. Qin, Kia, Lisa, Amber, and Eula were all present. Chen-Wu's throat felt dry as he thought, "Have I been investigated?" "Hello, everyone," he greeted weakly. Qin stood up. "You finally made it." A sinking feeling gripped Chen-Wu. Surely these individuals hadn't waited for him all afternoon. Stealing a glance at Amber, who noticed his gaze and returned it with a radiant smile, offering him a reassuring look. It seems nothing serious has occurred. Chen-Wu's anxiety began to ease, noticing Chen-Wu's tension. Qin reassured him, "There is no need to be nervous that I asked Bennett to summon you here, because we actually have a matter to trouble Boss Chen with. Please go on out if the Knights require assistance from someone like me. I will certainly lend my strength." Chen-Wu expressed his determination. As long as his identity remained undiscovered, he was amenable to anything. Kia straightened from his previous leaning against the wall and approached Chen-Wu, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I trust in your eagerness to help, Boss Chen, but recently the wild monsters have become increasingly active, and the number of injured adventurers is rising." Qin interjected, "I'll be direct. Not long ago, we received news that both you and Miss Emily from your establishment are holders of the vision. Given the recent monster activity in the wild, which is still manageable, we hope to enlist your shop's assistance. Should the Knights find themselves shorthanded, we would appreciate Boss Chen's help." Chen-Wu did not agree immediately, knowing full well that everything would be resolved once the traveler awakened. He felt no pressing need to intervene. However, accepting the invitation from the Knights would facilitate his establishment in Mondstadt. Surveying the room, he nodded. "I can agree, but if matters extend beyond my capabilities, I hold a fondness for my hometown." Amber smiled at Qin. "See, I knew Chen-Wu would agree." Qin nodded. "Thank you. It's no trouble at all. When I first arrived in Mondstadt and managed to secure the shop, it was also thanks to Captain Qin. Now that you need my assistance, naturally, I must help." Captain Qin nodded and handed Chen-Wu a contract, resuming her usual busy state. Chen Wu meticulously reviewed it and noted the new requirements regarding tax exemptions for his shop. Specifically, unconditional priority supply of weapons to the knights. After 1 year, the exemption would change to a tax reduction. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Signing decisively, he watched as Qin stamped the contract with a crimson seal, making it officially binding. Following this, Chen Wu engaged in light banter with Kia, and he suddenly felt a pang of regret for not having met him sooner. However, while they exchanged pleasantries, Chen Wu took Kia's words with a grain of salt. Well aware of his ulterior motives, after bidding farewell to Amber and Eula, Chen Wu departed, casting a glance at Lisa, who waved back with a cheerful smile. How tempting. As he walked back to the nameless weapon, he contemplated the batch of weapons Qin had just ordered. Suddenly, he remembered the note Emily had left for him, that he fished out the neatly folded blue paper from his pocket. Dear heartless boss, greetings. Though I hesitate to admit it, you have indeed taken good care of me. You were right. After fleeing from Fontaine, I came directly to Mondstadt. You must be curious as to why I left Fontaine. Truthfully, it was simply because I detested it there. The people, how shall I say, are entirely different from those in Mondstadt. But enough about Fontaine. Speaking of which, boss, you are quite generous. Who has a salary as high as mine? I feel as if I am being spoiled. Lastly, I just wanted to say sorry and goodbye. Thank you for your care, but I believe I should continue my travels. Farewell, boss. Damn it. Chen Wu couldn't help but curse. That little girl dared to run off. Setting aside the fact that monsters had begun to gather outside Mondstadt recently, with Emily's limited strength, how could she have made it out safely? What a worry. He opened the system and accessed the character module. Using all the materials and experience books he had gathered, skyrocketing his level from 30 to 54, and he then opened the wish module, executing a tenfold wish. As he reached the 70th draw, a radiant golden light shimmered enticingly. The Painbringer, the Skyward Blade. He promptly sheathed the Skyward Blade into the scabbard at his right side, and its level automatically increased to 54. Checking the map, Chen Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. The system was impressive. After a sleepless night tinkering with its functions, he discovered that he could set teammate markers on the map, and he quickly marked Emily's position. Finding her marker, he noted she was situated between Springvale and Dawn Winery, conveniently near a statue of the Seven. Clicking to teleport, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he checked the map, noting that Emily was not far to the southwest, but he stealthily maneuvered past several groups of hilichurls. And then he spotted Emily facing an ice abyss mage. Well, isn't this a classic damsel in distress scenario? Chen Wu observed, feeling a mischievous urge as he saw Emily was unscathed. Just as he prepared to retrieve his employee, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Startled, he sidestepped and turned to find Master Dialek. No, I mean Boss Dialek. What are you doing here? Chen Wu whispered. Dialek paid no mind to Chen Wu's address, gesturing for him to remain silent, and pointed toward Emily's left side. Chen Wu surmised there must be monsters lurking there as well, so he followed Dialek as they circled around. Throughout the process, Chen Wu kept a portion of his attention on Emily, who appeared to be fine. Dialek halted, casting a glance at Chen Wu before. Without further ado, he unsheathed his great sword, infused with fire element, and charged forward. Bam! Chen Wu followed suit, gripping the skyward blade in his hand, channeling the wind element throughout his body, propelling himself faster than Dialek. But he soared past Dialek and the abyss mage beneath his sword, sweeping up the fire element surrounding Dialek, unleashing a powerful strike that landed on the abyss mage's shield before Emily. Darn! Why isn't the shield shattered yet? Listening to the abyss mage's twisted and ear-piercing laughter, Chen Wu felt a surge of irritation. With his left hand, he pulled Emily behind him and shouted at Dialek, "Send a fire strike my way." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed. Moonlight/Dialek's exclusive version. This was not a skill from the game. A blade of fire cleaved through the air, igniting the grass below. Chen Wu harnessed the wind element's energy, maximizing the damage, and then the shield shattered. Having previously sheltered behind Chen Wu, Emily now emerged, thrusting her spear into the abyss mage's body. That as for bullying me earlier. Chapter 14. Establishing a strategic partnership with Dialek reclining on a luxurious sofa. Chen Wu felt a tinge of enjoyment. Behind him, Emily awkwardly kneaded his shoulders. The two were currently at the Dawn Winery, owned by Dialek, and it was undeniable that this was the epitome of indulgence. Opulence. Upon glancing at the several nines of Mora displayed in his backpack, Chenwu pondered, "It seems I need to undertake some renovations. Perhaps I could acquire a few more properties. I might even consider making arrangements in advance to purchase some real estate in Liyue." A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Wu's mind. "Truly, I am exceptional. However, the calamity concerning the Anemo dragon in Mondstadt has begun to stir, and the exchanges between Mondstadt and Liyue are likely nearing an end. Furthermore, the diplomatic delegation from the Winter Kingdom, the Fatui, will soon arrive in Mondstadt. Thinking about it, such good days are numbered." Chenwu mentally reviewed the holders of the vision in Mondstadt, and it appears that the only reliable and capable individual he could connect with is none other than Dialek. Time swiftly passed as he remained lost in thought, while Emily, on the other hand, had begun to feel the strain in her hand. With a slight shake, 648 did not cough. "That is not it." Emily, somewhat annoyed, exerted more strength, prompting Chenwu to return to reality and feel the pressure on his shoulder. Emily smirked triumphantly, immediately halting her actions. Chenwu feigned a cold demeanor. "Do you realize your mistake?" What exactly was the mistake?" "I don't know." As Chenwu turned around, he caught sight of Emily making a funny face. She was indeed adorable, but Lord Dialek. Chenwu stood up, as maintaining respect in the presence of a formidable figure was of utmost importance. Emily observed Chenwu rising, skeptical of his words, remembering how he often teased her in the shop. "You cannot fool me. Absolutely impossible. I've been deceived enough times already." As she spoke, Emily circled around and settled onto the sofa. As her gaze shifted with her movement, Hello!" Just as Emily sat down, she sprang back up immediately. Dialek nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Dialek take a seat in front of him, Chenwu prepared to engage in their customary exchanges of flattery. Emily, however, shrank to one side, fearful of being implicated. "Thank you for earlier. I did not expect your agility, Master Dialek." Dialek adopted an imposing posture befitting a powerful figure, his expression as consistently indifferent as ever. Or rather, expressionless. "Your Grace, you are quite commendable as well. It seems that things have been rather unsettled lately. My shop assistant can just wander off and encounter abyss mages." Chenwu cast a glance at Emily. "I was wrong," came a timid voice. "However, as the owner of Dawn Winery, although your strength is extraordinary, I presume your business has been somewhat affected recently. No matter. Beep. Why is this person so difficult to communicate with?" Chenwu found himself at a loss for words and could only speak plainly. "Then I shall be forthright, through various means. I have come to learn about the troubles Mondstadt is about to face and hope to establish a collaborative understanding with you, Master Dialek." Chenwu retrieved a contract from his space, already signed with his name, and placed it before Dialek. Emily peered curiously from the side, but was pulled back to the sofa by Chenwu. Dialek glanced at Chenwu, silently picking up the contract. The air was thick with silence, and after a long pause, Dialek set the paper down, took a pen from the side, and signed his name. "A commendable idea, although you have formed an alliance with those knights. I doubt they have ever considered such matters given their information-gathering capabilities." Chenwu smiled, the tension in his heart finally easing. A pleasant collaboration, Dialek mused. "However, do you not intend to join the Mondstadt Commerce Guild?" Chenwu was taken aback. He had forgotten about this matter. "Then let us discuss these affairs when the winds calm down." Emily's eyes widened in confusion. "What just happened? What should I do? What is going on?" "Well then, it is a pleasure to meet you, the Dark Knight of Mondstadt." After bidding farewell, Chenwu took Emily's hand and led her back, seeking a nearby teleport anchor. Initially intending to teleport directly via the map, the system indicated that he could only teleport freely. Fortunately, Emily, being a holder of the vision, could also utilize the teleport anchor. Otherwise, given the distance, Chenwu might have ended up returning alone. Soon, the two found themselves back at the nameless vessel. Chenwu casually prepared 2 bowls of noodles. The kitchenware he had purchased earlier finally came in handy. Emily gazed eagerly at the 2 bowls of noodles shielded by Chenwu. "Now do you realize your mistake? Why did you suddenly decide to run away? And calling me a heartless boss? There isn't a single boss across Teyvat who treats you better than I do. I did run, but not completely. Emily muttered softly, her hair bobbing restlessly. Chenwu sighed helplessly, hearing Emily's stomach grumble. There won't be a next time. I promise there will be a next time. Ultimately, Chenwu gave the noodles to Emily, accepting his fate with the employees he had recruited. Watching Emily completely engrossed in her bowl of noodles, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Chenwu felt that something within Emily had changed. He couldn't quite articulate it. But he was certain something was different. After finishing their meal, both decided against having dinner later that evening, with the sign hanging on the door reading "Closed for business." "Boss, I think I should head back now. I seem to be a bit tired today." Chenwu nodded, watching Emily return to her room. Glancing at the sky, it was still light out. Chenwu stepped outside. He intended to check the Knight's headquarters for any unsold properties in Mondstadt. Speaking of buying a house, I really want to go to Liyue and find an adeptus to make me a pot too. According to the storyline, the Anemo dragon would soon begin roaming outside the city, and not long after, the Fatui would arrive. Time seems to be growing rather tight. Upon arriving at the Knight's headquarters, Chenwu lightly knocked on the door, but received no response. After some contemplation, it seemed best to enter directly. As expected, there was not a soul in sight. Chenwu walked in and glanced at the desk. The magazine about Barbara is still open. Hiss. That swimsuit is quite revealing. Yet, the presence of such intriguing items suggested some pressing matters had arisen. "What are you doing?" A gentle voice floated from behind him, that accursed softness sending a chill coursing down his spine. Nothing at all." Chenwu silently lowered the magazine in his hand, too afraid to turn around. From the sound of it, it seems that is not the voice of Captain Jean. Is it? Summoning his courage, he resolved to face his fate. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Chapter 15. The first encounter with Noelle the newcomer was clad in a combination of maid attire and knightly armor. She was Mondstadt's little maid. Noelle. But why is she here? Isn't Noelle usually called upon by various people to offer her assistance? Her appearance here is likely to help cover up the magazine for Jean, casually placing the magazine back on the desk. He retracted his hand without drawing attention that Noelle's eyes widened as she watched Chenwu set down the magazine, certain that the person in the magazine was indeed Barbara. You wouldn't he? Chenwu let out a sigh of relief. Thankful that the visitor was Noelle. Such a kind maid would surely be easy to deceive. "You must have seen it all." "Yes, what you saw is true, that I have heard Captain Jean mention you. Your name is Noelle." "Correct. Captain Jean said you are a person who keeps promises and guards secrets. So, how about we keep today's event a secret? If you don't tell Captain Jean, you'll be helping her while also preserving this secret." Noelle's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. "That seems right, but I must be honest. I heard that you were not selected in the 7 opportunities for knighthood." "Yes, that is correct, but I am constantly training. I will be there for anyone in need, helping everyone with my own strength. But I heard Captain Jean seems keen on having you join the next selection for knights." "Really? That is wonderful. Then I will work even harder to assist everyone." At that moment, Noelle appeared to Chenwu as if she were shimmering with light. "Do not rush. I, though unworthy, have recently received a formal invitation from Captain Jean to establish a modest collaboration with the knights. In this regard, I can offer some suggestions that if I were to endorse you." While soothing Noelle with his words, Chenwu completed the unspoken part of his sentence in his mind. "Then you would not become a knight." "But..." Noelle was once again deeply conflicted. If you were to reveal this matter, it would severely undermine the amicable cooperation between the nameless vessel and the knights of Favonius. However, if you choose to remain silent, it would mean you have aided all of Mondstadt. So, would you be willing to keep this secret? Upon hearing the phrase "help the entire Mondstadt," Noelle's eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation. After much internal conflict, she ultimately acquiesced, sidestepping Chenwu to retrieve the magazine from the table. Casting a complex glance at Chenwu, she turned and departed. As Noelle finally left, Chenwu let out a sigh of relief. Noelle truly embodied kindness and innocence. Having deceived her once, a profound sense of guilt welled up within. Such a benevolent soul, indeed, was ill-suited for the role of a knight. The little maid was simply adorable. The reason Chenwu urged the little maid to uphold her promise stemmed from a particular phrase that described Noelle. What secrets lie within Jean's private chamber? What treasures are concealed within Amber's rabbit? Count Bunny. How many peculiarities does Kia's special I mask possess? How many hiding places does Klee have for her bombs? These are secrets among secrets that prevent any inadvertent slip of the tongue. Noelle fashioned numerous roses from red fabric, roses that symbolize discretion in Mondstadt. Now, an additional query lingered. What exactly did Chenwu do in Jean's office? The sensation of purchasing a home could be as fleeting as a passing thought. Chenwu turned and left, oblivious to the whereabouts of the Knights of Favonius, and unable to secure a house. How infuriating! It's all the fault of those street performers. As Chenwu strolled through the city, twilight began to descend. Yet it appeared that certain events had transpired. At the very least, the number of patrolling knights within the city had diminished in recent days. The familiar sight of Vinny hawking his songs had also been absent. Entering Angel's Gift, Dialek was still nowhere to be found. Chenwu ordered a glass of apple cider, observing the drunken adventurers as they rambled incoherently about the dangers of the wilderness. One could only hope that the dragon calamity would not strike too soon. Returning to his own establishment, Chenwu secured the door and ascended to the second floor, standing on the terrace. Settling into a nearby rocking chair with a wine glass in hand, he gazed at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting to the narrative of Genshin Impact. Time had elapsed significantly. During his days on Earth, life revolved around attending classes, dining, reading, and indulging in games like Genshin Impact and Arc, with his sole joy derived from a golden card during a poll. He had lived in a haze, with virtually no meaningful interactions with others. Upon arriving in Teyvat, he truly experienced the people and things of this world. Even if the fixed script replayed itself, the story could still prove to be more captivating. However, it seemed that not everything progressed as scripted. According to the narrative, at this moment in Mondstadt, Grandmaster Varka had not yet set forth, nor had the Dragon Calamity occurred this early. Had it? Speaking of the Dragon Calamity, one must acknowledge that Dvalin was indeed a magnificent dragon. Dvalin had swallowed the blood of the poisoned dragon Durin, succumbing to the encroachment of darkness, and plummeting into the ruins of the Wind Dragon. Awakened from a century-long slumber, he was haunted by the whispers of the abyss and tormented by the agony of corrosion. Mondstadt had long forgotten the heroes who once protected them, welcoming Dvalin only with fear, a sentiment that would unsettle anyone. In the narrative, only the traveler possessed the ability to purify Dvalin's tears. The system began to bind him to the traveler's skills, leaving him uncertain whether this purifying ability had been conferred upon him. With the dwindling number of knights in the city, Chenwu could only contemplate three possibilities. The first, an increase in protective measures for trade routes against the encroaching Hilichurls. The second, Lisa, surprisingly, had not been slacking. Perhaps this genius had already detected signs of geological disturbances. The third, the Anemo Archon had awakened and was preparing to cause trouble. Of course, if the second scenario unfolded. The third would not be far behind. One could broadly interpret the awakening of the Anemo Archon preparation for rampaging outside the city, geological disturbances, elemental upheaval, Lisa's discovery. Thus, at present, the first possibility seemed the most plausible. What? You say Lisa is also absent? Oh, that's quite normal. Lisa prioritizes skincare and would never compromise her rest for overtime. At least, every time I visited the library, I never found Lisa there. Instead, that Hilichurl linguist was frequently practicing diligently. Frequent visits to the library had allowed Chenwu to learn a few phrases from the Hilichurl linguist, such as Aba Osida, meaning from sunrise until lunchtime, and Unta Osia, meaning from lunch until sunset. It appears that lunch holds significant importance for the Hilichurls. Another amusing term was Ho, referring to the little yellow rabbit Homo. This evoked a shudder in Chenwu, who had once been ensnared by the abyss, as he felt a pang of pain. Fortunately, he had finally escaped the torment of low scores. Having drained his glass, night had deepened, and Chenwu retired to his bedroom, ready for sleep. Chapter 16. Emily's strange illness. Upon waking, Chenwu dutifully performed the 9th set of National Elementary School radio calisthenics. This was the quintessential choice for physical well-being, a staple of countless childhoods. Emily stumbled into the room, clad in an oversized black shirt, If you're not awake yet, you should return to sleep for a while. Seeing Emily's lackluster demeanor, Chen Wu, feeling unexpectedly charitable, decided to grant his sole employee a day off. Emily, still somewhat groggy, instinctively nodded at Chen Wu's words and turned to head back to her room. In a rather dramatic turn of events, she suddenly collapsed. Chen Wu reacted swiftly, catching Emily before she could fully hit the floor. With a faint sigh, he lifted Emily in his arms and gently nudged the door open with his foot. Surveying the surroundings, the room had changed little since its initial state, save for being noticeably cleaner. He laid Emily down on the bed, perplexed as to why she appeared so utterly exhausted that a slight smile crept across his face. Wondering what delightful dream she might be having, he pulled the blanket from the side and gently covered Emily. Observing her peaceful slumber, Chen Wu felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over him. Yes, it seemed white. Exiting the room, he set about preparing breakfast for the day. Nothing extravagant, merely warm milk and a sandwich. After attending to his own meal, he carried the breakfast he had prepared for Emily upstairs. Entering Emily's room, he placed the breakfast on a nearby table. Watching Emily continue to sleep soundly, an excellent idea suddenly struck him. Cautiously pinching her nose, he waited. After a moment, Emily furrowed her brow, her lips slightly parting. Abba, is she really not waking up? Chen Wu mused, gazing at Emily in astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to risk waking her. The reason he deemed it risky was that there had been an incident before where incessant knocking on her door had led to an icy, elemental greeting upon her opening it. Chen Wu steeled himself, reminding himself that waking Emily was for her own good. Rising, he positioned himself at the edge of the bed, carefully tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and leaned in close to her ear. Chen Wu shouted, "Time to get up." Immediately after, he darted to the side, summoning wind elemental energy in his palms, watching Emily closely. However, she merely frowned in discomfort, rolling over slightly and mumbling. Chen Wu regarded Emily with confusion. This doesn't seem right. No matter how oblivious he was, it became clear that Emily was genuinely unwell. Is it somnolence? Generally, a wielder of a vision would possess significantly better physical constitution than an ordinary person. Although the previous day's battle had been somewhat exhausting, it shouldn't have rendered Emily incapable of waking up. How peculiar. Chen Wu shook his head in bewilderment, contemplating that he might not be able to purchase a house today after all. The morning air retained a hint of coolness, with the nameless artifact sign still hanging forlornly in the doorway. Stepping outside, he made his way toward the Favonius Cathedral. Today's weather appeared quite pleasant, with a cerulean sky and golden sunshine. The dreariness of the previous days had dissipated, lifting the oppressive feeling that had lingered. Passing by the statue of the Anemo Archon, Chen Wu sighed softly, realizing that finding a suitable employee was quite the hassle. Upon entering the cathedral, he was relieved to find Barbara still present. From a distance, Barbara spotted Chen Wu and waved. "Long time no see. How have you been? Any troubles lately?" The familiar tone, reminiscent of a mother's tender inquiry. Chen Wu donned a cheerful smile. "I've been all right. Do you have a moment? I'd like you to check on Emily. It seems she's unwell." Barbara gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Isn't Miss Emily also a wielder of a vision? How could she fall ill so easily? Just a moment. I'll be right there. Turning back, Barbara found another nun in the cathedral, informed her that she would not be participating in the choir activities that day, and hurried back to Chen Wu. "Let us go. I hope I can help Miss Emily." It must be said that walking alongside Barbara was a rather perilous endeavor. Barbara was exceedingly well known in Mondstadt. While she was in the cathedral, people hesitated to approach her. However, now, with Barbara walking alongside a stranger, the effect was explosive that a throng of onlookers surged forth, causing Chen Wu to grab Barbara's hand and flee. Once they reached an obscure corner of the city, Chen Wu released the small hand he had been clutching. A blush tinged Barbara's cheeks, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. Chen Wu watched as Barbara ran for quite some time, yet showed no signs of breathlessness, which prompted him to laud her. Barbara beamed with a radiant smile. "It's nothing. I usually train harder than this to be a competent idol." Chen Wu nodded in agreement. "Let us go. I must admit, I overlooked your influence in the city." "All right. The two walked in silence until Chun Wu suddenly inquired, "I've heard you enjoy eating dried fish." "Yes. I would prefer it even more if it were spicy. By the way, I still have some spicy drink with me. Would you like to try it?" "Sure, but my shop is just ahead. Let us discuss it inside." Chun Wu felt a sense of aversion. Having heard that Barbara's spicy drink was devilishly fiery, akin to the eruption of a volcano, it was a level of heat comparable to the formless fire, an intensity that far surpassed even the minor blazing tree level. Roughly 3 times hotter than the latter. Upon entering the shop, Chun Wu gestured for Barbara to head to Emily's room on the 2nd floor while he went to the kitchen to prepare a portion of spicy dried fish. He also warmed a cup of milk for Emily. After completing everything, Chun Wu ascended to the 2nd floor, just about to enter Emily's room when Barbara emerged. She grabbed Chun Wu and pulled him downstairs. "So, what is wrong with Emily?" Barbara furrowed her brows, catching a whiff of the spicy dried fish as she entered the kitchen. "Wow, it's my favorite spicy dried fish." Chun Wu chuckled helplessly, finding it hard to reconcile Barbara's childlike behavior with her status as a renowned idol in Mondstadt. Miss Emily doesn't seem to have any serious ailments, but the elemental flow within her appears somewhat off. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. However, I can assure you that Miss Emily's life is not in jeopardy. The most likely scenario is that she will sleep for several days and feel perpetually fatigued. It indeed seems to be a peculiar new illness. Ultimately, Chun Wu smiled as he held the spicy dried fish, leaving a tearful Barbara outside the door. Elemental issues? Chun Wu pondered, realizing he needed to consult someone else. Chapter 17. The True Genius. Lisa, that it seems that among all those in Mondstadt who have delved deeply into elemental research, Klee's mother is indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, she has joined an expedition team at this moment. Albedo was engrossed in research on the snowy mountains, sketching hilichurls, making him an inconvenient choice. Moreover, Albedo's focus on alchemy leans more towards the branch of creating life, which does not align with Emily's condition AS for sugar. Sugar? No, both she and Albedo are focused on alchemical studies, and Chun Wu felt uneasy about consulting them regarding elemental matters AS for Barbados. He had not been seen singing for several days, and it seemed he had entirely ceased his activities. Thus, the only suitable individual would be the librarian of the Knights of Favonius, Lisa. According to the knowledge in Chun Wu's mind, Lisa had studied at the Academia in Sumeru for 2 years, where she was lauded by the scholars as a once-in-200-years genius, which Sumeru is renowned for its academic excellence, with scholars from Sumeru dispersed across Teyvat. Their Dendro Archon is also referred to as the God of Wisdom. Hence, Chun Wu decided to seek Lisa's assistance, but it was not due to a fleeting infatuation. Re-entering Emily's room, Chun Wu observed the quilt she had kicked off, swallowing hard, although springtime was delightful. As the shopkeeper, he must be a good person. After covering Emily with the quilt, Chun Wu departed, embarking on a journey to find Lisa. Lisa, sister, in previous visits to the library, Lisa had always been absent. The only time he had seen her was during the formal collaboration meeting with the Knights of Favonius. He could only hope that today the library would be chaotic, putting Lisa in a good mood to work for a while, that he had heard that Lisa's work efficiency was astonishing, granting her ample fragmented time to indulge, such as savoring a cup of afternoon tea. How enviable! Upon arriving at the library, Lisa was indeed not present, and Chun Wu felt a headache. I should not have held expectations regarding Lisa's dedication to her work. Frustrated, he exited the library and glanced up at the confinement room, recalling that it had been a while since he had seen Klee. That he had heard that recently, Klee had accidentally detonated a newly developed bomb in the city. Although there were no casualties, Jean had nonetheless sent her back to confinement. Poor Klee. After slipping a bag of Mora to the knight outside the confinement room, Chun Wu entered with a smile. Quietly opening the door, he found Klee engrossed in some activity, her expression focused, oblivious to the door's opening. Chun Wu deftly controlled the wind element to mask the sound of his footsteps against the floor. Upon closer inspection, he saw Klee holding a paintbrush, doodling on a piece of paper. "Little Klee, what are you drawing?" "Ah!" Klee screamed in fright, her brush flying from her hand as she leaned back. Chun Wu quickly steadied the stool, preventing her from falling. "Phew, you scared me to death. It's just you, Brother Chun Wu," Klee exclaimed, bouncing off her stool and circling Chun Wu with keen interest. "Oh, How strange. How did you get in? Can you take me out? Chun-Woo chuckled. The idea of taking Klee out was absurd. A gentleman does not stand under a perilous wall. Being discovered by Jean is one thing, but being stealthily handed a couple of bombs by Klee is another matter entirely. I came because Brother Chun-Woo missed you. Worried you might be bored in confinement, so I specially came to chat with you. Chun-Woo lied without batting an eye. Deceiving a child was child's play. Upon hearing Chun-Woo's words, Klee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Klee could respond, Chun-Woo picked up the drawing on the table, forcibly interrupting her spellcasting. Little Klee, is that perhaps a drawing of Captain Jean? Yes. The drawing depicted two wooden doors, with Klee running ahead while Jean chased after her, claws bared. The style was abstract, but it was discernible. Being a child, Chun-Woo understood. He had drawn far worse at her age. However, judging by the concept in this drawing, it seemed that Captain Jean had left quite an impression on Klee. Klee, what is it? Klee widened her adorable eyes, swaying her body back and forth. Chun-Woo strategically took a step back, overwhelmed by her cuteness. It's nothing, he said, rubbing his nose and confirming there was no issue. Well, Klee, I have things to attend to at my shop, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. All right, goodbye, Brother Chun-Woo. Klee waved her hand, bidding him farewell as he stepped outside. Ah! Little cutie, what are you doing here? Could it be? Are you looking for me, your sister? As Chun-Woo closed the confinement room door, waving back at Klee, Lisa's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Yeah, Klee really brings good luck. Next time I'll wish for something, I'll come find her first. Silently rolling his eyes, Chun-Woo turned to face Lisa, who stood before him, her chestnut hair cascading down, adorned with a purple witch's hat, atop which rested a purple rose. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Actually, I came to seek your assistance with something. Lisa twirled a strand of hair with her left hand. There are always so many matters and troubles. It would be better to spend some time chatting with your sister. TSK. Chun-Woo was not well acquainted with Lisa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have always missed her. The fact that he could see her today was undoubtedly due to Klee's influence. It seems I must resort to my trump card now. Without hesitation, Chun-Woo knocked on the door adjacent to the confinement room, where Jean was seated, attending to her work. I apologize for the interruption, Captain Jean. Upon seeing Chun-Woo, Jean stood up, her expression somewhat puzzled. Hello. Chun-Woo, what can I assist you with? Or, is there a lapse in our collaboration? Chun-Woo swiftly pulled Lisa inside. The texture is exquisite. Thankfully, I wasn't electrocuted. Chun-Woo grasped Lisa's hand, but promptly released it. Actually, Emily has exhibited some symptoms. Miss Barbara has already checked on her and mentioned it relates to elemental issues that I hope to seek the knight's assistance. Jean observed Lisa's reluctant expression and smirked slightly. All right then, let us have Lisa assist us. Lisa looked shocked at Jean, realizing she had been sold out. Jean, fine, I want tea come in the afternoon. Lisa turned and exited, letting out a soft sigh. More troubles to deal with. Chun-Woo grinned, bidding Jean farewell, and returned to the nameless vessel with a reluctant Lisa. Treating guests to meals had seemingly become Chun-Woo's hospitality method. This time he prepared tea leaves pilfered from Dialek and a deluxe vegetable soup for Lisa. Chun-Woo knew that Lisa favored vegetable soup due to its ease of preparation. He simply tossed all the vegetables into the pot for a hearty stew. This convenience suited her lazy nature. But for someone like Chun-Woo, who had high culinary standards, it was somewhat unacceptable. Perhaps their discord began with food. Chapter 18. Elemental flow, geomantic cycle, temporal shift. Your little cutie is upstairs. ISNT she? At this moment, Lisa's face bore no trace of impatience. Instead, she appeared eager and ready for action, that in her focused state of work. Lisa exhibited remarkable abilities. Without waiting for Chun-Woo's response, she ascended the stairs and entered Emily's room. Chun-Woo prepared a vegetable soup and made some additional staple dishes. Although it was still somewhat early for lunch, Chun-Woo, having run errands all morning, found himself quite hungry, that he consumed half of the meal. Lisa approached with a contemplative expression. She took a seat without ceremony and elegantly sipped the vegetable soup. Quite delicious, with a pleasant texture, Lisa remarked, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Darling, how about you become my chef in the future? I assure you, the salary would far exceed your current earnings. No need for that. Chen Wu replied expressionlessly, refusing the tempting proposal, internally lamenting, Emily, I am preserving my virtue for you. He offered himself a slight consolation. So, can you discern the issue at hand? Chen Wu inquired cautiously after Lisa finished her meal. Lisa settled onto the adjacent sofa, casually removing her purple magical hat and placing it on her lap. Her chestnut locks cascaded over her shoulders, leaving Chen Wu momentarily awestruck. Before he quickly regained his composure, he then noticed a faint smile playing at the corners of Lisa's mouth. Chen Wu surmised that he was likely the subject of her amusement. But he dared not ask, seeking only stability, particularly within the context of Lisa's peculiar state. How shall I explain this to you? Her condition of excessive drowsiness has both advantages and disadvantages. Lisa paused. The benefit is that once she awakens, she will be more attuned to the elements. After taking a sip of tea, Lisa hesitated to mention the drawbacks. And what are the drawbacks? Patience, please. The downside is that her physical condition serves as a forewarning for Mondstadt. In short, you need not concern yourself with the details. Simply await the traveler's arrival, and once they purify Turin and resolve the dragon disaster, all will be well. Lisa hesitated a moment. In fact, I have only encountered this condition in a biography, and I am unclear about the nature of the forewarning crisis. After speaking, Lisa departed, perhaps to indulge in her afternoon tea. Observing Lisa's demeanor towards him, Chen Wu felt a twinge of confusion. Did I end the game? The traveler could easily befriend Lisa, yet now it seemed impossible. Perhaps he could only marvel at the formidable constraints of the protagonist's halo. Repeating Xiangling's famous words in his mind, Chen Wu's bewilderment subsided, and he began to contemplate Emily's situation. Even without Lisa's clarification, he could surmise the implications. The awakening of Turin, with its formidable power, would undoubtedly disrupt elemental flows and the circulation of ley lines. However, he was taken aback to discover that Emily's own constitution was so extraordinarily sensitive that it reacted even more acutely than Lisa, and with greater intensity. Thus, as Lisa had indicated, once the traveler arrived, purified Turin, and resolved the dragon disaster, Emily would awaken, and her power would significantly increase. Sigh. Chen Wu lamented internally, mourning the loss of a diligent yet disobedient employee, that he reopened the system and accessed the task module, which he had not checked in ages. To his astonishment and deep relief, he discovered, due to the host's progress, the timeline has accelerated. Only 4 months remain until the traveler arrives in Mondstadt. Ding! Intelligence system detected as shut down. Message transmission failed. Please explore independently. Beep. Chen Wu cursed the system's inefficacy. Fortunately, he had decided to check the task module. That'd be why the time the traveler reached Mondstadt, Turin would already be wreaking havoc within the city. Therefore, Chen Wu gazed out at the wilderness. Turin must be preparing to wreak havoc in the wild. If that were the case, then Emily's condition would be understandable. Chen Wu speculated that Lisa had likely been aware of the elemental changes for some time, though she was uncertain about the specific triggers. I am indeed a man with a script. Chen Wu did not allow himself to feel too proud, for he had a more pressing matter to attend to, securing the venue. Since a dragon disaster was imminent, it was only natural that the Fatui would arrive as well to the Goth Hotel. If I do not profit enough more from the Fatui, I shall not bear the Chen surname. According to general theory, if the 11th Fatui is wealthy, the Fatui is wealthy, Sneznaya is wealthy, I can profit from customers. Upon arriving at the Goth Hotel, under the astonished gaze of the hotel manager, Chen Wu decisively booked all remaining rooms for the next 5 months. He could not believe that, under the interference of the World Line, the Fatui would abandon their stay at the Goth Hotel for the sake of money. Meanwhile, Emily remained in a state of half-slumber, perpetually unable to awaken. Occasionally, she could barely maintain a half-conscious state, coinciding with Chen Wu's feeding times. After feeding her, Chen Wu even found it amusing to touzle Emily's adorable hair. Not so bad, he thought to himself. Once Emily's predicament was resolved, Chen Wu set about his actual business. During the dragon disaster, it was likely that weapons in the shop would only be sold to the Knights of Favonius, given his cooperative relationship with them. While Turin wreaked havoc in the city, it would be perilous, Although the storyline claimed that there were no casualties, he did not believe it. The dragon disaster was far too dangerous. It was wise to err on the side of caution. Thus, the operation of his weapon shop during this crisis seemed unimportant. After all, once the shop opened, aside from the weapons voluntarily donated to the knights, the revenue would likely be negative. It was better not to open at all. With the populace preoccupied with fleeing, who would have the inclination to purchase weapons? After making this decision, Chenwu leisurely sipped his tea. Phew, Dialec's tea is truly dreadful. He summoned the system space and retrieved the city shop map he had requested from Jean. After pondering for a moment, he indeed identified a few promising locations and quietly circled them in red. Chenwu planned to make his move after the dragon disaster had subsided. After all, at that time, with the recovery of the city, he could secure properties at a lower price while also providing disaster relief funds to the knights, an endeavor that would yield multiple benefits. The following days, at the Nameless workshop, the unscrupulous owner continued to prepare his commercial strategies. Emily remained in slumber. Meanwhile, at Lisa's location, the library was rarely closed. Upon her return, Lisa immediately confined herself within her room, where the library floor was strewn with disordered books. Not this one, nor this. Where is it? How bothersome. Lisa, sacrificing her precious rest time, was determined to find a particular book. She was certain she had seen it in this very library. Yet now it eluded her grasp. After searching for a while longer, her frustration only intensified. Eventually, she paused her efforts, pulled over a nearby chair, and sat down, closing her eyes that in that moment, she finally sensed it. Such vexation should not befall a genius like Lisa. Chapter 19, Songs of the Past, fascinating. Her voice regained its elegance as Lisa sat upright, removing her magical hat to gently caress the rose atop it. I never anticipated the elemental flow would become so agitated without notice. Is this also a premonition of crisis? Or, after calming her inner turmoil, the memories in her mind gradually sharpened. The title of the elusive book was Songs of the Past, authored by an individual named Wang Xuxingo. Having never heard of this name, Lisa briefly questioned the authenticity of the book's content. Were it not for the rumor that this book was particularly left for the knights by the Anemo Archon Barbados, Lisa might have considered incinerating it. However, the current whereabouts of this book were hardly better, as it resided within the church, in the possession of a nun who held little faith in the Anemo Archon that it was likely being used to prop up a table leg in the confinement chamber. Upon recalling its location, Lisa glanced at the disarray of the library, her emotions growing complex. Do not let me discover who caused this elemental turmoil, or else I shall electrocute you. Other matters could be delegated to others. Only the organization of books was a task Lisa would never entrust to anyone else. With graceful determination, she bent down and began tidying up the scattered volumes. This is exhausting. After lamenting, Lisa covered her mouth. Why has my temper become so volatile? That's not good. It could harm my skin. Stay calm, stay calm. After some time, the library was restored to its former neatness, sunlight streaming through the windows and the bookshelves gleaming. As she opened the door, the scholars waiting outside rushed in at the sight of the library door opening. Watching everything return to normal, Lisa nodded in satisfaction, a charming smile once again gracing her lips. Upon entering the library, Lisa was somewhat taken aback. She had not expected Klee to have sneaked away again. However, such occurrences were not uncommon. Each time she watched Klee being reprimanded by Jean, it was always a source of amusement. Entering the confinement chamber, she indeed found the book propping up a table leg in the corner. After carefully stowing it away, she kindly informed Jean that Klee had once again escaped. Then, she quietly observed as Jean abruptly dropped her pen and dashed out the door in the now quiet room. Lisa could not help but chuckle. Returning to her room, Lisa shed her garments and paused before the mirror to admire her figure. Indeed, I am quite enchanting, she mused after donning a loose-fitting white outfit. Lisa retrieved a cup containing a delightful beverage, a harmless concoction she had inadvertently created during her alchemical endeavors in her study. Upon taking out the Ballad of the Wanderer, she was astonished to find the book preserved in pristine condition. Having remained untouched beneath the table for so long, it seemed almost as if it were a gift from the Anemo Archon. With a respectful demeanor, she took a sip of the potion and began to delve into the book's contents. A soft sigh escaped her lips in the quiet of the room. stretching her back after such an extended period of reading. Even one who bore the vision of the divine could feel fatigue. I never anticipated it would be like this. Could it be that some formidable monster has awakened? After much contemplation, Lisa resolved to inform Jean of her findings. She took out paper and pen, documenting her discoveries and hypotheses, folding them neatly to present to Jean the following day. Meanwhile, Chenwu had made significant strides in establishing a partnership with Dailuk. Given Dawn Winery's monopoly over Mondstadt's wine industry, it had been ages since any technological breakthrough emerged. Chenwu, however, shared some modern brewing techniques he retained in his memory, securing a 1.5 profit margin from the newly developed wine. With the profit-sharing agreement settled, he returned to the nameless vessel. Due to the prolonged closure of his establishment, adventurers had begun to visit, lamenting their grievances to him. Chenwu pondered, how is it that my 3-star system-produced weapons are deemed insufficient by this band of adventurers? Analyzing his self-conducted market research, he noted that many adventurers were repeat customers, discounting several scenarios. One, that they were outbid by others. Point two, that they momentarily overreached, challenging higher-tier monsters and suffering defeat. Point three, that they acted as intermediaries, profiting from the price discrepancies. Although Chenwu was not financially strained, he wished for Mondstadt's adventurers to grasp a crucial truth. While his weapons were of high quality, they should not be greedy. If you understand, give me a thumbs up. He copied this sentiment onto a poster and affixed it to the door of his shop, which remained closed for business. After a moment of reflection, Chenwu sensed he had stumbled upon a secret to wealth. This is what they call hunger marketing, isn't it? Truly, I am quite clever. Immersed in self-admiration, he disregarded the envious gazes of nearby adventurers and calmly retreated indoors. Securing the door behind him, after feeding Emily as per routine, he hung a strategic business blueprint in a conspicuous place within his bedroom, allowing for timely adjustments whenever inspiration struck. Glancing over his plans, Chenwu felt a surge of satisfaction. Life as a transmigrator was, indeed, rather monotonous. For a moment, he reflected on how he had genuinely begun to integrate into this pastoral city. The initial anxiety and tension of his arrival had faded unnoticed. Now that he had established himself in Mondstadt, how would he handle matters in Liyue? A headache ensued. Repeating Xiangling's famous saying, he resolved not to dwell on future concerns. Presently, the pressing issue remained the Anemo dragon, Dvalin. But Dvalin's absence from the skies meant that without the traveler bringing emergency supplies to Mondstadt, the timeline would remain stagnant. After some contemplation, Chenwu realized that his options were limited to one: wait. Nothing but waiting. Since the mountain would not come to him, he would remain where he was, incessantly fortifying himself. Sitting on his bed, he pondered the glass bead vision gifted by Veni. This object was quite intriguing. By infusing it with Anemo energy, it transformed into a vision of the wind element. According to Veni, injecting various elements would produce corresponding visions. That it was a pity that Chenwu could not venture into Liyue at the moment. Otherwise, he would relish the opportunity to experience creation as capabilities. What if he could mold a colossal stone statue using geo-energy and subsequently harness the power of light? The imagery was quite moving. Setting aside those fanciful daydreams, Chenwu began to contemplate his shortcomings. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. But if he could not even clarify his own situation, what could he possibly achieve? After much thought, he transcribed his circumstances on a paper. In terms of elemental manipulation, through self-exploration and self-study in the library, he had become proficient in Anemo enchantments, basic shaping, and concentration. This barely met his expectations. That 2 for weaponry, the Skyward Blade was sufficient for his needs for the foreseeable future. Point 3 relics. He possessed none. Although his account was brimming with relics, he realized a serious issue just before an adventure. In Teyvat, one must pray for the blessing of relics before embarking on quests. The question then arose: what were the prayers? Chenwu was left perplexed, as he had yet to thoroughly explore the content of the prayers. In terms of funds, he deemed himself invincible, proudly claiming to be the richest in all of Teyvat. The number of zeros and nines in his pocket was beyond his reckoning. Point 5 regarding experience, he frequently utilized waypoint teleportation to traverse Mondstadt, engaging in battles against hilichurls and abyss mages. His experience was acceptable, perhaps. As he wrote, Chenwu's mind began to race. What was lacking? First and foremost, a wife. After jotting that down, he hesitated, sighing at the trials of life. He continued to list several other deficiencies, ultimately deciding to tuck the paper beneath the table. The content seemed of little use in enhancing his true strength, so what other areas remained flawed? Retrieving a cup of dandelion wine from his space, Chenwu opened the window and gazed quietly at the birds outside. That a gentle breeze caressed his face, refreshing him. The wind carried the laughter from the tavern, the ballads of bards in the square, and the weary breaths of knights practicing their swordsmanship. Once the cup was emptied, the playful wind ceased its frolic. Chenwu closed the window, having received his answer. Indeed, he realized that what he lacked was a proper swordsmanship technique. Perhaps in the future, he would need to learn spear techniques, magic, archery, and more. Truly, I am quite astute. Aren't I, Boss Chen? He applauded his own cleverness. Regarding swordsmanship, for Chenwu, it was not merely a fixed set of swinging techniques, but rather various subtle skills involving the sword. Quietly accessing the system, he located the character module. The skills template was still bound to the traveler, seemingly locked. Chenwu sighed. How I wish I could slice a fiery bird in twain. Despite saying that, he knew deep down that his control, practice, and affinity for elemental energy were still lacking. He was far from achieving precise elemental shaping. Other character relationships remained in the realm of slight interest, some fondness. As for Emily, the relationship was rated as highly trusted. Satisfied with this, Chenwu nodded. With the care he provided, even a cat would surely develop a high level of trust. Treating Emily like a little cat. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Not daring to dwell further, he noticed that the skills section, previously gray, now shimmered enticingly. That it seemed he could access it. Transitioning the page, he received a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the skills point allocation template and initiated intelligent guidance. Ding! System energy is insufficient. Please explore independently. Chenwu scoffed at the system's sudden prompt, suspecting it was merely a ploy for attention. Useless system. The skills page currently illuminated only the single-handed sword skill tree. Basic swordsmanship, LV2, that was it. Rather meager. The requirements for basic swordsmanship demanded a level of LV10 to upgrade. This upgrade requires 100 original stones. Do you confirm? Swallowing hard, Chenwu hesitated before proceeding. Allocating his existing resources toward essential needs might not yield a significant profit, but it certainly would not result in a loss at LV2, LV3, LV4, LV7 that the original stones had been exhausted, leaving him with none. Chenwu felt a twinge of regret. Had he not fervently wished before, he could have reached LV10 directly. Just as he was about to exit the page, he paused, puzzled. Strange after adding so many points. Why do I feel no change whatsoever? Could this system be a sham? Ultimately, he clicked the upper right corner to close it. Ding, would you like to save? Chenwu responded with a decisive beep. Save. As consciousness returned to reality, Chenwu was suddenly struck by a profound sensation at the back of his head, as if someone had forcefully admonished him with reason. That a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and his vision gradually faded into darkness. The only sound that remained was the heavy thud of his body hitting the floor, resonating dully in the air. The window, not tightly shut, swung open with a gust of wind. The afternoon breeze carried a hint of warmth, gently smoothing the furrowed brows of Chenwu. Once his sight was enveloped in complete darkness, his awareness transitioned to a blank realm. Subsequently, an indistinct figure emerged from nowhere, repeatedly practicing various sword techniques. The motions of striking, thrusting, slashing, and flicking were etched directly into his mind. That in an instant, Chenwu experienced a surreal sense of transcendence, shedding all distractions as the world before him transformed into an ink-wash painting, which swiftly melted away. The world shifted again, revealing a scene where a circle of hilichurls surrounded him, with a few hilichurl brutes lurking further away. That at some point, he found himself wielding the blade of the sky. The hilichurls surged forward, and in a state of bewilderment, Chenwu swung his weapon a few times before being torn to shreds by them. The world shattered and reformed as the hilichurls poured forth once more. Chenwu was torn apart again. After countless cycles, when Chenwu finally opened his eyes again, the number of hilichurls had dwindled significantly. Each time before being shredded, he had unknowingly made significant strides in his swordsmanship. The hilichurls he had slain did not resurrect. After several iterations, Chenwu gasped for breath, bearing multiple wounds. However, this time, he was not torn apart. Raising his gaze, he beheld the verdant grass below, while the remaining hilichurls stood frozen in a circle, motionless. Further away, the hilichurl brute sat on the ground, unresponsive. Leaning on his sword, Chenwu swayed before collapsing onto the ground, gazing dreamily at the azure sky and shouting, "I am invincible!" Ding! Swordsmanship successfully enhanced. The simulation realm is about to collapse. His consciousness returned to reality. Chenwu let out a howl. The pain was real, and his entire body ached. Struggling to crawl onto his bed, he sighed softly. It seems that reaching level 10 in swordsmanship means facing those hilichurl brutes. Raising his hand to cover his eyes, he suddenly remembered through the gaps in his fingers that it appeared that there was still an important matter left unattended. Chapter 21. Emily's pocket watch. Upon recalling that significant task, the ache in his body seemed to vanish in an instant. Chenwu made his way to the kitchen, ignited the stove, and prepared a simple meal. Ascending to the second floor, he opened Emily's door and called her awake, offering her food. Indeed, the important task was to feed her. Emily is so adorably quiet. Chenwu reflected as he observed Emily, who was about to drift back to sleep after being fed. Once the feeding was complete, Chenwu placed the plate on a nearby cabinet and gently laid Emily back down. He felt immensely grateful to Barbara for taking the time to care for Emily over the past few days. Otherwise, Chenwu believed he would have likely crossed some boundaries himself. After all, bathing and such, after lying down, Emily unconsciously murmured a thank you before falling asleep again. Chenwu chuckled. This little girl rarely displayed such courtesy. Looking at the tuft of hair atop her head, he felt a sudden itch in his palm, recalling how long it had been since he had played with it. Casually summoning the wind element, he intended to tease that tuft of hair. Oh no! It seemed that during his time in the realm of swordsmanship enhancement, his physical abilities had significantly improved. His affinity with the elements appeared to have increased as well. Perhaps it was true that a mage who could not engage in close combat was not a good mage. For a moment, Chenwu found himself unable to control the wind element he had summoned, causing it to spread uncontrollably. The wind element transformed from a solid iron sphere into a large cloud of cotton. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the wind element burst apart in the room. Elemental energy scattered like a tempest. Fortunately, no danger ensued. Only the blanket was blown to the floor, and the items in the room were left in disarray. That a flash of light caught Chenwu's eye, rather than noticing Emily's exposed white legs. His attention was drawn to the pocket watch on her wrist. That if he wasn't mistaken, the pocket watch seemed to have been activated upon contact with the elemental energy. I really want to take a closer look. Silence. After several moments of hesitation, Chenwu ultimately decided to silently cover Emily with the blanket. Tidying up the room, he muttered a few self-reproaching words before exiting. Once Chenwu closed the door, Emily quietly opened her eyes, revealing a complex array of emotions. Perhaps it was due to the dissipating chaos of the wind elements. This state of clarity did not last long before she drifted off once more. Sitting on his bed, Chenwu felt that he might truly be incapable of committing any wrongdoing now. With a wry smile, he took a moment to calm his mind before resuming his business planning. Previously, he had indeed become somewhat lackadaisical. Allocating skill points seemed to indicate that upon reaching level 10, a transformation would occur. Perhaps this was what they referred to as integration. Currently, each skill level increase required merely 100 original stones. But after level 10, whether he could continue to allocate points and whether the number of original stones required for the next tier skills would increase remained uncertain. I must open for business. I need to earn original stones. Should he display a few 4-star weapons as a gimmick to attract customers? Or perhaps directly hold an auction? For ordinary adventurers, many weapons bore elemental enhancement attributes, making them inconvenient for sale. Chenwu pondered, should he infiltrate the Fatshui organization to unlock a sales channel for those possessing the evil eye? The risks seemed considerable. Chenwu worried that his actions might be discovered by Dailak, leading to a swift demise. For safety's sake, it would be wiser to reconsider his approach. If the mountain won't come to me, I shall go to the mountain by displaying elemental enhanced weapons in the shop. If someone decided to purchase, so be it. He he would have no way of knowing their identity. After all, he was a legitimate citizen of Mondstadt. Truly, I am remarkable. Engaging in his usual self-praise, he opened the nearby table, revealing a substantial order from the Adventurers Guild. Regarding the source of the goods, Chenwu had never provided an explanation. However, he couldn't help but chuckle at the rumors circulating in the guild, which claimed, "My aunt's friend's third brother's second uncle's friend from Liu has said that this Chun boss is a genius alchemist, adept at replicating items, facilitating his weapon duplication." Ah, so this Chun boss is indeed a genius. He must be favored by the heavens to thrive in the weapon-selling business. There were many versions of the rumors, but they all conveyed a similar sentiment. Unbeknownst to him, these rumors spread widely, and on one occasion, Kia even inquired about it. Chunwu merely smiled and changed the subject, not realizing that even the Knights of Favonius had come to believe it. After all, without such explanations, it was challenging to clarify why the weapons in Chunwu's shop appeared to be identical upon acquisition. Thus, Chunwu reluctantly accepted the title of Chun, genius alchemist, weapon shop owner, wealthy individual, and during this period of closure and inactivity, rumors even surfaced. Chun boss must have made a significant breakthrough. An alchemist achieving a breakthrough must be engrossed in research for quite some time. Chunwu mused that if not for the system, he might have almost believed it himself. Nevertheless, considering the weight of these rumors, Chunwu decided to reopen and sell some 4-star weapons. Not too many, just 4 types with 10 pieces of each. However, he needed to carefully consider which ones to sell. First and foremost, weapons closely tied to Mondstadt's history should not be sold. Perhaps they could be sold in other regions later? For instance, the Windbloom series weapons were standard issue for the Knights. Selling those could lead to serious trouble. Secondly, a balanced ratio of elemental-enhanced weapons and physical damage-enhanced weapons would be prudent. Ordinary people are not suited for legendary weapons. Legendary weapons could deal a staggering 999 damage. However, this matter should not be rushed. Theoretically speaking, once the Anemo dragon, Dvalin, began to roam outside the city, and someone managed to witness it, Chunwu could then introduce these 4-star weapons. Whoosh! It would take off. Even customers from afar might come to trade with the Fatui here, that if he could build a good relationship with the Fatui and recruit some of their guards, he would reach the pinnacle of life. Chunwu still reminisced about the helplessness he felt when facing ice-spraying lances without a fire-type main character. Of course, there was also the graceful figure of the Mirror Maiden. The topic strayed far, but the foremost priority remained self-improvement. That pocket watch from earlier must also be a spatial item. I really want to take a look. Chunwu could not shake the memory of that glimmer of silver he had seen earlier. It seemed he would have to wait until Emily awakened in a few days and reached a level of affection towards him that she would willingly share the truth about it. With this thought, Chunwu found himself unexpectedly looking forward to it. Who knows what peculiar treasures Emily might unveil? After all, the technological tree of Fontaine is indeed quite distinctive. I wonder if there are any cameras or similar devices? Chunwu excitedly rubbed his hands together, truly looking forward to the arrival of that day. Chapter 22. The dragon roams the wild. Time passed inexorably. Chunwu's daily routine remained largely unchanged. Each day, he practiced his swordsmanship, communicated with the elements, and tended to a melee that if one were to insist on any change, it would be the daily limited opening hours. From 9 to 11 in the morning and from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. Strictly limited. Undoubtedly, after the reputation of the nameless artifact spread, many individuals flocked to complain to Uncle Wagner due to the closure, prompting Wagner to scowl and bark at them to leave. Fortunately, the business reopened recently, and adventurers rejoiced, opting for a spree of consumption. Chunwu sighed, realizing he had ultimately become a capitalist. Observing the sales figures, he recalled the 1-year tax exemption promised by Jean, and a smile crept across his face. While I do not particularly care about the profits earned, the thought of causing the Knights of Favonius to incur losses brings me genuine joy. Such tranquil days continued for another week. This morning, Dialec's envoy informed Chunwu that traces of a dragon had been discovered in the wild, though specific details remained unclear. Bathing in the bright sunlight, Chunwu stretched lazily. The time had come. He made his way to the hall and hung up the weapons he had prepared. If all went as expected, news of a dragon's appearance would soon circulate within the city. Thus, there would be no business this morning. Opening his backpack, he selected the weapons and their quantities. 1. Trial Blade of Rock, X10. A sword that shakes mountains and rivers, with myriad blades hidden within its edge, cleaving rock as if parting water. 2. Sword of Arrival, X10. Qinwu intended to keep this sword as a gift for the traveler, as it grants an additional boost in attack power when equipped. The Destined One. 3. Iron Peak Stab, X10. Although this sword possesses a significant connection to Mondstadt, it has drifted to the seas, with foreign merchants now selling it in no problem their point 4. Goad Longsword, X10. A double-handed sword from Inazuma, separated from Liyue by the sea, posing little danger. It can be procured, having confirmed the additional weapons. Chunwu casually closed the backpack interface. Over the past few days, there have been notable changes in the task module that a small exclamation mark appeared. Bound task. Are you still troubled by your inability to receive system notifications in a timely manner? Are you still enraged by the lack of thoughtful guidance from the system? Come gather energy for the system. Collect enough energy to update the system and become the ultimate victor on Teyvat. With no time to critique the absurdity of this task description, Chunwu felt a mix of frustration and powerlessness. The system had yet to provide any explanation regarding the energy it demanded. Abba. Utterly clueless. After perusing the details for a while without finding anything suspicious, he decided to abandon the effort. Before the morning business hours commenced, Chunwu wrote a notice on a blackboard stating that the shop would remain closed in the morning and that high-quality limited weapons would be available in the afternoon, then hung it outside the shop door. After a short while, Barbara arrived, and after assisting Amelie with some personal matters, she took the time to share some news with Chunwu. Be cautious lately. I heard that adventurers near the dragon's ruins have heard the roar of a dragon. Chunwu was taken aback. Wow! The news travels this fast now. Is the information accurate? It can't be just someone making it up, right? Chunwu feigned surprise, eliciting a satisfied smile from Barbara. Of course it's true, but it can't be disclosed yet, or it would incite widespread panic. Captain Jean has already dispatched a team to investigate. Within a few days, the specific details will be relayed back. Nodding solemnly, Chunwu responded, You need not worry too much if an unexpected event arises. The Knights will manage crowd control effectively, ensuring everyone's safety. By the way, please do not mention this to anyone, Barbara added as she prepared to leave, turning back with a playful smile, or I might get scolded by Jean. Chunwu regarded Barbara's smile. Feeling a sense of healing, he returned a thumbs-up gesture. As Barbara exited the shop, her smile faded into a frown beneath her veil. I hope everyone remains safe this time. Disguised, Barbara navigated through the crowd, taking a side path back to the church. Why is the shop closed again this morning? Don't worry. There will be new stock this afternoon. True, just wait. It's the first time I've seen someone with money not wanting to earn it. Outside, adventurers grumbled, and those with foresight had already returned home to tally their assets in preparation for a financial splurge. Chunwu lounged on the sofa in the hall, leisurely listening to the voices outside. As long as I keep the doors closed, you can't do anything to me. A quick glance at the system indicated that there were still over 2 months until the traveler arrived in Mondstadt. Standing up, Chunwu noted that his character level had now reached LV 55. Previously, in the swordsmanship secret realm, a twist of fate had led to an increase in his physical prowess. Not only had his affinity for the elements improved, but his level had also risen by 1. Perhaps this was the normal progression of leveling up in Teyvat. Relying solely on the adventures of predecessors for leveling up seemed rather disgraceful. However, I enjoy it. Why choose a simpler mode when I can challenge myself with a hellish one? Ascending to the second floor, Chunwu opened the window and gazed at the distant sky, a sudden thrill surging within him. Tartaglia, hurry up! He playfully summoned a wisp of wind elemental energy, transforming it into a small azure butterfly that danced around his fingertips before settling on the back of his hand. With a wave, he dispersed the butterfly, for the family cook must prepare today's lunch. The aroma of spices filled the entire house, and as he lifted the pot lid, a dazzling golden light burst forth, the rich fragrance wafting into the minds of all Mondstadt's inhabitants. The preceding content was merely a figment of Chunwu's imagination, that in reality, he was simply ordering takeout while treating himself to a glass of raspberry juice. Sweet and tart, it was delightful. Just as Chun Wu was about to enjoy his leisurely lunch, the shop door was knocked upon once more. With a loud smack, he irritably slammed his utensils onto the plate. "Who dares disturb my meal?" Opening the door, Chun Wu was ready to voice his annoyance. "Help me." He looked down at the cat-eared girl collapsed at his feet, hesitating. "Is this a descendant of the Catesline family?" The girl's tail curled, her face covered in dust. Lips cracked, her body wrapped in tattered rags, and a hole in her dark boots exposing her dirty toes. Chun Wu felt it necessary to summon Diana to identify the girl, wondering if she might be her long-lost sister. However, the immediate priority was to rouse this little cat girl. Lifting her effortlessly, Chun Wu carried her to the third room on the second floor. As the nameless artifact gained prominence, Chun Wu's own reputation in Mondstadt flourished. Despite the shop's considerable distance from the city gate, it was curious that this little cat girl had collapsed right outside his establishment. Such a coincidence was hard to overlook. Nevertheless, adhering to humanitarian principles, Chun Wu sensed that the frail girl posed no significant threat, that if he could save her, he would. After all, perhaps Diana would indeed recognize her. Chapter 23. The cat girl found when Amelie first took residence. Chun Wu's obsessive-compulsive tendencies flared up. Since he was tidying up anyway, he organized all 4 rooms on the upper floor, ensuring they were neat and uniformly decorated. Little did he know, this effort would prove useful. The cat girl lay quietly on the bed. Well, she was unconscious, so naturally, she was quiet. Chun Wu absent-mindedly began to peel away the layers of filthy rags draping her. Exposed skin revealed numerous scars, with several wounds already infected, that he reached out to touch her forehead. Burning hot. Taking a damp towel, he lightly wiped her exposed skin, that he hesitated to apply too much force, and as he realized how dirty she was, he felt a twinge of disdain. Oh well, it's like saving a wildcat. Shaking his head, he deemed his feelings of disdain somewhat shameful. I am truly benevolent. Avoiding the wounds, Chun Wu fetched another clean towel, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on her forehead. Goodness, having one little princess to tend to at home, isn't enough. Now I have another. Chun Wu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, pressing his hand against his forehead. It seems I'll have to call Barbara over once again. Locking the door behind him, he mused, I hope this doesn't disrupt the normal afternoon business. Speaking of which, every time he called Barbara for assistance, it wasn't without compensation. That it was due to Captain Jean's jealousy. She felt her sister was working too hard, yet was too shy to voice it. So she resorted to bullying the honest folk. Thus, she had forcefully included a clause in their collaboration agreement. Barbara would receive a friendly fee of 1,000 mora each time she came to provide her services. However, what Jean failed to realize was that Chun Wu didn't care about such a paltry sum of mora, that a sum of 1,000 mora, just a sprinkle of water. Let the commands be issued. As long as it does not pertain to my household, I shall treat them uniformly as mere tools. Ahem. However, Barbara's attentiveness towards her dear Emery is nothing short of meticulous. Despite Chun Wu's somewhat dark heart, he can still occasionally provide a serving of spicy dried fish. Yet it is precisely these few plates of crickets, spicy dried fish, that bring Barbara joy every time. Therefore, it is clear that I, Boss Chun, am indeed quite benevolent. After locating Barbara and returning from the church, quite a bit of time had elapsed. Ascending to the third room on the second floor, the towels that had been drenched in cold water no longer retained a trace of chill. In fact, they had warmed slightly. Barbara seized the towel and glanced at Chun Wu with a sidelong look. Chun Wu, perplexed, asked, What is the matter? Barbara furrowed her brow and placed her hands on her hips. Am I to change clothes in your presence? Chun Wu offered an awkward smile and stepped outside. Inside, a voice rang out. Bring me a new set of clothes. Chun Wu entered Emery's room. I apologize. I will take one of your garments this time, and next time, I will accompany you to purchase 10. Whether Emery could hear him or not, Chun Wu offered his apologies and followed the necessary protocol. He retrieved a long, white chiffon dress, glancing at the tag which indicated it had not yet seen wear. The length of the skirt should pose no issue for dressing the little cat girl. As for undergarments, Chun Wu hesitated for a moment, feeling that taking Emery's lingerie might lead to unfortunate consequences. This is a matter of instinct. Following his intuition, Chun Wu, holding the chiffon dress, quietly waited outside the third room. After a long while, boredom prompted him to manipulate the wind element, shaping a small blue bird. Though diminutive, the bird was complete in every aspect, its eyes lively and its feathers distinct. This could be regarded as Chun Wu's epic breakthrough. It has been proven that some things are not beyond your capability, but rather due to your insufficient boredom. All right, you may come in. Chun Wu perked up, finally ready, and pushed the door open with the chiffon dress in hand. Hiss! Who are you, beautiful? Meow, meow, meow. Before him stood a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her complexion, while lacking the luster of Emery's, bore a sickly pallor that exuded a delicate beauty. She was curled beneath the covers, with her arms and two petite feet exposed. Despite her frailness, her prominent features were accentuated. Even with the cover of the blanket, it could not conceal her allure. The wounds on her arms had healed completely, leaving no scars, just faint red marks. Two grayish-white cat ears twitched nervously upon seeing Chun Wu. Her purple eyes widened slightly, and her exposed feet curled tightly, adding to her cuteness. Please give me the dress. You need to wait outside for a bit, Barbara said, taking the chiffon dress from Chun Wu's hands and casting a satisfied glance at him, seemingly pleased with his taste. I will provide you with a small box of emollient. Remind her to apply it daily on the red marks. Barbara hesitated, pausing mid-sentence. Forget it, since you are here to care for Emery daily. Can you manage another? Chun Wu detected Barbara's shifting intentions and inner turmoil. That at this moment, a little spark could turn the tide. Barbara's eyes widened. Is that even possible? Double the consultation fee. But prepare 2 extra plates of spicy dried fish. All right. Chun Wu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow as he exited the room. Shortly after, laughter and the cute meow 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 of the cat girl echoed from within. Chun Wu gritted his teeth. How infuriating! Recognize your savior before you play cute. Then he reconsidered. Perhaps Barbara's contributions in rescuing the little cat were indeed greater. That said, someone must take responsibility. Chun Wu pondered for a moment. Damn it, it's all the fault of the performers. Deep within the unknown depths of the forest, Wendy sat atop an apple tree, taking a bite of an apple when she suddenly sneezed. Strange. Who could possibly be thinking of me? Could it be that my music has touched someone? How peculiar. With that, Wendy shook her head and returned to her apple. A while later, Barbara emerged from the room to bid farewell to Chun Wu. I missed the choir activity today. Double the dried fish. Thank you. Barbara's eyes sparkled. Well then, farewell. Remember to prepare the spicy dried fish next time. Chun Wu smiled. Barbara didn't inquire about the cat girl's origins nor elaborate further. However, the knights may come to visit in the afternoon. After sending Barbara off, Chun Wu had just ascended to the 2nd floor when he spotted the little cat girl timidly peering at him from the door. Chun Wu, expressionless, approached and forcibly scooped up the fluffed-up little cat girl, placing her onto the bed. What are you doing? So on guard. Chun Wu was momentarily taken aback. It seems you do not recognize me, he thought to himself. Then how did you come to seek my help? I must observe further. Chun Wu's thoughts drifted. You collapsed at my shop's entrance, presenting yourself to me, and now you question my intentions? With that, Chun Wu stood upright, pressing his hands beside the little cat girl's shoulders. The little cat girl gazed at Chun Wu with wide eyes, her body rigid. Were it not for her frailty, she might have clawed at him. Chapter 24. Lilith observing the little cat girl's demeanor. Chun Wu could no longer maintain his lecherous expression, and he reached out to stroke her gray hair, laughing unabashedly. Indeed, her fur felt delightful, soft and silky. Chun Wu straightened himself and adjusted the blanket over her. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Chun Wu smiled kindly at the wary little cat girl, his expression resembling that of a benevolent grandfather seated in the shade on a street corner. The little cat girl remained unmoved, her body still tense. Chun Wu shifted his expression into one of feigned heartbreak. Alas! You fainted at my shop as in trance, and I kindly brought you back. As a result, I had to close for the morning, and you treat me this way? Humanity is truly ungrateful. Observing the hesitation in her eyes, a smile crept onto Chun Wu's face. You are of the Quetzline lineage, are you not? Came the soft reply. Do you know Diana from Springvale? She is currently working as a bartender at the Cat's Tail Tavern. A friend of mine. Upon hearing Diana's name, the little cat girl's tense body relaxed considerably, her guard diminishing in her gaze. How about this? First, tell me your name, and I will inquire with Diana this afternoon if she recognizes you. I shall have her come to fetch you. The little cat girl's eyes suddenly misted over. No need to find her. I do not know her. Chen-Wu, reminiscing about the pleasant sensation of her fur, reached out to pat her head. Then we won't go. Do not rush. Rest for a while, and I will prepare some food for you. With that, he pinched her ear, finding it reminiscent of the cats he had raised before. A faint blush appeared on the little cat girl's pale face as she instinctively raised her hand to swat away the hand touching her ear. However, she hesitated and lowered it. Mew mew mew. Chen-Wu stood up, preparing to head downstairs to make some porridge. My name is Lilith. Chen-Wu paused. I see. Closing the door, he smiled. Adorable. Lacking suitable ingredients, he sliced ham, diced mushrooms, and juiced an apple. After a simple preparation, Chen-Wu patiently awaited the porridge to finish. After what felt like an eternity, the porridge was ready. Balancing a tray with apple juice and mushroom ham porridge, Chen-Wu entered Lilith's room. The little cat girl had fallen asleep, curled up with her ears still tense, a picture of insecurity. Chen-Wu placed the tray on a nearby table and sat at the edge of the bed, gently shaking Lilith. Meow. Lilith drowsily opened her eyes, first widening in shock at the sight of Chen-Wu, before returning to normalcy. Sorry, I fell asleep. No worries, eat something first. We lack ingredients in the shop. We can have something better tonight. Observing Lilith swallow nervously while casting cautious glances at the tray, Chen-Wu couldn't help but chuckle as he retrieved the tray. First, have a drink to soothe your throat. The little cat girl obediently complied. Subsequently, despite her evident hunger, Lilith consciously controlled her pace in consuming the porridge, displaying remarkable self-discipline. Currently, she still wore Emery's white chiffon dress. Chen-Wu planned to accompany her to buy new clothes once she regained her strength the following day. Thank you. Lilith's soft voice still held a hint of youthfulness, prompting Chen-Wu to raise an eyebrow. How old are you? I will come of age in a year. Chen-Wu, initially considering employing her at his shop, now faced a dilemma. Hiring a minor was likely prohibited, wasn't it? How did you faint in front of my shop? Were there people trying to abduct you? Chen could not help but ask this question, despite his hesitation. His concern lingered if he remained silent. Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Lilith's small hands clenched tightly, and her body trembled slightly. Goodness, such a strong reaction. Chen was taken aback and quickly grasped Lilith's frail hand. It's all right, don't be afraid if you don't wish to speak. You don't have to. You are quite safe here. Meow. Lilith suddenly burst into tears, nuzzling against Chen with a pitiful demeanor. Chen did not take advantage of the moment. He simply held Lilith quietly, without uttering a word. After a while, Lilith shyly recoiled. I come from a small branch of the Quetzline family, a tiny community where, due to the sparse population, we support one another, barely managing to survive. Chen listened attentively, and as Lilith cast a tentative glance at him, noticing his lack of impatience, she continued. One day, my uncle was out hunting and rescued a stranger. Everyone welcomed him warmly, and after he healed, he left quietly, unnoticed by anyone. And then, a month later, that night, a group surrounded the village, led by the very man my uncle had saved. Everyone was captured, and it was only later that I learned they called themselves treasure hunters. Because the Quetzline bloodline is so scarce, they intended to sell us. All the adult men in the village were killed, the women taken away, leaving only a handful of us minors, who were brought here. I once overheard them mention a transaction involving something called the Fatui. Taking advantage of their drunkenness, I managed to escape. Lilith glanced nervously at Chen after she finished speaking, then lowered her head, afraid to say more. Chen calmly absorbed Lilith's words, and bold conjectures began to form in his mind. Noticing Lilith's anxious demeanor, Chen smiled gently. Do not worry. You are safe here for the next few days that I in Mondstadt. No one can take you away. If only I could overpower them. Yes, now rest for a while. Recover your strength before we discuss anything further. I am still waiting for you to repay me for saving your life. Lilith finally smiled for the first time upon hearing this. Chen closed the door and his expression gradually turned icy that he opened the system to check the relationships, noting, Lilith trust gratitude. Chen understood that while Lilith might deceive him, the system would not. This implied that everything Lilith had just conveyed was indeed true. Damn it! A surge of anger welled up within him as he encountered the grim reality of Teyvat for the first time. Until today, amidst the comfort and interactions with the Vision Bearers, he had believed in world peace until meeting Lilith. With a deep sigh, Chen endeavored to maintain his composure, contemplating his immediate actions and the conspiracy lurking behind this situation. Lilith had fled. Those individuals would undoubtedly linger around the tavern, searching for her. With the shop bustling in the afternoon, how could they not come? I refuse to believe it. Contact the knights. With time still left before the afternoon rush, Chen slipped out through the back door. Indeed, to find a tool, one must go to the knights. Chapter 25, Second-Rate Detective. Chen Wu, Boss Chen, you still look radiant after a few days. With less than an hour before business hours, Chen sat comfortably in the shop, fully aware that the knights would come to him without him needing to search for them. Captain Kia, what brings you here today? Chen replied cheerfully. Haha, Boss Chen is joking. The last time we met at the Knights, I felt an instant camaraderie. As they say in Liu, we are like brothers from different mothers. Kia adjusted his eye patch, casting an idle glance upstairs. Recalling Lilith's words, Chen feigned nonchalance and remarked, recently, there have indeed been many troubles. First, the Hilichurls have been active in the wild, and now some have reported hearing dragon roars that I wonder what other incidents may arise in the days to come. The Knights have been quite busy as well. If anything unexpected arises, Boss Chen cannot shirk responsibility and must lend a hand. After a brief pause, Kia turned his head toward the staircase leading upstairs, where a small head suddenly ducked back. Kia turned to Chen, a smirk playing on his lips. I didn't expect you to have a fondness for such little ones. Chen awkwardly chuckled, rising to carry Lilith down and gently place her on the sofa beside him. Captain Kia may have misunderstood me. This child is someone I inadvertently rescued. The security in Mondstadt has been quite poor lately. Lilith sat quietly on the sofa, gripping Chen's arm tightly with her left hand. Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly at Lilith's demeanor, vividly illustrating the notion that Kia certainly does not appear to be a good person. Upon hearing Chen mention the security issues in Mondstadt, Kia crossed his arms. Boss Chen, are you suggesting that the security is indeed lacking? Just as Chen was about to respond, a knock echoed at the shop door. Kia stood up. The acting grandmaster has arrived. Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed, and decided to open the door. Outside stood Jean, dressed in her usual work attire, holding a gift box and wearing a smile. Chen took the box from her and welcomed her inside. Upon entering, Jean took a glance at Kia, momentarily taken aback, then teasingly remarked, Captain Kia, do you have time to spare again? Kia's gaze drifted upward as he instinctively touched his eye patch. Not responding, Jean laughed, accepting a cup of tea from Chen. Kia glanced at the tea, then turned to Chen. Why didn't I receive one? Chen pointed to the gift box. You didn't bring one, did you? Kia licked his lips. Acting Grandmaster, Boss Chen has just accused our knights of having poor security within the city. Jean frowned upon hearing this and looked at Chen. Has something occurred? Chen pondered for a moment. Realizing it would be convenient to have Jean handle this matter, that he led Lilith to Jean, encouraging her to greet her as sister. Lilith timidly uttered, Hello, sister. Jean crouched down, smiling as she pinched Lilith's cheek. Once seated again, Chen gestured toward Lilith and recounted the situation in detail. Kia listened intently, frowning without uttering a word, while Jean expressed her concerns. Boss Chen may not have had any prior encounters with the treasure hunters. Normally, their targets are merely treasures, and I've never heard of them committing acts like those in Lilith's village. Chen narrowed his eyes, as his initial assumption had been that the treasure hunters had captured Lilith's family members for some unknown transaction with the Fatui. However, if Jean was correct, and it was not the treasure hunters, then why would those individuals falsely claim to be a part of that group? Suddenly, Kia broke the silence. In fact, there have been rumors circulating within Mondstadt recently about an unknown organization recruiting individuals from scattered villages to relocate to other regions. However, the credibility of the information is uncertain, and investigating is exceedingly difficult. The isolated communities have minimal communication with the outside world, making the accuracy of any news dubious. Chen diligently engaged his thoughts. Chen's second-rate detective Wu activated, previously cynical. He had not carefully considered Lilith's words, but upon reflection, several significant questions emerged. Why had Lilith been able to overhear those individuals talking? Additionally, given her frail condition and severe injuries, how had she managed to escape? Why would those who raided Lilith's village be audacious enough to drink at the tavern next to his shop, owned by Dialek? The sequence of events seemed incredulous, leading Chen to suspect that this might all have been orchestrated deliberately. Lilith was the bait, which meant he and the knights were the fish caught. But what could their objective be? Chen remained silent, deep in thought, and Kia and Jean exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The knights will follow up on this matter. Boss Chen can focus on running his shop for now. All right. Thank you for your assistance. Chen nodded, contemplating whether to offer a small token of gratitude. By the way, acting Grandmaster, please hold on. As Kia exited, Jean turned back. Chen leaned in close, whispering, "Be cautious of the fat Chui." Jean paused momentarily before nodding. "Thank you." Seeing that Jean did not question the truth of the situation, Chen smiled. He watched the two depart, then sat down to ponder for a while. Eventually, he abandoned his thoughts, feeling utterly at a loss, comforting himself that perhaps it was all mere coincidence. "Lilith, are you certain all the adult men in your family are dead?" Chen gently touched the now relaxed Lilith, only to receive no response. "Huh." Releasing his hand, he looked down to see Lilith's expression twisted in turmoil. "I don't know." Lilith raised her head, pondering for a moment before responding. At that time, the women and children in the village were together. All I heard were the screams. The women in the village said that all the men had perished. Chen raised an eyebrow, implying that she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, and without direct evidence, one cannot conclude that they are all dead. Clearing his throat, Chen resolved to impart a lesson to Lilith. "Lilith, certain truths can only be grasped through direct observation. Even sometimes, what you see with your own eyes may not be the whole truth." A myriad of confusion flickered in Lilith's large eyes as she lowered her head in contemplation for a long while. "Oh, I think I understand." Chun tousled her hair. "You will comprehend it fully in due time." "Wait, it seems I have forgotten something important." Chen fell in a deep thought as Lilith gazed at him curiously. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him, and he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm. "Oh no, I've completely forgotten today's lunch preparation." Just as he was about to rise and head to the kitchen, he paused halfway and sat back down. That a system interface forcefully popped up before him. "Ding! Energy point detected. Please proceed to collect the energy." The blue background and deep red text filled Chen's vision. With a slight mental gesture, he dismissed the page and smirked dismissively. "What is a mere energy point to deter my plans for lunch?" With that, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chapter 26. Afternoon business and energy points. After the meal was concluded, Chen carried the still frail Lilith back to the bedroom. Upon entering the hall and tidying up a bit, it was time for the afternoon business hours. Outside the shop, a few burly men were already shouting and urging for the doors to open. All these rough men, Chen sighed, wondering why there weren't any pretty young ladies to come and take a look. As he opened the shop door, he surveyed the crowd before him with a sense of nostalgia. "I never imagined my humble weapon shop would become so popular without me even realizing it." Clearing his throat, Chen called out loudly, "Thanks to everyone's support, our business is thriving. This afternoon, we will showcase some extraordinary weapons with prices and effects clearly marked." Before he could finish, a large man from the back shouted, "Stop dawdling. I've emptied my savings for the year. Just open the door already." With that, the crowd erupted into a commotion, urging Chun to step aside. Chen grinned. "Today, aside from the new stock, everything is at a 20% discount." With that, he fully opened the shop doors and stepped back. Meanwhile, 3 individuals rushed in, led by none other than the sunny young lad, Richard. "Boss Chun, the guild master sent me to help maintain order." Chen nodded, casually glancing at Kaya, who was drinking next door. Despite Richard's youth, he handled the situation with admirable poise that he and the other 2 knights stood at the entrance, checking each customer. "No weapons allowed. You must leave your sword here." "No problem. Come on in." "Wow, you brought so much more? Please come in." After a brief pause, Chen returned to the shop. The four-star weapons predictably attracted everyone's attention. However, the crowd soon noticeably dispersed, with the two physical enhancement types drawing a dense throng. While the elemental types saw far fewer patrons, Richard stood nearby, entrusted with an important task. "Richard, I'll leave the sale of ordinary weapons to you shortly." "No problem. I will do my utmost to assist you." What a kind-hearted and diligent young man. Chun sat back leisurely, his responsibility being to attend to those interested in purchasing the four-star weapons. Soon, a blonde knight approached, holding a trial blade. I never expected such a humble shop to offer a weapon forged from a blade mold. The golden-haired knight wore a disdainful expression, seemingly looking down on his surroundings. Chin narrowed his eyes, letting out a scoff. He shook his head, too lazy to engage with this fool. "You, how dare you ignore me, a genius as radiant as the sun?" "Foolish, ignorant." The blonde knight, as if having his tail stepped on, pointed an accusatory finger at Chun, his face filled with indignation that as Chun maintained his impassive demeanor. The knight finally halted. "Humph. You will regret this. Here is your money," he proclaimed, removing a small leather pouch from his waist and slamming it heavily onto the table. "Humph." With a haughty toss of his chin, he clutched his sword and stomped out of the shop. What a lunatic! Chun succinctly assessed the situation, initially thinking he had encountered a mindless antagonist. Subsequently, he sold 2 trial blades and 1 sword of arrival. Regrettably, he had not managed to hook any elemental types. The afternoon business concluded formally. Chun expressed his gratitude to the 3 enthusiastic knights and handed each of them a small pouch. He then led them to a nearby tavern for a few rounds of drinks. Richard was so exhausted that he could barely hold his cup, yet he remained cheerful, not uttering a single complaint. Look, what a kind and good-hearted young man. Had Richard not been thriving in his nightly duties, Chen might have considered keeping him as a shop assistant. After bidding farewell to the trio, Chen cheerfully waved at the scowling Kaya from a distance. Upon entering the shop, he accessed the system interface and switched to the energy point page. The red text transformed into yellow, indicating a small note, detected. The first customer for a 4-star weapon that afternoon. Yes, the blonde knight stood before Chun, and the system's prompt resonated incessantly in his ears. His vision was forcibly shifted to the elemental view that a sphere of red-purple light hovered near the knight's chest. And after some contemplation, Chun decided to let the individual go. The timing isn't right. Sitting in the living room, Chun lamented as he tapped his head. What are you playing at with the system? What timing isn't right? The person is gone now. In a moment of foolishness that afternoon, he now felt a tinge of regret. Bang, bang, bang. Chun, still brooding, heard another knock at the shop door that a thought crossed his mind. It was likely someone from the knightly order. Hello. Greetings. Chun looked curiously at the elderly man clad in gray. Come here. The old man suddenly yanked a young man from behind the door. That young man was none other than the blonde knight from earlier. Chin chuckled inwardly, thinking, see, I told you the timing wasn't right. What are you laughing at? Quickly welcome me, as brilliant and resplendent as the moonlight. Smack! The boy was pulled down by the old man's grip on his neck. Stop babbling. The old man turned his gaze towards the slightly dazed Chun, a smile breaking through the wrinkles on his face. Boss, please pardon the rudeness. Chin struggled to stifle his laughter, reminding himself, I am trained. I must not laugh. Turning his back to the old man, he burst into silent laughter. Ha ha! After regaining composure, he said, please come in. Stepping aside, Chin welcomed the two into the shop. The golden-haired young knight obediently followed the old man, sitting quietly with his head bowed, too timid to speak. The old man, somewhat bashful, looked at Chun. Boss Chun, your business is thriving today. Of course, the weapons are indeed remarkable. My son showed me the weapons, and they are truly exceptional. Chun nodded. This knight, is also quite impressive. The blonde knight suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. A kindred spirit. Smack! The boy's head drooped again. Wah wah wah. Chin's expression tightened as he silently chanted. Do not laugh. Do not laugh. Do not laugh. Elder, may I inquire what seems to be the issue? To be honest, this troublesome boy mistakenly took the wrong pouch when he was paying earlier. That pouch contained not only the money for the weapon, but all our remaining possessions, and I am uncertain. Understanding dawned upon Chun as he produced the leather pouch the boy had slammed onto the table earlier, right in front of the old man. The elder reached out eagerly, only to be stopped by Chun. "Elder, please do not rush." The old man sheepishly retracted his hand. "As you can see, I have not yet opened this pouch, so you can rest assured. Rest assured, rest assured, Boss Chun is a person of integrity. And naturally, he would not take the belongings of an ordinary old man." Chin's mouth twitched. "I believe you, old man. You're quite the sly one." That the arm that had just reached out was far from the frail limbs typically seen on elderly folks. It was rather robust. Had he not remained vigilant, the items would have already been snatched away. The old man rummaged around behind him and produced another ordinary cloth pouch, placing it on the table. "Boss, please check if the amount is correct." Chin smiled as he took a glance, finding it satisfactory. "In this," the old man glanced at the leather pouch. Chapter 27. Energy acquired in system version update process. Chin smirked, lifting the leather pouch, propping his legs up, and leaning back. "I can give you this, but I would like something in return. I wonder if you would be willing to comply." The old man paused for a moment. "What do you mean?" Chin pointed a finger at the blond young man. The old man, puzzled, turned to look at him. The blond young man, bewildered, stared at the two of them, then in a stammering voice, he incredulously pointed at himself. "Me?" The elderly man turned his head to look at Chin Wu, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Boss Chin, although my child may not be particularly bright, I assure you, his sexual orientation is quite normal." The smile on Chin Wu's face gradually stiffened. "You jest." He stood up, approached the young man with the yellow hair, and removed a small pendant that adorned his chest. "What I desire is this." "What is it?" the old man inquired, puzzled. Chun Wu wrapped the pendant around his fingertip. "I do not know. However, it emanates an ancient aura." The young man with the yellow hair suddenly wore a strange expression and, after a few seconds, slowly replied, "Perhaps it's because I found that pendant in a graveyard." Chun Wu's expression froze again. "You scoundrel. You are messing with my mindset." "Well then, the transaction is complete. You may take your leave." Chun Wu tucked the pendant into his coat pocket, opened the door, and urged the two to leave promptly. "Thank you for your trouble, Boss Chun." "No need for thanks. Just refrain from visiting me in the future." The old man paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. "Finally gone." Chun Wu slumped onto the sofa, opened the system interface, and noted that the information regarding energy points had turned green. A new window appeared, labeled Energy Point Conversion. As the page switched, an eerie, pixelated aesthetic enveloped him. Oddly enough, the background resembled a random free illustration found online. The only commendable feature was the ancient bronze hourglass that slowly rotated at the center of the page. The lower half of the hourglass was adorned with mysterious black patterns, exuding a sense of antiquity. At the bottom of the hourglass page, there lay a props bar resembling AC, displaying solely the pixelated image of the pendant, standing alone. He selected Submit. Ding! Energy points have been reclaimed. Energy conversion countdown. 6 hours. Chun Wu steered his thoughts away and exited the system page. The dim light cast a somber glow as he gazed at the flickering dark sheen of the pendant that he had not noticed earlier, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be in the form of a raw stone. Truly astonishing. A mere raw stone. How absurd! As he stored the pendant away, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chin Wu looked up to see Lilith, who seemed to have regained some of her strength, at least enough to descend the stairs unaided. "Brother Chin Wu." Her soft voice resonated in the spacious room. Lilith sat beside him, her delicate, pale face finally showing a hint of color. Chin Wu raised an eyebrow. "How do you know my name?" "Well, there were receipts for the furniture in the room." Chun Wu affectionately ruffled her hair, realizing it was his oversight. "I'm hungry." Lilith's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Chun Wu chuckled and stood up, intending to head to the kitchen. Just as he rose, Lilith grasped the hem of his garment. "Can I come along and learn?" "Of course." Today's dinner would be prepared by Chun Wu and Lilith together. Lilith took over the task of feeding Emily. Watching the little cat girl diligently feed Emily, Chun Wu wore an innocent expression as he exchanged glances with Emily, who appeared bewildered and confused. Once feeding was complete, Lilith carefully wiped Emily's small mouth with a handkerchief Emily's eyes dimmed once more, falling into slumber. Upon exiting the room, Lilith eagerly took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Chun-Woo stood in place, feeling perplexed. Had his role as the household chef been supplanted? Was the little cat girl indeed a domestic whiz? Could he perhaps mold Lilith into an adorable little maid? Truly, I am a genius. Chun-Woo marveled at his own brilliant idea. After a brief contemplation, he mused, if it's about nurturing a maid, seeking Noelle's guidance would surely be reliable. He chuckled. Maid night number 2. Lilith, observing Chun-Woo's somewhat foolish grin, laughed in confusion, waved her hand, and slowly made her way upstairs to her room. Chun-Woo composed himself and returned as well that as he opened the window, a night owl fluttered in. The moment Chun-Woo laid eyes on the owl, 3 words sprang to mind. Dialect. His gaze focused on the owl's right claw, where a scroll was perched. Dragon traces have been discovered. The information is accurate. Moreover, tomorrow at 2 p.m., the Dawn Winery will host a banquet, awaiting your presence. Wow, what a big shot! Dialect, who had once obliterated countless Fatui strongholds, forcing the Harbingers to intervene, was undeniably formidable. Having joined the Observers organization, Dialect's intelligence network was nothing short of terrifying. Merely confirming the veracity of the dragon's information surpassed the Knight's by a significant margin. Of course, if Kia had deliberately chosen not to inform him, that would be another matter, as for tomorrow's banquet. Those dashing young nobles and lovely maidens would likely face some hardships along the way. After all, the wild hilichurls were beginning to stir, and even with a cadre of elite guards, unexpected encounters were inevitable. Yet, Chun-Woo pondered, perhaps this was Dialect's way of fishing for information. How frightening, shaking off his thoughts. Chun-Woo contemplated the elements for a while before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. It must be said, in a state of complete concentration, the speed of elemental comprehension was indeed rapid. Regrettably, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange, this would result in a profound sense of mental exhaustion. Tio put it plainly, it felt as though he was on the verge of collapsing from his cultivation efforts. Thus, practicing even for a short time before sleep would greatly alleviate insomnia symptoms. That was truly a boon for those afflicted with sleeplessness. In the deep of night, as dawn approached, Chun-Woo, deep in slumber, remained oblivious to the notification. Ding! Energy conversion complete. The first system database update energy requirement. 1-3. The next day arrived, and the morning sun shone particularly brightly. Suddenly, Chun-Woo's calf twitched upon opening his eyes. He felt a surge of irritation. After finally dreaming of playing with numerous older sisters, just as things were reaching a critical moment, his biological clock roused him. How infuriating! It's all the street performer's fault, Chun-Woo complained instinctively. But as the words left his mouth, he fell silent. Why am I already so adept? He raised his hand to scratch his slightly disheveled hair after a night of sleep. Chun-Woo got out of bed and gazed into the mirror. Still that handsome youth with a noble nose, deep contours, and eyes sparkling like stars. In terms of strength, he likely still couldn't match Dialect. However, in terms of appearance, Chun-Woo's confidence surged. The phrase "a gentleman like Jade" was undoubtedly referring to him. The Shopkeeper. Chapter 28. The banquet at Dawn Winery. In preparation for the afternoon banquet, it was imperative for Chun-Woo to select an appropriate outfit. That he opened his wardrobe and scrutinized it for a long while. How infuriating! I don't have a single suitable formal attire prepared. Chun-Woo lamented, feeling dejected. Clung. Brother Chun-Woo, it's time for breakfast. Hearing Lilith's cheerful voice after his disheartening thoughts instantly lifted his spirits. Seated in the dining room, Chun-Woo reflected on the charred egg he was eating while sipping the overly sweet milk from a cup, his expression calm. Opposite him sat Lilith, her face tinged with embarrassment. After a while, once Chun-Woo finished his breakfast, Lilith, blushing, softly apologized, "Brother Chun-Woo, I'm sorry." With a warm smile, Chun-Woo downed a large glass of raspberry juice. "No worries. Everyone has their first time. My first attempt was even worse than yours." Upon entering the dining room, Chun-Woo prepared another breakfast for Lilith and Emily. Once Lilith finished eating, he let her feed Emily on her own. "Darn it, I need to quickly transition into maid training mode." Chun-Woo calmly downed another glass of ice water. Phew. He planned to take Lilith shopping for a few outfits the primary purpose was to buy clothes for Lilith. His own formal attire was of little concern. However, that meant he would have to close the shop for another day. I need to expedite the search for a suitable employee. He needed to devise a plan to entice Richard into a more fitting profession. After all, what ill intentions could the shopkeeper possibly harbor? He casually pinned a new notice for the day's closure and affixed it to the door. Chunwoo could already envision the faces of those eager customers, clutching Mora and excitedly approaching the shop, only to be met with that indescribable expression of anguish upon seeing the notice. How thrilling. Lilith, let's go. Time for some shopping. As Chunwoo strolled through the streets, he idly imagined the disheartened customers who had failed to purchase weapons yesterday, arriving today with bulging bags of Mora, only to curse and storm away in frustration. Meanwhile, at the shop in trance, why is it closed again? Bah, I certainly won't be back tomorrow. What a pathetic weapon shop. Hey, didn't you say the same thing yesterday? Farewell, farewell. Thank goodness, I bought a weapon yesterday. It's truly delightful. After a brief shopping spree, Chunwoo acquired several sets of matching gray and black formal attire. Once again, Chunwoo discreetly purchased a few garments for Lilith, ultimately acquiring 2 variations of maid outfits in differing sizes that do not inquire as to the reasoning behind this. It remains an enigma. He subsequently ventured into an obscure general store, procuring some ingredients before returning to the establishment. Just prior to entering the shop, Chunwoo caught a glimpse of 2 young knights seated at the outdoor tables of a nearby tavern. With a slight sigh, he ushered Lilith inside before stepping into Angel's gift. After a brief interval, Chunwoo emerged with 2 glasses of dandelion wine in hand. Brother, though the weather is sweltering, we must uphold our responsibilities. Let us not settle for mere water while lounging outside the tavern. Here, he said, extending the 2 glasses of dandelion wine towards the knights. The young knights, visibly embarrassed, accepted the drinks with a hint of reluctance. Thank you, Boss Chun. Recalling Kaya from the previous day, Chunwoo inquired, has today's death in the afternoon sold out as well? The young knight paused for a moment before nodding. Understanding dawned upon Chunwoo, and he waved his hand dismissively that he returned to the shop to prepare food for Lilith and Amelie, entrusting the noble task of feeding to Lilith. Chunwoo then retreated to his room to meticulously adorn himself. He had heard that Dialek occasionally hosted soirees at his manor. During the peaceful and stable times in Mondstadt, such gatherings often witnessed the blossoming of young love amid fragrant attire. Likewise, many a wealthy young gentleman would enact melodramatic tales akin to those of the domineering CEO archetype. Though cliched, a considerable number were still enamored with such theatrics. Thus, Chunwoo resolved to present himself with equal care. Yet this was by no means an endeavor to attract the charming maidens. His heart remained steadfastly with Amelie. Regrettably, Amelie was perpetually lost in slumber, leaving him at a loss as to how to deepen their bond. Love is indeed a challenging pursuit. Chunwoo lamented, as the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Chunwoo located the nearest teleportation waypoint to the Dawn Winery on the map. With a mere thought, he felt a slight dizziness as the scenery around him twisted. Despite having teleported numerous times, the faintly nauseating sensation that followed each jump had remained unchanged. Standing atop a high slope, he gazed into the distance. Goodness, that is quite far? Chunwoo resolved to find an alchemist to create additional pocket waypoints for him. With a network of these waypoints scattered throughout Teyvat, he could go wherever he pleased out of course. This was contingent on the absence of limitations regarding quantity and time. Observing the still distant Dawn Winery, Chunwoo sighed silently. Channeling the wind element to envelop his legs, he forcefully stamped his foot at the edge of the slope and leapt down, skillfully unfurling his wings of wind. Whoa, we're airborne! He summoned another gust of wind. And with the aid of his wind wings, Chunwoo swiftly navigated through clusters of bushes. The sensation of the flowing breeze against his cheeks was exhilarating as the scenery whizzed past him. Chunwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a thrill!" Alas, the elemental energy was not meant to last. Even though Chunwoo's physical form had improved, it merely extended the duration slightly. If only it could last a bit longer, he mused as he glided down smoothly. Landing with ease, that he retracted his wings of wind and ambled along the path, awaiting the return of elemental energy. During his journey, he noticed an absence of large groups of hilichurls, at least. None were present on the main road. Chen-Wu understood. It appears Dialek has cleared the area intentionally. After walking a short distance, he once again enveloped his legs with the wind element and sped along the path. He passed by several horse-drawn carts, feeling a twinge of envy. Next time, I must be more experienced. I won't let this slip by again. Those he overtook glanced at Chen-Wu's retreating figure, swallowing hard. Truly formidable. As he traversed the vineyard, an impulse struck him, and he plucked a cluster of grapes that a nearby worker, witnessing this, was about to intervene, but Chen-Wu had already moved on. The worker's mouth opened in disbelief, words unspoken as he watched Chen-Wu's departing figure. Sighing helplessly, my wages will surely be docked again. Halfway through his journey, Chen-Wu reconsidered and retraced his steps, stuffing a bag of mora into his cloak before dashing off once more. The worker, burdened by the heavy sack, sighed again. Not enough. Looking up at the sky, the worker lamented. Life is truly a series of disappointments. Upon reaching the Dawn Winery, Chen-Wu was halted at the entrance by a cautious young maid. Sir, may I see your invitation? Chen-Wu was taken aback, confusion evident on his face. After reading the notice yesterday, he had crumpled that piece of paper and sent it to the wind that he had no invitation to present. Hello. I am a guest specially invited by Dialek. Please allow me entry. With that, he flashed a radiant smile. The maid regarded him, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, but she shook her head resolutely, blocking his path. I'm afraid I can't let you in without an invitation. Chapter 29. The Soirée in Progress 1. Chen-Wu lowered his head, falling silent. The young maid, somewhat startled, began to fear that this handsome stranger might have ill intentions. Consequently, her outstretched arm trembled ever so slightly. Dialek! Chen-Wu raised his voice, calling out forcefully toward the gathering within. Sir, this is not how we should conduct ourselves. The young maid let out a startled scream. Fortunately, no one else was present at that moment, or the situation might have taken a rather different turn. Chen-Wu gestured for her to remain calm, but the young maid's expression was fraught with panic. Oh no! Oh no! What will I do when the head maid finds out? Will I be dismissed? Oh dear! How could this happen? Chen-Wu stood quietly, patiently awaiting the arrival of someone. After a brief moment, at last, someone approached. However, it was not Dialek, but rather the head maid, Adeline, accompanied by the butler, Ezer. Upon spotting Chen-Wu, Ezer's eyes narrowed into slits. Long time no see, Boss Chun. He extended his hand. How have business affairs been lately? And the brewing concept you proposed previously, truly remarkable. Chen-Wu smiled as he shook Ezer's hand lightly. Business at my shop is satisfactory. Thank you for your concern. Meanwhile, the head maid inquired about the young maid's earlier actions. Haley, why did you stop this guest? The young maid bowed her head in apology, too intimidated to respond. Chen-Wu felt a twinge of guilt and offered a polite greeting. Miss Adeline, it is entirely my fault for not possessing an invitation. However, your training of the maids is truly commendable. This young maid's behavior was indeed exemplary. Pausing briefly, he displayed a look of regret. What a pity! If only I could have such diligent employees at my shop. Business would surely flourish. Adeline inclined her head slightly, her tone gentle. Mr. Chun, you flatter us. The maids at the winery are not as exceptional as you suggest. Ezer chuckled, seeking to smooth over the situation. Now, Boss Chun is the first to arrive today. Master Dialek has instructed that you are a distinguished guest of the Dawn Winery, so please, do go inside. With that, Ezer gestured invitingly for Chen-Wu to enter. Chen-Wu smiled and waved a farewell to the young maid as he stepped inside. Haley lowered her head, but once Chen-Wu and the others turned away, she discreetly stole a glance, her lips curling into a joyful smile upon seeing him wave. Mr. Chen truly is a good person. I would gladly work for him, even for a lower salary. Contemplating for a moment, Haley shook her head. Wait. First, I must secure my full attendance bonus for this month. How could I possibly betray Master Dialek, who is so dashing? But Mr. Chun is quite handsome as well. A hint of conflict crossed Haley's face. Why do I feel like a heartbreaker? Sigh, work. She slapped her cheeks, snapping herself back into a productive mindset. Chenwu was escorted through the winery's interior by Ezer, who took the opportunity to describe the various scenes within. The head made excuse herself under the pretense of attending to other matters. Over there to the east. Yes, that area with all the wooden barrels. Those are the apples currently being prepared for brewing. Chenwu chuckled. The apple wine from Dawn Winery is indeed a marvel of Mondstadt, its sales rivaling that of dandelion wine. Flattery. Flattery. It's merely a pleasant taste, in terms of reputation. Dandelion wine remains the most revered and cherished beverage in Mondstadt, Ezer replied, nodding in agreement. Chenwu had to admit that the opulent decor throughout the winery was a feast for the eyes. Luxurious, exquisite, classy. Upon entering the main hall of the soiree, he was greeted by a pyramid of wine glasses arranged centrally, surrounded by several bottles of various flavors. Fresh flowers adorned the entire venue, and deep red wooden chairs were neatly arranged around the periphery. Ezer retrieved a wine glass and filled it halfway with an unknown, exquisite vintage. Please. Chenwu accepted it, but hesitated momentarily. Ezer chuckled. No need to worry. You can drink it directly without waiting for it to interact with the air. Chenwu nodded and savored the wine. That it was smooth on the palate. Easy to swallow, rich and delightful, leaving a lingering aftertaste, a hint of sweetness intertwined with a touch of bitterness, creating a remarkably pure flavor. Chenwu gazed at Ezer in astonishment, as the wines from Dawn Winery had never tasted this refined before. Ezer, noticing Chenwu's surprise, smiled and explained, "These wines have been crafted using the concepts you provided. Indeed, the quality of some varieties has elevated to a new level." Chenwu nodded thoughtfully. "But where is Master Dialek? Why has he not yet made an appearance at the gathering?" "Please wait a moment. Master Dialek will arrive shortly. Kindly take a seat and rest here while I attend to some matters." "All right, you carry on." Chenwu watched as Ease departed, lifting his glass to savor the other wines displayed. Since the primary purpose of the gathering was socializing, the wines available were predominantly of remarkably low alcohol content. It was said that this decision stemmed from a previous event where the higher alcohol levels led to excessive revelry, incurring Master Dialek's displeasure. Consequently, he mandated that the alcohol served at these gatherings must be kept within a very low range, or even be alcohol-free, which conveniently allowed Chenwu to indulge freely. Sitting on the elegantly crafted hardwood chair nearby, he caught a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from the wood. Perhaps this was one of the advantages of using precious timber. Chenwu couldn't help but muse. It seems my usual lifestyle is rather excessively modest. However, this thought was fleeting. There was no need to pursue such extravagant aesthetics when a simple, serene existence sufficed. All of this was unrelated to Mora. It was merely a matter of taste. Just as some were drawn to the noble, demure daughters of aristocracy, others preferred the innocent charm of a neighbor's little sister. Of course, just as some observed others from a lofty perspective, Chenwu preferred to begin from the ground up. After all, it was simply a matter of differing tastes. While lost in thought, Chenwu, who had been savoring his wine, suddenly noticed a pair of black high heels before him, only to be disappointed that the long skirt concealed the legs, preventing him from indulging his gaze. He raised his head to behold a woman adorned with extravagant makeup. Instantly losing interest, he casually picked up the third bottle of wine on his left, which had yet to be graced by his presence, gently removed the cork, and watched as the amber liquid flowed into his glass. The woman turned towards the only other guest in the hall apart from herself and extended her gloved right hand. "Hello, I am Mylan, a recent addition to the guild. May I inquire your name, sir?" Chenwu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Chenwu. I'm not part of the guild." Upon hearing this, Mylan's enthusiasm waned, and she chose a spot not far from Chenwu to sit quietly. She discerned that this man named Chenwu seemed inexplicably disinterested in her. After reflecting for a moment, she realized they had not previously crossed paths and thus abandoned any thoughts of befriending him. To her, aside from being somewhat handsome, he held no particular distinction. The fact that he had not joined the guild was enough to deter her from pursuing any further acquaintance. Observing Mylan's indifference towards him, Chenwu silently affirmed the woman's perceptiveness, watching her engage in lively conversation with other guests who had arrived. Chapter 30. The gathering in progress, too, just as Chenwu was about to sample the last two bottles of wine to his right. Ease announced that everyone had arrived, and the gathering officially commenced. Groups formed throughout the venue, with maids weaving through the crowd. The earlier mentioned Haley was among them. The attendees were distinctly categorized. Guild members clustered together, while the noble ladies and gentlemen congregated in their own circles. Only Chenwu remained solitary, as anyone who approached him seeking to engage in conversation was politely and warmly dissuaded. Chenwu uncorked the penultimate bottle, filling his glass to a fifth of its height. Just as he was about to taste, the subtle sound of boots scraping against the floor captured his attention. "What brings you here to savor fine wine in solitude?" Chenwu turned to see Dialek, now clad in a fresh outfit. The usually austere Dialek appeared less brooding in his gray and white shirt. "What's the occasion today?" Dialek caught Chenwu's gaze. His expression a blend of amusement and curiosity that a little leisure now, and then isn't so bad. Chenwu chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is rather pleasant." Some onlookers were surprised to see Chenwu conversing amiably with Dialek, while others, already aware of Chenwu's identity as the proprietor of the nameless artifact weapon shop, connected the dots with the nearby angel's gift, elevating their regard for him. Most members of the guild, however, were unfamiliar with Chenwu, but upon hearing introductions, their expressions turned to recognition. This was understandable, as Chenwu's shop was thriving, even exceptional, yet he had never joined the guild, a fact that piqued their curiosity and amplified his renown. Dialek invited Chenwu into an inner room to discuss some matters, to which Chenwu nodded, glancing regretfully at the bottle of wine he had yet to sample. Watching Dialek turn to leave, Chenwu casually seized the bottle and, disregarding the subtle expressions around him, leisurely followed. With the left hand gripping the wine bottle and the right holding the glass, Chenwu exerted his right foot to close the door behind him. "So this is the proper way to open and close a door, by kicking it," Dialek quipped, an uncommon jest that fell flat. Chenwu chuckled, shaking the bottle in his hand. "Care for a taste?" Dialek shook his head. "No, I don't drink." "How peculiar. Despite monopolizing Mondstadt's wine industry, you choose not to partake." Chenwu murmured under his breath. "Did I end the quiet room, with only Dialek and Chenwu present?" Even the softest utterance was crystal clear to Dialek. Upon hearing this, Dialek's expression turned complex, his reluctance to respond evident. Aware of the awkward atmosphere, Chenwu realized he had yet to sufficiently raise his favorability with Dialek and promptly shifted the topic. "Speaking of which, with your impeccable reputation, haven't you considered finding a lovely lady to be with?" Dialek stiffened slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chenwu. "Do you know how they speak of me?" Chenwu set the wine bottle on the table, stroking his chin in thought. "Let me think. Perhaps it goes. Thanks to Master Dialek's dedication to his work, everyone can enjoy such exquisite wine." "Ha ha ha. So they consider you a workaholic." Dialek observed Chenwu's sudden boldness, and his well-mannered composure compelled him to suppress his irritation, deciding to inform the bartender that next time Chenwu visited, the prices would double. "Let us discuss serious matters." Dialek poured himself half a glass of ice water and settled into the sofa, adopting a dominant posture. Chenwu sat silently across from him. "Is it about the dragon, or something else?" "Yes, preliminary confirmation reveals that the dragon in question is Mondstadt's East Wind Dragon, Turin." Chenwu nodded, indicating he was listening. "You hail from Liyue, so you may not be well acquainted, however. There is no need to concern yourself. Once you return, the knights may inform you of the details." Chenwu rolled his eyes. What did he mean by not needing to know? Did being a paragon of justice make him superior? "Forgive me, but I find I might actually know a thing or two about Turin." Dialek smirked dismissively. "Then please, enlighten me. Did I end the words of Liyue?" "I am all ears." Chenwu's eyes brightened. Coincidentally, when Kia visited previously, he too often employed Liyue's phrases. "You all let us stick to the subject." "All right." Chenwu straightened his posture, placing his glass aside. "To my knowledge, once upon a time in Mondstadt, a dragon named Durin graced this land. Based on my deductions, the dragoness intentions were not malevolent, yet its very existence brought destruction. Durin yearned for song and joy, which led it to Mondstadt, but it instead brought death, monsters, desolation, despair, and violence. Under the onslaught of Barbados, the Anemo Archon, and the East Wind Dragon Turin, Durin was ultimately slain and buried in the Dragon's Pine Mountains. However, I have yet to visit the mountains since coming to Mondstadt, so I cannot comment on the veracity of this information. Turin seized Durin by the throat, swallowing his poisoned blood, and succumb to the encroaching darkness, thus plummeting into the ruins of the Wind Dragon. After a brief pause, Qin Wu continued, "Now that Turin has awakened once more, do you suppose it remains the same?" Dialect furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Wu's words deviated somewhat from the information he had gathered. Yet the overall direction was not incorrect. This implied that Qin Wu's insights might indeed hold merit, which left Dialect feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Did the knight share this information with you?" After a moment of contemplation, Dialect inquired that no, I stumbled upon it in some inconspicuous ancient texts. Dialect rose and paced the room for a moment. "Did Dio not disclose this information to the knights? Just yet no. You may inform Jean, but ensure she does not spread it." Qin Wu feigned ignorance, inquiring about Dialect's reasoning. Dialect frowned. "The knights are not entirely trustworthy. Among them, there are those who, upon learning this information, might attempt to slay the dragon." Qin Wu nodded, indicating his understanding. "Very well. Let us leave it at that for now. You may return to the gathering, that I have heard your young lady friend has fallen into a coma. So you should have no reservations at the event." Dialect suddenly teased Qin Wu, who rolled his eyes, realizing his favorability had indeed increased. "What are you saying? I am a sincere man, devoted to a single love for life." Dialect chuckled, but remained silent, merely gesturing for Qin Wu to hasten his departure. Qin Wu would naturally not seek to amuse himself at his own expense. He picked up the wine bottle he had brought in and, with a glass in hand, stepped out of the room. Ease was standing not far from the door, and upon seeing Qin Wu emerge, he hurriedly approached him. "Mr. Qin." Qin Wu nodded and followed Ease back to the main venue of the earlier gathering. A quick glance revealed that the seats he had occupied earlier were now overflowing with a throng of people. How dull, he thought, as he casually sought out a quieter corner to sit in. Raising his head, he spotted the heavily made-up woman who had initially struck up a conversation with him. Yes. Her name was Mylan, if memory served him correctly. Mylan regarded Qin Wu with a complex expression, though she managed to muster a smile. Qin Wu nodded in acknowledgement, swallowing the last remnants of wine from his glass. Chapter 31. The soiree unfolds, and, as twilight descended, Qin Wu had originally intended to return home. Yet under the enthusiastic insistence of the butler Ease, he ultimately decided to spend the night in a guest room on the second floor, amidst the complex gaze of the young maid Haley. A sense of unease crept over him regarding his little cat girl and Amelie. Would Lilith manage to prepare a satisfactory dinner this evening? He pondered, concerned whether the slumbering Amelie would have enough to eat tonight. "Ah, what a devoted family man I am," he mused as I end the venue. Several guests had already departed, yet many couples struck by love at first sight chose to linger for deeper conversations. Qin Wu scoffed at the sight. Such trivial matters as romance. How laughable. Reflecting on the slumbering Amelie, he sighed softly. "When will I, too, experience the sweetness of love?" Shaking his head, he raised his glass and glanced at the young maid beside him, who seemed on the verge of speaking, that he stood to head toward the guest room on the second floor, with the maid dutifully following behind. "Excuse me." Haley jumped at the sudden address from Qin Wu. Could you please tell me where my room is arranged?" "Oh, this way, please follow me." Haley struggled to maintain an even expression, though her underlying worry was evident. Upon opening the door to the room, she placed the room key on the wooden cabinet beside the entrance and turned to leave. Qin Wu casually removed his outer garment, still faintly scented with wine, and sprawled out on the soft bed. The white sheets exuded a subtle fragrance, reputed to aid in sleep. That it must be said that the furnishings of the Dawn Winery were indeed exquisite, showcasing a refined taste that was both luxurious and unpretentious. "I apologize. I've given it much thought and have decided I must tell you this." Qin Wu was startled upright to see Haley, her expression fraught with conflict, reappear before him. "Weren't you just leaving?" "I have another key," she replied. Qin Wu rubbed his temple and asked, "What is it?" Haley opened her mouth about to speak, but Qin Wu interrupted. "You have someone you like?" "No elders at home. Don't intend to sign any contracts, and don't need a personal maid." "Ah?" Haley stared blankly at Qin Wu, momentarily taken aback by his words. "Cough, never mind, please continue." "All right." Haley took a moment to gather her thoughts. "Here's the thing, once a guest came to the winery, and then, the next day when I was cleaning the rooms, all of them were empty. Yet another maid insisted that no one had left the estate all morning. I was puzzled and asked the head maid about it that time. She was in the garden, and I saw her watering the plants while murmuring, "By next year, this cluster of flowers will surely bloom splendidly." Chun-Wu chuckled lightly. "You may be overthinking it. Perhaps the guest is still wandering somewhere within the estate." Haley, however, wore a serious and determined expression. "No, please hear me out." Afterwards, Moko informed me that the number of keys we maids possess is actually one less than that of the head maid. Then Mocha told me she had discovered a hidden room deep in the corridor on the second floor. But when she attempted to approach it, she was found out by the head maid, who, to my surprise, kindly instructed her to return. Chun-Wu swallowed hard. "So, according to what you're saying, should I leave?" To his astonishment, Haley nodded earnestly. "I believe you are a good person, and since you helped me earlier, it might be wise to be cautious." Huh. Chun-Wu chuckled awkwardly. Don't worry. Let us go see this hidden room together. I'm suddenly quite curious." Haley's face displayed hesitation. Chun-Wu retrieved the faux eye of God from his pocket and infused it with a surge of elemental energy, enhancing its luster. The faux eye was tethered to a golden thread, which was secured to his belt. "Don't worry. I am also a holder of the eye of God. There is nothing to fear." Upon seeing the eye, Haley visibly relaxed. "All right, let us go." As he opened the door, Chun-Wu casually slipped the key he had previously placed on the cabinet into his pocket. Perhaps it was an instinct honed from playing horror games in his past life to collect items. The slightly dim corridor sparked an inexplicable thrill within him. "This is rather exciting, wouldn't you say?" He nudged the anxious young maid beside him. Yes," she replied hesitantly. Reaching the far end, Chun-Wu pointed to the door before him. "Is this the one?" Haley nodded, albeit with uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Wu drew the sky blade from the system space and gripped it firmly in his hand. Tap, tap. "Mr. Chun-Wu, why aren't you resting in your guest room? What brings you here with a weapon in hand?" The gentle voice of head maid Adeline reached Chun-Wu's ears. Startled, he whirled around, instinctively pulling Haley behind him. Faced with the enigmatic smile of the head maid, a chill ran down his spine. Lowering the pointed tip of his sword, he remained vigilant, gripping the blade tightly. Adeline, on her toes, tilted her head to glance at Haley behind Chun-Wu. Has Haley been speaking to guests again about peculiar matters? How troublesome. With a light laugh, Adeline fixed her gaze on Chun-Wu. "However, I must implore you not to take her words to heart. As for what she may have said, there is no need to dwell on it, and certainly no reason to ponder deeply. After all, how could such things possibly occur?" Chun-Wu sheathed the skyblade, releasing his hold on Haley's arm. With a gesture, Adeline signaled for Haley to leave, then continued. "After all, Mr. Chun-Wu is a guest of Lord Dialek. Would you care for a delightful serving of honey-glazed carrot stew as a midnight snack? Oh, and rest assured, the meat is quite ordinary and safe to consume, without any peculiarities." Chun-Wu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and politely declined. Back in his room, Chun-Wu removed his shirt in preparation for sleep. The window, opened at some point, slowly allowed a cool night breeze to waft in. The chill on his back jolted him into awareness. That is a bit unnerving. After all, flesh is rather common. Isn't it? His thoughts wandered, and Chun-Wu realized he might not be able to meditate on elemental practices tonight, as his mind was too restless. Opting instead for a shower, he then tucked himself into bed, ready to sleep. The lights in the room dimmed. Once again, he marveled at the exquisite decor of the winery. Indeed, aside from the sound of the wind, not a single noise from the neighboring rooms penetrated the silence, but he had initially been somewhat eager for the sounds of life around him. Why am I having such strange thoughts? Chun-Wu pondered briefly. Damn it, it's all the fault of the singers. As the night breeze flowed, he recalled the head maid's silent footsteps. Goodness, this is still quite frightening. Chun-Wu buried his head under the covers. I have isolated myself from the world. I am invincible. In a haze. Chun-Wu drifted off to sleep. Perhaps feeling a bit warm beneath the covers, he kicked off the blanket in his dreams, revealing subtly defined muscles glimmering softly in the moonlight. Chapter 32. The briefly awakened Amelie is indeed adorable. Safely returned to his shop from the Dawn Winery. Chun-Woo noted that it was still early that as he departed, Haley inquired if she could work at Nameless Artifact. Chun-Woo readily agreed. Such a capable maid required no oversight, just as he was preparing to escort an ordinary person for a morning stroll before returning to the shop. Haley shyly said, once I receive my full attendance bonus and salary for the month, I will make my way to Mondstadt. Is that all right? Chun-Woo smiled, affirming, of course. With that, he took a less traveled path, walking for a while before ensuring no one was around, then opened the map to teleport. The fluidity of the motion was seamless. The slight dizziness that accompanied the teleportation had become something he could now easily withstand, or rather, adapt to. As the old saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. In Chun-Woo's case, it translated to, if you can't avoid it, then adapt to it. Well, that seems reasonable. At least, that was his belief. After walking for a bit, he arrived at the closed shop door, producing his key. Lilith, I'm back, Chun-Woo called out with a hint of excitement. I was wondering whose voice was so loud. It turns out to be you. The cold. Distant voice echoed once more, long missed. Chun-Woo stiffly turned around. Meili. Emily let out a soft hum, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a delicate sip. With her left hand, she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. The pale blue thin shirt revealing the snow-white skin of her shoulder, while the black gauzy skirt subtly hinted at her tender, long legs. Strange. How come you're better now? Chun-Woo gazed at Emily. Bewildered by her rare, poised posture, Emily paused, perplexed by the question, how come you're better now? And shot a cold glance at Chun-Woo. He instinctively shrank back, catching a glimpse of a faint murderous intent in her blue-violet eyes. Oh, I meant no offense. Lisa mentioned that you wouldn't awaken until the chaotic elemental flow and the Earth's veins returned to normal. Emily nodded, uncertain. I'm not quite sure what happened either. This morning when Lilith brought breakfast, I seemed to regain my consciousness. However, time is limited. To maintain my alertness, I suppose I need to eat more. Chun-Woo naturally settled beside Emily, reaching out to poke her soft, fair cheek. Emily blushed, momentarily wanting to evade, but held herself back. Speaking of which, isn't this all your fault for sneaking away? Chun-Woo, feeling bold, leaned closer to Emily's ear, his nose brushing against a few stray hairs that had fallen on her cheek. He couldn't help but frown, a bit stiff. After all, it's much better when a girl is soft. Of course, he didn't dare voice that thought that a gentle warmth brushed against Emily's ear, causing a ticklish sensation. Reminiscent of a kitten's tail being touched, she instinctively pushed Chun-Woo away. What are you doing? Speak properly. No matter how radiant and breathtaking I am, you cannot act this way. Chun-Woo chuckled lightly. Now that you're awake, prepare to work. In disbelief, Emily stared at him as he calmly continued. After all, you've been enjoying my hospitality for so long. You probably have a debt that won't easily be repaid. Emily stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, before standing up in a huff and storming upstairs. Then came the sound of bang, as Emily's door slammed shut. Chun-Woo took a deep breath. Phew, today, I truly am brave. Feeling his heartbeat gradually return to normal, he turned back to gaze through the window at the cerulean sky. How thrilling! Back in her room, Emily lunged onto the bed. Her legs flailed as she kicked off her shoes, pulling the quilt over her to hide herself. Woo-woo! The quilt adorned with cherry blossoms was kicked about, and after a brief struggle, Emily's flushed face peeked out. Her ash-white hair was somewhat disheveled, and after a moment of frantic brushing, she suddenly felt dizzy. Oh no, I'm going to fall asleep again. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she flopped back onto the bed and fell asleep. Chun-Woo, lurking outside the door, pressed his ear against it, hearing a series of woo-woo sounds. And couldn't he help but stifle a laugh. After a while, when silence enveloped the room, he speculated that Emily had exhausted herself with her restless movements and had likely fallen asleep again. Knock! Knock! He rapped on the door but received no response. Pushing the door open, he indeed found Emily curled up, her hair in disarray, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Chun-Woo approached, gently removing the quilt and adjusting Emily so she could sit up against the headboard. His gaze swept across the room, locating a comb, and he slowly began to untangle her hair. Observing her long eyelashes, a little beast within Chun-Woo stirred restlessly. Resolutely, he suppressed his inner desires and carefully arranged Emily's clothing. Inevitably, his fingers brushed against her cool, soft, and slightly slippery skin. Chen-Wu swallowed hard, his left hand cradling her long hair as he laid Emily back down, that he retrieved the quilt and covered her before exiting the room. Glancing back one last time at the peacefully sleeping Emily, Chen-Wu licked his lips, placing a hand on his stomach. Ugh, I skipped breakfast this morning out of fear that the food would be too peculiar. He glanced at the sun blazing in the sky and sighed, I suppose I'll just combine breakfast and lunch. Returning to his own room, he noted no significant changes. The commercial deployment plan remained quietly affixed to the cold wall. Oh no, I forgot to ask where Lilith had gone. He opened Lilith's door and found it empty. Walking back downstairs, he grabbed his coat, ready to step outside. Wait! Chen-Wu halted, his hand pausing on the doorknob. What if she suddenly returns while I'm out looking for Lilith? His mind raced. Right, hadn't he the night order said they would take care of matters concerning Lilith's village? So, there should be someone following her at all times, right? He pushed the door open, casting his gaze toward the scattered tables outside the tavern. There sat a knight, his face rugged and worn, as if burdened by untold experiences. Upon noticing Chen-Wu, he waved. Chen-Wu approached and inquired, Good morning, sir, where did Lilith go this morning? Do you have anyone following her? The knight's smiling demeanor faltered. Sir. Chen-Wu, puzzled, regarded the knight's weathered face and nodded. The knight's eyes reflected sorrow. Never mind, I've grown accustomed to it. I'm only 27 this year, just 7 years older than you. Chen-Wu looked skyward, his lips twitching. Hold it together. This time, I absolutely cannot laugh. Lilith mentioned she wanted to meet Noel this morning and left with Levis. The weary knight sighed, glancing at Chen-Wu, who was struggling to suppress laughter. Rest assured, Levis helped during your grand opening, so they know each other well. It's quite safe. Moreover, Lilith left only after receiving Miss Emily's consent. Chen-Wu nodded, producing a pouch of mora. Thank you all. This is a token of my gratitude. Please use it to buy some drinks for everyone, as a small gesture from me. The weary knight nodded, accepting without reservation. Chapter 33. The 365th day of waiting for Little Dragon to go out. And she finally emerged upon learning that his little maid had voluntarily sought out Noel to learn household skills. Chen-Wu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His little cat girl's attributes were simply too adorable. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Chen-Wu secured the door and found a nearby fast food establishment, ordering a bowl of plain noodles. Having skipped breakfast, he was feeling somewhat hungry. The proprietor was an unremarkable middle-aged man. Hey, young man, how about an apple? Chen-Wu, with noodles dangling from his mouth, inadvertently dropped them back into the bowl. Don't mess with my mindset, old man. The proprietor chuckled, patting his receding hairline. I thought the noodles lacked flavor. But with an apple, it's a different story. How come you don't understand? You acknowledge your noodles are flavorless. Chen-Wu silently scoffed, ignoring the old man as he focused on his meal. The proprietor, sensing the dull atmosphere, decided to prepare himself a bowl of noodles as well, adding apple juice and slices into his bowl before sitting across from Chen-Wu. Slurp slurp. Chen-Wu's nose betrayed him, catching the enticing aroma wafting from the old man's bowl. Under the proprietor's amused gaze, he added some apple to his noodles. Wow, this is delicious! A new way to enjoy apples discovered. After finishing his meal, Chen-Wu returned to the store, lounging on the sofa and adopting a comfortable posture as he leveled up his basic swordsmanship. His consciousness then immersed itself in the grassy plains from before. He observed the approaching hilichurls in the distance, some even wielding torches, moving at quite a pace. With sword in hand, Chen-Wu executed sweeping strikes, slashes, and sliding kicks, just as the bright torches caught his eye. The thought of harnessing the wind element flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. During his first upgrade attempt, he had already experienced the futility of it. The elements were tightly controlled by the system, rendering them completely unmanageable. Lowering his stance, he carefully timed his attacks as several hilichurls raised their wooden clubs or torches. With 2 consecutive half-moon slashes, his sword struck the softness beneath the hilichurl's light yellow manes. The hilichurls before him instantly shattered into glimmering fragments that he turned and slid to kick down a few more behind him, repeating the same tactics. Soon, The wave of hilichurls was vanquished. This time, having only leveled up once and with the experience he had previously accumulated. Chun Wu sustained minimal damage. Just as he thought it was over, a hilichurl with a character inscribed on its face materialized before him. Unlike the ordinary hilichurls, which typically sported white masks, bushy light yellow manes, and dark black ears and muscles, this one was the renowned Great Way hilichurl. Its slightly luxurious grayish-white fur, untidy suit, and glimmering golden adornments set it apart, clearly showcasing its uniqueness. Chun Wu steadied himself, to his surprise. Upon noticing him, the Great Way hilichurl tossed aside its box and began dancing on the spot. Chun Wu smiled faintly, silently savoring the moment that a mischievous thought suddenly emerged. He swiftly touched his box, only to find it vanish into the system space. Ding, system error, forcing exit. Ding, system error, forcing exit. Ding, system error, forcing exit. Chun Wu was taken aback, then hurriedly retreated. Dao Chiu, who had been joyfully dancing, suddenly had his eyes turned blood red. Lunging at Chun Wu with claws bared, the inky claws seemed to have mutated, elongating significantly, and when they swiped towards Chun Wu, a transparent wall blocked the attack, producing a piercing sound. Subsequently, Chun Wu's consciousness returned to the living room. Sitting dazedly on the sofa, he remained bewildered for quite some time before finally recovering. What just happened? Opening the system space, he beheld the rudimentary box belonging to Dao Chiu. Then he took it out and placed it on the table. Slowly opening it, a flash of golden light dazzled his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 480 original stones, 86 mora for cabbages. The original stones required for 3 wishes had just appeared, hadn't they, as the box opened. It instantly transformed into shimmering fragments and vanished. That was rather dreamlike. Chun Wu summoned the system interface, intending to seize this wondrous feeling to make a wish. Ding! System maintenance in progress. Wishing is temporarily unavailable. Damn! After uttering this, Chun Wu paused. Huh? Doesn't it usually just automatically beep? How strange. Fortunately, his skill level had successfully increased. Basic swordsmanship LV8, he nodded in satisfaction. He was not far from the crucial level 10 to AT this moment. Noon had arrived, and the bowl of noodles he had eaten earlier had already digested due to his previous vigorous activities. Rubbing his belly, Chun Wu felt somewhat hungry again, just as he was about to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The shop door swung open, that a worried Lilith spotted Chun Wu's return and joyfully let out a cat-like meow. Meow, brother Chun Wu, you're back. While saying this, she leapt towards him. Chun Wu, witnessing Lilith's actions strikingly similar to Dao Chiu's earlier, naturally received her with a warm smile. Lilith clung to Chun Wu for a moment, then shyly hopped down. Chun Wu affectionately patted her head and ears. I heard you want to find Noelle? Lilith shook her head, evading Chun Wu's hand, cradling her face with both hands. Brother Chun Wu, you wouldn't believe it. Noelle's domestic skills are incredible, and she's so kind. As she spoke, Lilith looked up at Chun Wu, her eyes sparkling. Let me prepare lunch today. I've learned so much. This time the taste will surely be excellent. Sister Emily even praised me this morning. Chun Wu raised an eyebrow. Emily actually praised someone? All right then, go ahead and prepare. Lilith's tail wagged excitedly, and Chun Wu, suddenly curious, reached out to touch IT. IT was soft, plump, and fluffy, offering a delightful texture. Meow! Lilith's tail instantly stiffened. Chun Wu did not let go. It seems I've gotten a bit stiff. Lilith puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Brother Chun Wu, what are you doing? Chun Wu chuckled as he released her tail. Lilith flicked her tail and dashed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Haha, how amusing. However, it seemed he had nothing to do now. Remembering the worried expression on Lilith's face upon entering, Chun Wu felt a pang of curiosity. Had that group of kidnappers returned? Approaching the kitchen, he leaned against the door, observing Lilith busily at work, and gently tapped on the adjacent wooden cabinet. You go outside first. I'll let you know when I'm done. Chun Wu smiled and quietly sat at the dining table, channeling wind elements with his right hand. Chun Wu decided against shaping birds this time. He would be bolder and create a wind crystal butterfly. Bang, bang, bang. Everything exploded. Dejected, Chen-Wu shoved the food on his plate into his mouth. Damn it! Why is this so difficult? Glancing at the hesitant Lilith, he raised an eyebrow, musing, is this a common ailment among maids? They all seem to hesitate to speak. What's wrong? Lilith glanced at Chen-Wu. Today, when I went to find Noel, I heard Captain Kia say that a dragon has come. Chen-Wu was taken aback. Is that all? Chapter 34-2, reports, huh? Lilith looked at him, puzzled. Brother Chen-Wu, you aren't stunned, are you? Chen-Wu picked up a napkin from the corner of the table to wipe the grease from his mouth. It's fine. If something goes wrong, the knights and Dialect will handle it, that we just need to watch. But Lilith struggled to counter, sensing something was amiss in Chen-Wu's words that he gently patted her head. Don't worry so much. You don't even have a vision. If anything happens, I will protect you and Emily. After speaking, Chen-Wu felt an odd sensation in his heart. Did I just make a reckless vow? This isn't good. Speaking of which, Lilith's status bar. Chen-Wu opened the system character panel. Lilith appeared, which was quite suspicious. Yet this was also a good thing. Possessing a vision on Teyvat was certainly preferable to not having one at all. After Lilith finished eating, she took her plate upstairs to feed Emily. Before ascending the stairs, she turned back to inform Chen-Wu, leave the plate there, and I'll wash it later. You just stay put. Chen-Wu shrugged. Well, it seemed he truly had nothing to do now. Wait! Lilith going upstairs to feed Emily regaining energy, Emily waking up, I'm doomed. With this thought, Chen-Wu hurriedly grabbed his coat from the sofa and dashed out the door. Upstairs, Lilith held the plate, gently whispering Emily's name near her ear. Huh, why hasn't she woken up this time? After a brief moment of confusion, Lilith set the plate aside, watching Emily's eyelashes flutter, unable to suppress a smile. Sister, I'm going out. Remember to eat. Lilith's soft voice echoed in Emily's mind. Upon hearing the door open and close, Emily finally opened her eyes, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Oh dear, how embarrassing, being fed like this every day. As Chen-Wu stepped outside, he turned and entered. Angel's gift. The bartender Charles greeted him with a wave. Same as always. Chen-Wu took a seat in front of Charles. The tavern was still relatively empty. It wouldn't be until evening that more patrons would arrive. Charles prepared a glass of apple cider and placed it before Chen-Wu. Observing the drink, Chen-Wu was slightly surprised. Why no ice this time? Charles chuckled, glancing at him. Isn't your shopkeeper capable of adding ice? Chen-Wu fell silent. Charles let out a few hearty laughs. Then why is it only half a glass? Boss Dialect insisted. He said if you're unhappy, go find him. Chen-Wu downed the half glass of apple cider in one go, intending to remember this grievance. Wait, holding a grudge against Dialect 1T get me assassinated, right? Better not. Damn, that Bard. I'll remember this grudge. As he exited the tavern, Chen-Wu was called to a halt by Richard. Boss Chun. Wait for me. Chen-Wu turned to look at Richard, who was panting heavily. What's the matter? Richard took a moment to catch his breath. Well, earlier, Captain Kia informed me that he needs you to go to the Knights of Favonius to meet with acting Grandmaster Jean. He said there's an important matter to discuss. Chen-Wu pondered briefly. It was likely about the awakening of Storm Terror. However, what did it have to do with him? After all, he was merely a weakling who required assistance to defeat Abyss mages and hadn't even reached level 10 in basic swordsmanship, sighing softly. Chen-Wu wrapped himself in wind elements and swiftly made his way to the knights. Richard stood there, staring after Chen-Wu's departing figure, deeply impressed. Is this the power of a vision bearer? It is truly astonishing. Emily stood by the window on the second floor, watching Chen-Wu converse with Richard before disappearing from view, sighing silently. He is so weak. Nodding at the two knights stationed at the entrance of the knights' headquarters. Chen-Wu pushed open the grand door. Just then, he spotted Klee peeking out, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Upon meeting Chen-Wu's gaze, she startled and promptly shut the door with a bang. The drowsy guard stationed by the door straightened up at the sound, instinctively nodding in greeting upon seeing Chen-Wu. Sir Chen-Wu. Chen-Wu smiled as he patted the guard's shoulder, producing a bag of mora. Make sure to work diligently. For the next 2 or 3 months. Klee is not to be let out. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from the confinement room, followed by Klee's angry voice. Brother Chen-Wu, You're a bad person. You're a bad person. Dodo King will definitely avenge me. Chun Wu chuckled, not taking Klee's words to heart. However, speaking of which, a person as adorable as Klee would undoubtedly appear even more charming when brought to tears. Chun Wu gently tapped on the door, saying, "If you continue to label me as a villain, I shall summon Captain Jean." Wu, exchanging a knowing smile with the guard. Chun Wu felt that the sunlight today was exceptionally pleasant. Upon opening the door, he found only Lisa and Jean in the room. "You've arrived," Jean remarked, setting down her pen. Hearing the sound, Lisa lifted her gaze from the book before her, glanced at Chun Wu, and remained silent. "Good morning, Captain Jean," Chun Wu greeted, and Jean gestured for him to take a seat. Typically, he felt indifferent, even when conversing with Dialek, but now, confronted with Jean in formal attire and a serious expression, he inexplicably felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. It was akin to the anxiety a schoolboy experiences when called upon to recite a lesson he had failed to memorize. After swallowing several times, Chun Wu composed himself, abandoning his usual nonchalance. Lisa observed Chun Wu's earnest demeanor and stifled a laugh behind her hand. "There's no need to be so tense," Jean said, her gaze somewhat exasperated as she looked at the tightly wound Chun Wu. "I'm not tense, just a bit flustered," he replied. Jean chuckled softly. "Apologies, I couldn't help it." Chun Wu's expression darkened. "May I inquire if you summoned me because something has been discovered? Or has the matter concerning Lilith been resolved?" Jean handed him a report. "This pertains to the events surrounding Lilith." Chun Wu lowered his head and read it carefully. His emotions complex. "Has the situation been confirmed?" he asked, incredulous. Jean nodded. "Our dispatch personnel located that group, and after interrogation, this was indeed the outcome." "May I make a copy of this report?" "Of course. But are you certain you want to inform Lilith?" Chun Wu hesitated, then replied, "No, she need not know. She is quite happy at present." Jean smiled. "Indeed, and Noelle specifically came to tell me that Lilith is a very obedient and kind child, as she ought to be." "I trust you." "Thank you." Jean opened a drawer and retrieved another report. Chun Wu glanced at the classified level on it and tentatively asked, "Am I truly permitted to view this?" He hesitated to touch the papers on the desk. "I won't be silenced." "Well, Lisa's impatient voice rang out. "Please do not unfairly malign the knights. Jean's actions must have received everyone's approval." After saying this, Lisa covered her mouth. "Oh no, I've become irritable again." Grabbing a book, she pushed the door open, saying, "Jean, I seem to be off today. I'll be logging off early." Jean nodded. Chun Wu then picked up the report from the table and began to skim through it. Chapter 35. The Foolish Gathering Reacts to the Wind. He read through it thoroughly. As some anonymous author once said, the happenings in the world are often quite different from what one imagines. The report before him detailed the observations of the Night Brigade during an outdoor reconnaissance. On August 17th, sounds of a dragon's roar were heard emanating from the depths near the outskirts of the Wind Dragon ruins, suspected to be the Wind's voice, prompting the dispatch of Squad 7 for investigation. On August 25, 4 out of 6 knights in Squad 7 suffered severe injuries. 1 sustained minor injuries, and 1 unfortunately perished. Traces of Abyss mages were confirmed, but the exact source of the dragon's roar remains unknown. On August 29, our squad was subjected to a mass assault by Abyss mages and Hilichurl communities. The behavior of these Hilichurls differed entirely from the documented accounts, resulting in heavy casualties. That same night, our squad witnessed a giant dragon soaring southeast from the Wind Dragon ruins. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, we record and report this that we hope the knights will prepare in advance. Furthermore, we request that the knights refrain from sending soldiers to assist. Our forces are fortunate to perish for Mondstadt. Sincerely salute. After reading the report, Chun Wu remained silent for a long while. Indeed, how could ordinary people not pay a price when faced with Hilichurls and Abyss mages? Jean quietly observed the changes in Chun Wu's expression. Showing no signs of impatience, her gaze conveyed a hint of satisfaction. "I truly did not misjudge you." However, this sentiment remained unspoken. Within the Knights, Chun Wu's reputation had never been particularly favorable, even regarding this report. There had been considerable debate about whether he was qualified to review it. Ultimately, It was Jean who stood against the majority and affirmed Chen Wu's right to see the report. Chen Wu silently set the report down and exhaled softly. Jean opened the left drawer again and produced another report. This report should not have existed. It is thanks to you that we obtained it. Chen Wu raised an eyebrow. The fatui? Jean gestured for him to examine it himself. Chen Wu unsealed the report, which bore a slightly lower classification than the previous one. On August 29, a diplomatic team from the Frostlands set out towards Mondstadt. This team is led by the 8th seat of the fatui, a lady. The purpose of their journey remains unknown. Setting the report down, Chen Wu looked at Jean, awaiting her query. Jean collected both reports and slowly asked, "What thoughts do you have regarding the relationship between these two reports?" "Sir Chen Wu." Chen Wu shook his head. "I am merely an ordinary merchant. What thoughts could I possibly have?" "Oh no, I was so blunt in warning Jean to be cautious of the fatui." Chen Wu felt a twinge of regret. Jean shook her head with a smile. Then her expression turned serious. "Sir Chen Wu, you may choose not to trust the Knights of Favonius, but please believe me when I say, I assure you by the honor of the Gunhilder family through the ages, Mondstadt will not bring you trouble. It must be said that the Gunhilder family has always adhered to the tenet of eternal protection of Mondstadt, and their reputation in Mondstadt is impeccable." Chen Wu pondered for a moment, deciding to disclose some inconsequential information. "Captain Jean, it is undeniable that the Frostlands are powerful. It is only natural that they would be the first to catch sight of the dragon. In fact, I do not know much, but perhaps you have already discerned the identity of that dragon. I can assure you, that dragon is indeed a favored one of the Anemo Archon. Dvalin that if Dvalin were to harm Mondstadt, then the fatui would have a reason to invade." Jean's face grew grave as she hesitated before asking, "But previously, when you warned me to be cautious of the fatui, they had not yet departed from the Frostlands. That, I apologize, it may be somewhat impolite, but could you please enlighten me? To be honest, it is somewhat shameful to admit." Chen Wu feigned embarrassment. "You may not be aware, but during my time in Liyue, my business was quite poor, and eventually, I encountered an elderly immortal who revealed several terms to me. These terms were Mondstadt, Dvalin, the fatui, weapons, and Mora." "An immortal?" Chen Wu nodded. "While in Liyue, I was a herbalist, and my ancestors passed down some herbal texts, which I studied. Later, I met that immortal, who not only shared these terms with me, but also imparted a marvelous alchemical technique." Jean nodded. "I see. I have heard that Liyue's immortals live in seclusion, allowing only fated individuals to meet them. It seems you are indeed one of the fated ones, Sir Chen Wu." Chen Wu smiled. After taking his leave, he leisurely strolled back to the weapon shop. "At last, my identity has been validated. It must be said that invoking the name of an immortal, even those from Liyue would likely believe such a tale. Let alone in the distant Mondstadt did I in high spirits." Chen Wu walked along the road, whistling at a beautiful young lady he passed. Naturally, he was met with a glare. Passing a snack shop, he purchased a towering treat to bring back for his little cat maid. As he approached the shop's door, a weight returned to his heart. Having deceived Jean, he now had to con the little maid at home. Pushing open the door, Chen Wu called out, "I'm back. Meow." "Oh!" The soft and cool voices rang out simultaneously. And Chen Wu thought, what a delightful feeling. In the hall, Lilith and Emily sat closely together, Lilith holding a drawing, while Emily focused intently on manipulating ice elements into shape, the tuft of hair on her head bobbing with each movement. Chen Wu hung up his coat on a nearby rack, loosened his shirt collar, and sat before the two. "When did you two become so close?" Lilith returned a sweet smile to Chen Wu, warming his heart. Emily merely glanced at Chen Wu, but then again, she didn't pay him any mind. "Ahem, you two should pause for a moment." Emily tilted her head to look at Chen Wu, her ice element gradually dissipating. Lilith laid the drawing flat on her lap, and both adjusted their posture, silently gazing at Chen Wu. "The situation is as follows," Chen Wu addressed Lilith. "The knights have already investigated the matters concerning your village." Lilith's eyes lit up, her hand involuntarily tightening, causing a corner of the drawing to tear. Emily caught a glimpse and extended her right hand to gently place Lilith's small hand in her palm. "Meow, sister. I'm so sorry. I accidentally ruined the drawing you made. Emily shook her head, signaling Chun Wu to continue. According to the Night Order's investigation, that group of people fled the city overnight after discovering you were here. When they were finally located, they were besieged by a horde of hilichurls. Ultimately, the knights managed to capture them. Lilith's cat ears fluttered anxiously. And then, what happened next? Most of the villagers from your village were injured, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. Upon learning the reason for the rescue, your father asked the Night Order to relay a message, expressing his hope that you would continue to work here to repay your debt of gratitude. He mentioned that they would seek a concealed place to live and rebuild their home, no longer trusting those suspicious individuals. The frequency of Lilith's ears' movements gradually slowed, and a smile returned to her face. I see. Thank you, Brother Chun-Wu. I will continue to work hard. Chun-Wu smiled as he patted her head. Yes, keep it up. Suddenly, Lilith's tail behind her swayed. Brother Chun-Wu, my father is fine, but what about my sister? Sister? Chun-Wu hesitated momentarily. Yes. My sister. How is she? Lilith shook her head, evading Chun-Wu's hand, her tail stiffening. She is fine, and she wishes for your everlasting happiness. Lilith lowered her head, her ears twitching slightly, her voice calm. I see. I understand. Thank you, brother. I will head back now. With that, Lilith lowered her head and ascended the stairs step by step. Chun-Wu let out a long sigh of relief, finally resolving that matter. Hey, were you deceiving her? Emily tugged at Chun-Wu's sleeve, whispering. Chun-Wu raised an eyebrow. Let us speak in your room. Emily frowned. Why not yours? Ignoring her question, Chun-Wu ascended the stairs. Hey! Emily sprang up, swiftly following Chun-Wu into her room. Chun-Wu lay on Emily's bed, patting the space beside him. Emily coldly huffed, silently sitting on the bed. Chun-Wu glanced at Emily. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. He wrapped his left arm around her waist and pressed her down with his right hand. Pinning her beneath him, Emily's pupils dilated, gazing at Chun-Wu, who was so close, her mouth slightly agape in shock. Chun-Wu chuckled, turning away and lying back down. Chun-Wu! Emily attempted to rise and confront him, but Chun-Wu's left arm restrained her waist, rendering her momentarily powerless to escape. What are you blushing for? You sleep like that every day? I've touched you plenty. Emily's face flushed crimson as she grasped the bedsheet tightly. You shameless. Indeed. You are correct. You. Chun-Wu turned his head, his left arm still encircling Emily, facing her. Are you still interested in hearing about Lilith? Emily blinked. Can we change positions? Chun-Wu found it amusing. Then I shall speak. Emily furrowed her brow, planning to hear the truth before conjuring ice elements to deal with Chun-Wu. The two engaged in playful banter, unaware that outside, Lilith sat quietly on the floor by the door, hearing the sounds of Chun-Wu teasing Emily. A smile crept onto Lilith's face, though she stifled her laughter, covering her mouth tightly. After a moment, as she heard Chun-Wu about to address serious matters, her smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression as she pressed her ear against the door. I knew it. Brother Chun-Wu must have been lying to me. Where did I even get a sister? Inside, Chun-Wu's expression grew increasingly serious. Emily, observing him, sensed that matters might be worse than anticipated, her brows knitting tighter. Actually, the situation is as follows. Chapter 36. The truth about Lilith. Chun-Wu began slowly. Upon receiving that report from the Knights of the West Wind, I too had my doubts initially, yet the facts are indeed as stated. The report indicated that Lilith's village faced threats from wild hilichurls and struggled to hunt. Coincidentally, someone from the village rescued members of a treasure-seeking group, and while the group recuperated, the adults in the village deliberated on trading all their possessions for the hope of the children's survival. When the treasure seeker reported this trade information, it was approved. Thus, they decided to stage a play with the villagers, trading the village's wealth and the already tarnished reputation of the treasure-seekers to make the act convincingly real. They resorted to genuine force during the expulsion and scolding. The ultimate goal was to leave the children at the doorsteps of individuals who had been vetted for their economic capability and virtuous character, hoping they would be fostered and grow up healthy. And what about those adults? Emily's gaze held a hint of disdain. Chun-Wu shook his head with a smile. Someone to seek refuge with their kin in Springvale. while others intended to venture to Liyue in search of a means to survive. Humph. Emily scoffed, her left hand manipulating ice elements, her fingers pinching the claw Chun Wu had placed on her waist. Chun Wu immediately withdrew his hand, sitting upright. Is it really that cruel? You can't let me savor it a bit more. Humph. Emily gradually straightened her posture, her hands tidying her hair as she cast a sidelong glance at Chun Wu. Chun Wu sensed the temperature in the room slowly dropping and stood up. Well then, I'll be on my way. You should rest a bit. Having taken all the liberties he could, there was no need to linger in danger any longer. Don't you dare murder your shopkeeper. Emily, get lost. All right then. Chun Wu opened the door, relieved to have escaped a predicament. Turning back to Emily, he said, I apologize this time, but I shall dare again next time. And then he swiftly closed the door. Phew, what a thrill. Chun Wu pushed open his room door, hesitating for a moment before locking it. His room and Emily's faced each other. If Emily couldn't suppress her fury at night and came to confront him, it would be disastrous. Hey, no wonder I'm so clever. Chun Wu applauded himself for his wisdom. His room was divided into two sections, one side for sleeping, the other for various items. Chun Wu glanced at the business planning layout hanging on the wall, recalling the news of the Fatui's arrival. Hooray! In a little while, it will be a bountiful harvest. Chun Wu instantly immersed himself in his fantasies. The Fatui had traveled miles to Mondstadt, intending to stay at the Goth Hotel, only to learn that he had booked all the rooms. Then, a lady would gracefully approach, smiling as she inquires, Handsome, are you renting out the hotel? Wow, this is fantastic. Chun Wu felt a surge of excitement. Brother. A soft, tearful voice called out in Chun Wu's ear. He jolted, his thoughts pulled back to reality. Turning around, he saw Lilith. Why are you crying? Chun Wu turned fully, noticing Lilith's puffy eyes, glistening with tears that streamed down her cheeks. Opening his arms, Lilith approached and nestled into his embrace, her shoulders trembling. Chun Wu surmised that she must have overheard his earlier conversation with Emily and, upon realizing he was about to come out, had hidden in his room. The very thing he dreaded had inexplicably occurred. This deviation from his plans left Chun Wu feeling somewhat at a loss, but the only thing he could do now was to hold her. Lilith quietly cried for a while, and Chun Wu felt his chest growing warm and damp, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, seeing Lilith's drooping cat ears and tail, he resisted the urge to pull away. Lilith's body was soft against him, and with a glance down, he caught a faint scent of milk. I heard everything, brother. Lilith buried her head in his embrace, her voice muffled. I'm sorry. It's all right. Just a little longer, just a moment. Chun Wu said nothing more, waiting until Lilith stood there asleep in his arms. As Lilith's body sagged, Chun Wu quickly summoned wind elements to support her beneath and gently cradled her. Phew! That's numb. Chun Wu felt a chill across his chest from the wind. Regretting having locked the door upon entering, he struggled to open it. Standing before Emily's door, Chun Wu gently kicked it with his left foot a few times. After a short wait, Emily opened the door, her expression irritated, but upon seeing Lilith in Chun Wu's arms, her gaze softened instantly. Chun Wu gestured for Emily to open the door. Emily shot him a glare, but obediently turned to unlock it. She changed into a loose, cream-colored long shirt that draped over half of her thighs, revealing her smooth, pale legs like sheep's fat jade. Chun Wu silently observed, indulging his eyes in the breathtaking sight before him. It was simply a feast for the senses. His gaze was intense as Emily opened the door, her palm coalescing into an icicle, signaling Chun Wu to refrain from staring so brazenly. Chun Wu chuckled softly, glancing at her perfectly upright hair tuft, before turning his attention back to Emily's long legs with increased seriousness. Emily frowned slightly, extending her left hand to twist Chun Wu's waist while releasing ice elements. Chun Wu inhaled sharply and hurried into Lilith's room, gently placing her small body onto the bed, that a glance around revealed that the room had been transformed by Lilith. Stuffed animals of cats and dogs adorned the headboard, and the curtains had been changed to a lovely pink hue. Chun Wu realized he could purchase a small kitten as a gift for Lilith, having heard that such creatures possess a therapeutic charm. Stepping outside, he recalled Emily's earlier harshness towards him, feeling a twinge of irritation. Thus, he decided to wait outside, preparing to give her a surprise when she emerged. Inside Lilith's room, Emily was helping her change out of her tear-soaked clothes and into a fresh set of pajamas, surprisingly gentle. Her cautious movements appeared somewhat comical. Even the simple act of changing Lilith's pajamas caused her to break into a light sweat. Noticing that Lilith remained asleep, a slight smile crept onto Emily's lips as she covered her with a blanket. Taking a moment to admire Lilith's serene face, turning towards the door, she heard footsteps, and Chen-Wu perked up. Swallowing hard, he positioned himself for the encounter, eagerly awaiting Emily's exit. As Emily reached the door, she paused, glancing at Lilith's slippers. After a moment's hesitation, she aligned them neatly, their toes pointing outward, and nodded in satisfaction before proceeding to open the door. Chen-Wu's nerves tensed once more. Here she comes! Here she comes! Chapter 37. Daily Life with Emily. The moment Emily stepped outside, Chen-Wu seized her arm and pulled her closer, with his left hand lifting her arm upwards and his right hand pressing against the wall beside her head. Her curvaceous figure became all too apparent beneath her loose clothing. This involuntarily caused Chen-Wu to swallow hard. Emily, momentarily bewildered by Chen-Wu's sudden boldness, found herself face to face with him, their noses nearly touching. Just then, her reason returned. With a dismissive smirk, Emily scoffed lightly. Pfft. The gust of air blew directly into Chen-Wu's face. As a stunningly beautiful supergirl like me, what scene have I not encountered? Is this all you've got? Chen-Wu frowned slightly. Raspberry flavor? Remember to drink more milk next time and less raspberry juice. You! Emily wrinkled her nose, pushing Chen-Wu away with her left hand. And you should drink less apple cider and more raspberry juice. With that, she tossed her hair and hurried back to her room, her pace increasingly frantic. Chen-Wu stood still, watching her retreat with defiance, choosing not to reveal her penchant for verbal sparring. Well, at least I won TB at a loss here. Feeling quite pleased, he rubbed his side. Ouch, it still hurts a bit, though. The twist had been bearable, but the lingering ice elements were less forgiving. Enduring the discomfort, Chen-Wu knocked on Emily's door. My waist hurts. I'm going to find Barbara. Upon hearing his voice, Emily, feeling a bit dizzy as she sat cross-legged on her bed, recalled her instinctive use of ice elements when she twisted Chen-Wu. Connecting it to his earlier remarks, she unconsciously pouted. Isn't he going to come find me? Why must he go to Barbara? Irritated, she tugged at her hair and hastily slipped on her slippers. Rushing to the door, she flung it open, intending to call Chen-Wu back, only to find him gazing at her with a bemused expression. Emily, after a moment of hesitation, she turned and sat back down on her bed. Chen-Wu walked in with a smile, bending down to poke at her delicate, pale feet. Startled, Emily instinctively pulled her foot back. Get away! Lift your foot. You're wearing them wrong. Obediently, Emily raised her foot, and Chen-Wu adjusted her slippers, placing them correctly on her feet. Watching her toes retract and extend repeatedly, Chen-Wu couldn't help but chuckle softly. When he looked up, he met Emily's gaze, her cheeks flushed with an unexpected beauty. Slowly rising, the pain in Chen-Wu's side prompted him to touch it again. Emily patted the space beside her. Come sit. Chen-Wu complied. Lift your shirt. He did as instructed, and Emily summoned the ice elements to dispel the residual ice from his side. Once done, Emily stood to leave. Where are you going? Chen-Wu asked instinctively. I've bumped into you several times today. It's not clean anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Emily lay in the bathtub, her hair tuft drooping lifelessly. The memory of Chen-Wu's earlier boldness made her face flush. After some contemplation, she decided to stop soaking. The bathroom was filled with steam as her long, toned legs emerged slowly from the water. Her skin, akin to polished jade, glowed with a rosy hue, droplets cascading down her smooth thighs and finally falling to the floor from her ankles. Standing upright, her grayish-white hair concealed her flawless back. Drying herself off, Emily wrapped a towel around her body. Just as she was about to open the door, darkness began to envelop her vision. Oh no! It has time to eat. Determined to maintain control, she pressed her back against the wall and gradually sank to the floor, knocking softly on the door with her right hand. Chen-Wu. Her voice took on an unusually soft tone. Meanwhile, Chen-Wu, who had been eavesdropping outside, hesitated upon hearing Emily's faint call, pondering if she might be trying to ensnare him. Straining to listen, he indeed heard her calling his name. Knocking on the door yielded no response. So he decisively opened it, finding the bathroom filled with mist and Emily slumped against the wall. Rushing forward, he scooped her up. Due to the angle, Chun-Woo found himself staring directly at her immaculate form. Damn! This is a true test of willpower. Carrying Emily, he kicked the door open with a grunt, reflecting on how many times he had damaged the door already. After placing her on the bed, he glanced at the towel, feeling a headache coming on this time. There were indeed some prominent curves on display, but he was not in the mood to make a scene. With Lilith asleep, he was the only one awake in the shop. Sighing, he turned Emily's body over, gripping the towel. He raised his eyes to the ceiling and yanked it off. Emily briefly stirred, her hazy consciousness slipping back into slumber. Chun-Woo dared not look down, instead pulling the blanket up over her. Relieved to see only skin that remained covered, he helped Emily settle under the covers and glanced outside. It was nearly dinner time. Downstairs. Oh, kitchenware, your family cook has returned after a few days. Chun-Woo felt a bit rusty in the kitchen. Unable to create dishes that sparkled with golden brilliance, he quickly boiled a bowl of noodles and remembered the uncle who had asked him about apples. Deciding to experiment himself. This time, he opted for raspberry instead. Once prepared, he also made a glass of raspberry juice, a glass of apple juice, and a glass of milk. Ah, the milk was meant for Lilith. Balancing the noodles and milk, Chun-Woo walked into Lilith's room, gently waking her to set her dinner aside. After patting her head, he descended the stairs and on his way back upstairs, he carried dinner for himself and Emily. Entering her room. Hey, time for your feeding. He propped Emily up, tucking the blanket around her shoulders and stuffed noodles into her mouth. Emily chewed absent-mindedly. After a few repetitions, half of the portion had disappeared. Her drowsy gaze gradually sharpened. Feeling a blush creep onto her face as she looked at Chun-Woo feeding her, she opened her mouth, accepting the food without a word. Chun-Woo handed her the raspberry juice, and just as she reached for it, she caught sight of the apple juice. Give me that one. Chun-Woo shot her a surprised look, but handed her the apple juice. This is also good. Emily drank the apple juice in a few gulps and snuggled back in her blanket. Lifting her gaze to Chun-Woo, she then buried herself deeper into her cocoon. Whimper, whimper, Chun-Woo chuckled as he finished his dinner, feeling quite content. Chapter 38. Morning routine. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Chun-Woo glanced up at the sky, noting the particularly splendid light of the day, prompting him to decide to open for business for a while. Will I get scolded terribly? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chun-Woo dismissed it. How could that be? They will only chant delicious. No one understands those adventurers better than I do. Pulling back the curtains and opening the window, the gentle morning breeze flowed in, accompanied by sunlight. Outside on the small platform, a night owl drooped its head, bobbing rhythmically. Chun-Woo, recognizing the familiar night owl, reached out to give it a gentle flick. The night owl. Hut. Chun-Woo gently tapped the little owl. What are you doing mimicking a duck's quack? The owl spread its wings and flew onto Chun-Woo's shoulder, continuing to doze. Chun-Woo raised his other arm and removed the note tied to its claw. I wonder what Master Dialect is thinking that is it necessary to wait until nightfall to deliver intelligence received during the day. Unfolding the note, he read, The Fatui have arrived in Mondstadt, their intentions unclear. Chun-Woo chuckled softly. What else could they be doing but seeking out Vinny to share some heartfelt words? After once again incinerating the note, he tilted his head to glance at the owl perched on his shoulder. Why is this thing so heavy? Chun-Woo shook his shoulder, and the owl, with its eyes shut, clung tightly to his clothing with its talons. The owl, disheartened, Chun-Woo suspected the plump bird was feigning sleep. He refused to believe that a professionally trained owl could slumber so soundly. With his free hand, he summoned the wind element. Directly pinning the hefty bird down, the owl fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chun-Woo suddenly felt a pang of panic. No way, it can still sleep. What if I broke it? He quickly picked up the rotund bird and tossed it onto a coat rack in the room. The little owl opened one eyelid, slightly unfurled its wings, swayed to the left, and resumed its upside-down slumber. Chun-Woo sighed in relief. He had heard that Dialect was quite fond of this little creature. And if he were to damage it, it could jeopardize their amicable relationship. Peering out the window, he turned his head and spotted Emily glancing in his direction. Smiling, he waved, but Emily rolled her eyes and with a loud bang, shut the window. Downstairs, Joseph noticed and cheerfully waved to Chenwu, picking up his harp to sing a free ballad, which told the tale of a young man whose love was unrequited. Chenwu summoned the wind element and tossed down a bag of mora. Slowed by the wind. "Joseph, can you please change the tune?" Joseph whistled, caught the bag of coins, opened it for a glance, and gave Chenwu upstairs a thumbs up. "Thanks, boss. I'll just switch it up," although he said he would change it. It was still that same unknown melody. The only difference was that the narrative transformed into that of an unnamed youth who bravely embarked on a journey, continually adventuring, overcoming numerous trials, opening countless treasure chests, and eventually reaching the dragon's castle. Just as the youth raised the sword of justice, the Anemo god Barbados appeared. The wind god redeemed the dragon, soaring into the distance, while the youth returned with the princess to their original kingdom, living happily ever after. The gathered townsfolk applauded with smiles, the clapping sounds particularly loud from the two handsome young men. Joseph bowed to the crowd, raised the bag of coins, and looked up at Chenwu. "Thank you, boss. Remember to invite me to recite poetry next time. I'm much cheaper than that little rascal Vinny." Chenwu waved his hand. "Definitely next time." However, speaking of Vinny, he realized he hadn't seen him in quite a while. With Turin awakening and the Abyss Order stirring, Vinny was likely occupied with serious matters. After Joseph left, the crowd dispersed, and Chenwu stole a glance next door to Emily's window quietly closed, leaving a small gap. Chenwu smiled. It seemed that Emily's fondness for artistic things had not changed. With his arms crossed over his chest, Chenwu fell into contemplation. Perhaps I should try to recall those divine songs from Earth? Sigh, flirting is so hard. A knock sounded at the door, and Chenwu stepped out of the inner room, fastening the buttons on his collar. "Good morning, brother. Good morning, Lilith." Today, Lilith donned the aquamarine-made outfit she had purchased. Chenwu awkwardly scratched his head. "How did you find this? If you don't like it, you can change. I don't really have that kind of preference." Lilith widened her doe-like, glistening eyes and shook her head. "Not at all. I think it looks lovely. Besides, isn't Noelle also wearing a maid outfit every day?" Chenwu nodded. The excessively adorable Lilith made him feel an impulse to scoop her up and lift her high. "Breakfast is ready, brother. Wash up and come downstairs to eat, all right?" "Okay, then I'll go call Sister Emily." Chenwu shut the door, mentally replaying Lilith's expressions and actions from earlier. It seems after crying yesterday, her mood appears to be quite good now. Needs further observation. It wasn't that Chenwu was overly suspicious. He simply believed that any child would be affected by what had transpired yesterday. It seemed the pet therapy he had thought it would need to continue. With that in mind, Chenwu glanced at the owl in the room. The owl, disturbed from its slumber, opened one eye, looking at Chenwu with a perplexed expression, shivering in alarm. Silently turning away, it shut its eyes again. "Owl, don't bother me." Chenwu shook his head. This plump bird seemed utterly unreliable. After washing up, Chenwu raised a hand to tousle his hair. Today, Chenwu remains absurdly handsome. Descending the stairs, he found Emily and Lilith seated at the dining table, chatting and laughing over breakfast. Chenwu silently took a seat. Casting a glance at the table, he said, "Lilith, meow. In our household, just you two drinking milk should be sufficient, right?" Lilith blinked innocently. Emily cleared her throat with a cough. "Ahem. I let her." Chenwu raised an eyebrow. "That works too. Although you don't particularly need it, drinking more isn't a bad idea. I'll share my cup with you." Emily's sandwich fell onto her plate. As she stared blankly at the cup of milk, Chenwu pushed toward her. After several moments of hesitation, her chilly demeanor fluctuated. "All right." Chenwu smiled in satisfaction. That was more like it. He stood up to pour a cup of warm water, biting into the dry sandwich. Perhaps this was the essence of finding joy amidst hardship. After breakfast, Chenwu and Emily sat silently on the sofa, a distance apart. After Lilith had finished washing the dishes, she bounced over to the sofa and plopped down between them. "Brother and sister, I have something wonderful to show you." Chapter 39, Lilith's Vision. "I have something wonderful to show you." Chenwu and Emily exchanged knowing glances, lowering their heads to look at Lilith. What is this marvelous thing? What is this marvelous thing? Their simultaneous inquiry made Lilith burst into laughter. Brother and sister. You are both so cute. Emily blushed, steam seemingly rising from her head. Chenwu pondered. It appeared that only Lilith could truly stimulate Emily. Clearing his throat slightly, he said, Lilith, what is this mysterious item? Quickly show it to your brother, so I can be enlightened. Oh. Lilith rummaged through her pocket and produced a fiery red vision. Here, it's this. Lilith hummed a cheerful little tune. Chenwu immediately activated the character module in the system. Indeed, the information had changed. Lilith was now identified as the holder of a pyro vision. Goodness, a flame-wielding little maid. Imagining for a moment, Chenwu thought, what if she is a bit too adorable? Lili yo feliz wal herbodi, la la la. Now I have a vision, just like brother and sister. Emily patted Lilith's head, offering her a few praises that it was said that when an ordinary person has an overwhelming desire for something or a certain will, they might gain the attention of a deity and receive a vision. What had fueled Lilith's fervent longing? However, pyro. Chenwu mused, pyro and cuteness. He remained cautious. He pulled Lilith close, adopting a serious expression. Lilith, you must remember to play honestly with Noel from now on, and absolutely avoid wandering around in the Knight's Order. Especially if you encounter another child who is also a pyro vision holder, make sure to keep your distance that if she offers you any round gifts, be sure to show them to the acting grandmaster before accepting. Lilith tilted her head in confusion. I'll remember. But why? Chenwu smiled and shook his head. That's a secret. Emily furrowed her brow, her hands crossed comfortably on her thighs. Are you referring to that pyro knight from the Knight's Order? Chenwu hushed her, and Emily unexpectedly smiled gently. Seeing Chenwu staring at her in a daze, she softly humphed. Lilith looked up at the two of them, her little face pouting. I'm going to find Sister Noel now. I'll be back to cook lunch. You two mustn't eat secretly. Chenwu smiled and waved. If you run into Lisa, Annie, do ask her about how to use the vision. Got it. Lilith stretched out her words, laughing as she waved to the two. Chenwu stood up, looking toward Emily. Today, we may need to operate for the entire day. That I purchased some snacks yesterday and place them in the kitchen, that if you feel even slightly unwell later. Remember to have some. It's rare for us to be open, and I anticipate the pressure will be considerable. It might be a bit arduous. Emily nodded, glanced at her attire, and looked up at Chenwu. Shall I change into something else? Chenwu scanned her from head to toe several times before nodding in agreement. There was no choice. His staff was indeed too attractive and needed to dress more modestly, lest customers feel intimidated and hesitant to enter. As he watched Emily return to her room, Chenwu pushed open the shop door and removed the closed sign he had placed earlier, replacing it with the long and used open sign. Stepping outside, he surveyed the surroundings and waved to a young knight standing nearby. Richard, come over here. The young man exchanged a few words with the two knights beside him before jogging over to Chenwu, his face adorned with an ever-present sunny smile. Boss Chen, is there anything I can assist you with? Chenwu glanced at the two knights nearby. Are you on patrol today? Richard hesitated for a moment. It's no problem. Helping those in need is a knight's duty. Chenwu nodded. Well said. Now, could you bring those two gentlemen over as well? Richard was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in understanding. Boss Chen, are you finally opening today? You're quite perceptive. Richard chuckled sheepishly and quickly returned, bringing the two knights back with him. My Lord Chenwu. Chenwu nodded in acknowledgement. Good morning. Feel free to mention your compensation. I can accommodate. Well, the two knights exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. To be honest, we've been meaning to purchase 2 weapons from you. Unfortunately, your operating hours have been rather erratic, coinciding perfectly with our patrols so all we ask is to be allowed to choose 1 weapon. Richard added, Of course. We won't select any of those limited edition weapons. They are a testament to your exceptional alchemy. Chenwu waved his hand, granted. The knight on the left suddenly chuckled, scratching his head. My Lord Chenwu, I have a few good friends who also missed the chance to buy your weapons that I wonder. Chenwu raised an eyebrow. How many more? About 5, the knight hesitated. If that's too many, we can limit it to 2. The knight on the right had intended to speak, but paused. choosing to remain silent. Chenwu smiled. Not too many. In fact, it's a bit few. Rest assured, as long as it's within 15, I can accommodate. The knight on the right raised his hand. Then I can bring over 6. Chenwu agreed. The morning passed uneventfully. Emily stood beside Chenwu, responsible for the sales of 4-star weapons. The enthusiastic knights handled the morning's business with remarkable efficiency. However, it was regrettable that Chenwu's 2 types of elemental-enhanced weapons still garnered no interest. Bored, he playfully poked Emily's waist with his finger. Emily appeared somewhat weary, casting a hesitant glance at Chenwu before softly asking, "What are you doing?" Chenwu leaned closer. "I placed the snacks to your right." At that moment, a lady entered, smiling as she observed the interaction between Chenwu and Emily. Whether it was due to Chenwu's warm breath or the lady's peculiar gaze, Emily's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Chenwu shot a glance at the lady, who was waiting for her son to collect a weapon, gently patting the young man's head. "Mom, you hit me again," the lady retorted. "Look at yourself. Now look at Boss Chun and his little girlfriend. Can't you aspire to be better?" The young man muttered, "But she doesn't fancy me. What can I do? Besides, my captain has always said, women only slow us down when drawing our swords." The lady snapped back, "Captain. Captain. Always with the captain. How many years has your captain been single? Why don't you just live with him?" Chapter 40. Lilith's wish. Following the commotion between the young man and his mother, the morning business came to a close. Chenwu distributed the rewards, and each knight wore a cheerful expression, all promising, "Next time, we'll definitely return." Chenwu acknowledged each one. Emily, having overheard the lady refer to her as Chenwu's little girlfriend, fell into a dazed state. Seizing the opportunity, Chenwu took Emily's small hand, pulling her along wherever he went. With the shop door closed, they awaited Lilith's return to prepare lunch. Chenwu interlaced his fingers with Emily's, giving a gentle squeeze, feeling a warmth in his heart. So this is what it feels like to hold a girl's hand. How delightful. He maintained his grip, using his left hand to pick up the sliced apples from the table, feeding them to Emily piece by piece until, "Knock, knock, knock. Brother, sister, I'm back," Lilith called out, banging on the door, startling Emily awake. Emily glanced at her hand, still held in Chenwu's grasp, her typically cool demeanor wavering slightly. "Could you let go for a moment?" Chenwu smiled, releasing his hold, but he felt no reluctance. Having shared their first moment, the second and countless others would surely follow. Rising, he opened the shop door, and Lilith leapt in like a hungry tiger, clinging to Chenwu. "Meow!" Chenwu chuckled as he set Lilith down, and she bounced toward the kitchen, waving at Emily, who wore a perplexed expression. Chenwu noticed Emily's quirky hair, swaying rhythmically. After closing the shop door again, he waited a moment, and soon Lilith began placing dish after dish on the dining table. Observing the surprised expressions of Chenwu and Emily, Lilith beamed with pride. This is the result of several days of practice. Am I not amazing? With her hands on her hips, her tail flicked excitedly behind her. Chenwu patted her head. "Of course, Lilith is the best in our family. However," he pointed to the dishes on the table, "next time, don't prepare so much. It will go to waste if we can't finish." "Oh, understood." Lilith flashed a heartwarming smile. The 3 of them took their seats, and Chenwu suddenly felt curious about Lilith's desire to obtain the vision. "Lilith." "Yes." "What is it?" Chenwu set down his food. "Before you received the vision last night, what were you thinking? Can you tell your brother?" "Well," Lilith also set down her food, tilting her head in deep thought. "I think I wanted to become an excellent homemaker to help you both." As she spoke, Lilith shook her head. No, I think I wanted the ability to assist you, not wanting to feel weak and incapable." After several reflections, she concluded, "The strongest desire must be to protect my brother." Emily reached out and lightly flicked Lilith's forehead. "You ungrateful little one. What about wanting to protect your sister?" Lilith stuck out her tongue, scratching her head. Sorry. Chenwu laughed heartily, glancing at Emily, whose expression held no trace of displeasure. "Is there any doubt?" "Naturally. It's because I am the one who treats Lilith the best at home," he exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Unlike a certain someone in the household, during those initial days when Lilith first arrived, she didn't receive care, but rather had to look after herself. Emily pouted, kicking Chenwu lightly under the table. Chun Wu chuckled, making a gesture to seal his mouth, eliciting a fit of giggles from Lilith. Emily shot Chun Wu a glare, bade farewell to Lilith, and stormed off to her room in a huff. Chun Wu reflected on Lilith's earlier words, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Lilith, the age you mentioned before was a fabrication, wasn't he it? Is this the first time you're realizing it? Lilith's face displayed surprise. Brother, I am so small. Do I look like someone close to adulthood? Chun Wu rubbed his nose. That's because I believed you. Who knew you would turn around and deceive me? Lilith tilted her head. Hey, brother, remember, I'm only 15 this year, 3 years away from adulthood. Chun Wu nodded. I've got it. I won't forget. Lilith smiled contentedly, heading off to wash the dishes. Watching her transition from initial awkwardness to her now adept movements in the kitchen, Chun Wu felt an odd sensation. It feels as if I've raised a well-behaved and obedient daughter. Shaking his head, Chun Wu dismissed the unreliable notion from his mind, allowing the phrase Lilith is my obedient little sister to echo in his thoughts for quite some time. Lilith, I'm heading upstairs now. Before I go out to meet Noelle this afternoon, make sure to drop by and let me know, he said. Got it. You're so talkative, Lilith replied, waving her hand impatiently. With a smile, Chun Wu retreated to his room, but he opened the drawer to reveal his ultimate secret. Ultimate item. Chun Wu's business deployment. Inside lay several rental agreements for the Gerda Hotel and a few property ownership contracts he had negotiated with Jean. Initially, Emery's unusual condition alerted the Knights of the Round Table to an impending disaster for Mondstadt. Among the conditions Chun Wu agreed to in assisting Jean was the matter of these real estate rights. The requirement was that he would provide assistance to Mondstadt to the best of his abilities. However, the legal ownership of the properties would only be transferred to Chun Wu once the calamity had passed. This contract held advantages and disadvantages for both Chun Wu and the Knights. While Chun Wu would gain ownership of the properties, he would have to pay a certain price, such as providing weapons and utilizing his strength. The Knights were also aware that if a disaster did indeed befall Mondstadt, the contract stipulated that Chun Wu would be responsible for maintaining the properties at his own expense. This arrangement would effectively reduce the Knights' expenditures while allowing them to gather weapons and the assistance of a vision holder when needed. Emery was excluded due to his condition. Thus, both parties had their gains and losses, leading to a straightforward agreement. Chun Wu picked up the rental agreement for the Gerda Hotel and scrutinized it for a long while, silently anticipating the arrival of the Fatui, which would signal the commencement of an intriguing spectacle. However, one matter perplexed him. How had he so effortlessly acquired the rental rights to the Gerda Hotel without even a single inquiry from Master Dialek or the Knights of the West Wind? After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, he decided to set it aside and not dwell on it further. Chapter 41. The remaining 2 energy points and the commotion, having learned from the morning's experience. The young knights summoned in the afternoon became more adept at handling business. Each one of them was eager and restless. Chun Wu readily agreed to let them drink freely at the neighboring establishment. Angel's gift, that night. Awesome, the young men cheered excitedly. They had been tirelessly executing nightly duties, especially with their workload intensified over the past few days, leaving them with no time to relax. Even the slightest break would lead to reports against them. Now, with Chun Wu's assurance, they were elated that, of course, they understood that the drinks available would not include those priced over 1,000 mora. But did that matter? Not in the slightest, as long as they could drink to their heart's content. That was sufficient. What good were the expensive drinks that came in small quantities? With the promise secured, the young men worked diligently, determined to find a way to drink the store owner dry that night. As the business day concluded, the knights dashed out. With the setting sun casting its golden glow, the familiar blond youth and the elderly man, who moved in a decidedly uncoordinated manner, hurriedly approached. Chun Wu raised an eyebrow. Hearing the system in his ear incessantly chiming, ding, 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 this was indeed a rare occurrence. Boss Chun, long time no see. Emery nudged Chun Wu with his arm, a perplexed expression in his eyes. Chun Wu gestured for the elder and the youth to enter. The 4 of them sat in the hall, exchanging a few words about past events. Emery frowned, especially upon hearing that the pendant had been discovered in a graveyard, his gaze clouded with inscrutable emotions. Chun Wu had already informed Charles about the arrangement for the temporary workers to drink freely that day. Charles smiled, exclaiming, "Boss, you're generous." The four exchanged glances, the elder's expression notably uncomfortable. "Boss Chen, I'll be frank. Please take a look." The elder nudged the blond youth, who grumbled in protest. Rummaging through his pockets, he produced two pendants identical to the ones from before. Chen Wu immediately understood, and no wonder the system had indicated that the energy collection progress was only a third complete. The remaining two pendants were still in their possession. The four wore varied expressions, falling into a moment of silence. Emery suddenly spoke, his cool voice unexpectedly carrying a weight of authority. "These were also found in the graveyard." "Yes," came the reply that Emery's face clearly showed disdain. "Then please leave." The elder appeared visibly flustered, apologizing profusely as he pulled the blond youth away, intent on leaving. "Wait," Chen Wu interjected, taking the two pendants. "This." The elder was momentarily at a loss, glancing at Emery, then back at Chen Wu, before resuming his seat. Emery turned his gaze to Chen Wu, his expression shifting between shadow and light. "Let's discuss the price." "Chen Wu." Emery's voice unexpectedly rose. Chen Wu narrowed his eyes, looking up to see a seriousness on Emery's face he had never encountered before. He was unsure what had triggered Emery's reaction, but it was evidently amiss. Nevertheless, for him, acquiring the two pendants, completing the energy collection, and updating the system was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Ignoring Emery's outburst, Chen Wu calmly stated, "Old man, tell me how much you want." Emery shot Chen Wu a grim look before standing up and heading upstairs. It's fine, just tell me your asking price." The elder hesitated, letting out a long sigh. "Forget it, I won't sell. You go upstairs and comfort your little girlfriend." Chen Wu shook his head with a smile. "No need. You don't understand, young man. Cherish those close to you." Chen Wu interrupted the elder's ramblings, speaking slowly and clearly. "I just want to know how much." The blond youth, bewildered by the unfolding scene, muttered, "Old man, just give it to him that I didn't even want to come. That worthless thing isn't worth much more. Let's just leave." "Ah, you don't understand." The elder sighed heavily. "All right then, I'll give these two pendants to Boss Chen. Now hurry upstairs and talk to your girlfriend." The elder slowly stood up and walked out, gradually fading from sight, his voice imbued with untold stories. However, Chen Wu felt inexplicably agitated. Uninterested in pondering the deeper implications, he summoned the system interface, tossing the two pendants into the bronze container, and upon hearing the system's prompt, he noted it would take 12 hours before he would need to check back. Exiting the system interface, Chen Wu ascended to the second floor, heading straight back to his room, although the elder suggested he should find Emery. He felt that both needed to cool off first. Chen Wu felt increasingly vexed, even finding Emery's reaction somewhat inexplicable. Surely, it couldn't be solely because the items originated from a graveyard that he reacted so strongly. It's utterly nonsensical. Chen Wu flopped onto his bed. Closing his eyes, he felt as though his entire being were being twisted and wrung by enormous hands that it seemed as if his body no longer belonged to him. An inexplicable agitation tore at his muscles and sent his bones lamenting. It was an extreme dryness, as if every cell in his body were on the brink of desiccation. Chen Wu had never experienced such a sensation. In the room opposite Chen Wu, Emery felt a twinge of regret. But beneath that lay a deeper well of anger. This fury coalesced into a thick, viscous substance, oozing from the core of his being like slime. Emery pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from the wild outbursts typical of other women. Nor did he violently pound on innocent pillows. Instead, he sat quietly, his voice as frosty as ever. Taking a deep breath, he felt the temperature around him plummet rapidly, ice elements coalescing into unique snowflakes, each with distinct patterns swirling throughout Emery's room. Not a single flake escaped. They remained tightly locked within his space. The scene was eerily striking as icy winds danced in the room, gradually enveloping Emery in a massive block of solid ice. Within the ice, Emery appeared more alluring, yet carried an even stronger air of aloofness than usual. However, Chen Wu remained unaware of this. "Brother, sister, I'm back." A soft, mellow voice echoed in the hall on the first floor. How strange. Why is no one here?" Lilith mused, stroking her smooth chin. Innocently tugging at her ear, she thought, I can't figure it out. I should ask brother." "Knock, knock, knock." A knock on the door interrupted Chun Wu's thoughts. He opened his eyes, striving to calm his emotions, and turned to see the wide-eyed little owl. With a mischievous grin, he tossed the little owl to Lilith amidst her startled cries. Chapter 42. The Elemental Collapse of Emily Lilith. I'm feeling a bit down. You can play with this plump chicken for now. Just don't break it. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. Lilith flinched, drawing back her neck as she exchanged wide-eyed glances with the little owl nestled in her arms. Meow. Quack. Why are you still imitating a duck? Lilith chuckled, gently patting the little owl's head. The owl gazed at Lilith for a moment, fluttered its wings awkwardly, and managed to fly a few clumsy flaps before landing on Lilith's shoulder. Lilith clapped her hands in amazement. You're quite impressive. Little duck, you can fly in such a small space. The plump chicken proudly turned its head. Quack, 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 quack. Lilith eyed the chicken suspiciously. You can't possibly be a mutant duck. The chicken responded with silence. Lilith shook her head. No. That's not right. You're not nearly as adorable as a duck, and I doubt you would taste as good either. Upon hearing the mention of being tasty, the chicken panicked and flapped its wings a few times, finally letting out a few normal squawks. Lilith chose to ignore the chicken on her shoulder, directing her attention toward Emily's room. Sister, are you there? Lilith is coming in. The door, which had been damaged by Chun Wu earlier, remained unfixed. After waiting for a moment without any response, Lilith began to worry that Emily might have fainted again, so she pushed against the door that did not budge. Suspicious, Lilith recalled the method she had learned earlier that afternoon from Noelle and Lisa regarding manipulating the vision. With this thought in mind, she shot an irritated glance at Chun Wu's door. It's all brother's fault. When I saw Sister Lisa this afternoon, I nearly couldn't return because I called her aunt. Humph. Looking down at the vision pendant that Noelle had helped her stitch at her waist, Lilith closed her eyes in meditation. Gradually, she summoned a considerable amount of fire element around her. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled with excitement. All right. This afternoon, Sister Lisa praised me as a magical genius and even gifted me a rather ordinary spellbook. The spellbook floated serenely in front of Lilith as she extended her finger. Instantly, the surrounding fire elements sprang to life, forming eager tongues of flame that collided against the door with a loud crash, enveloping Lilith in a cloud of steam. Inside the room, Chun Wu gradually settled his racing thoughts. Though confusion lingered, he had taken out the two pendants from the system space and, upon merely glancing at them, his earlier agitation resurfaced. Alarmed, he quickly tossed the peculiar items back. How strange. The previous one caused no trouble at all. Moreover, the system has already absorbed the energy points from these two pendants. Chun Wu pondered, not believing that the old man had meddled in this matter. Someone is trying to set me up. Maintaining his vigilance, Chun Wu then heard a tremendous noise echoing from the hallway. Oh no, Lilith! He dashed out of the room, locking his gaze onto Lilith's small figure. Lilith! Without hesitation, he scooped her into his arms, but Lilith seemed oblivious to his call. Her arm raised stiffly as she stared blankly at Emily's room. Brother, look at sister. Chun Wu gently lifted Lilith's head from where it was buried against her neck, and what he saw froze him in place. What is this? Slowly, he stepped into Emily's room, still cradling Lilith. The room was filled with glimmering ice blocks, and had it not been for the fire elements surrounding them, both would have been at risk of frostbite. Emily lay motionless on the bed, her face devoid of color. Chun Wu approached her, trembling as he touched her neck. Who? He withdrew from the room with Lilith in his arms, relieved. Thankfully, she is not in any immediate danger. Lilith appeared somewhat frightened. Brother, is she really okay? Feigning ease, Chun Wu replied. It's fine. Your sister's vision is of the ice element. Perhaps she has merely broken through her limitations. Lilith nodded in understanding. Chun Wu took a deep breath, reassuring himself. You must remain calm. Carrying Lilith downstairs, Chun Wu felt it necessary to seek out Lisa once more. He placed Lilith on the sofa and pondered for a moment. Lilith, may I send you to be with Sister Noelle tonight? Lilith hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then let us go. I'll escort you to Noelle. Chun Wu took Lilith's small hand, feeling a weight of concern in his heart. The sun had not yet set, and the remnants of twilight lingered in the sky. With passers-by greeting Chun Wu along the way, he managed a strained smile, and the onlookers nodded without further inquiry. Thank heavens, Chunwoo's affinity for elements had unexpectedly intensified. The wind element enveloped them, swiftly transporting Chunwoo and Lilith to Noel's residence. Upon their arrival, Chunwoo merely mentioned that he had some matters to attend to, casually inquiring about Lisa's whereabouts before entrusting Lilith to her care. Noel, perceptively, refrained from asking further questions and waved goodbye to Lilith as they departed. Chunwoo smiled back, channeling the wind element with all his might as he rushed towards Lisa's home. Halfway there, Chunwoo glanced at the sky, half orange and half violet, and sighed, "I hope there's still time." He reached Lisa's abode, stopping at the door, and knocked vigorously. Having overexerted himself with the wind element, he now felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had gone days without sleep. Coming, don't rush," Lisa's voice floated through. Chunwoo leaned against the door, feeling unsteady. After a brief wait, Lisa opened the door to find him looking rather worn. Lisa gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "No way, little darling. Have you managed to win over Emily and come back for more?" Chunwoo rolled his eyes, glancing at Lisa's alluring figure clad in a nightgown, managing to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. "Enough with the nonsense. Follow me. Emily's condition has worsened." Lisa's expression turned serious, and she nodded in understanding. "Wait here. I'll change." Chunwoo nodded, grateful that Lisa, usually reluctant to exert herself in the evenings, had readily agreed to assist him. After about 5 minutes, Lisa returned in her familiar purple attire, adjusting her hat with a graceful gesture. She handed Chunwoo a vial of potion. "Drink this. Overexertion can be detrimental to your foundation." Chunwoo nodded and downed the azure liquid in one go. Chapter 43. The best means of resolution upon consuming the potion. Chunwoo felt as if he had found refreshing rain after a long drought. The flow of elemental energy became remarkably smoother. After a moment of adjustment, he opened his eyes, declaring, "All set." Lisa chuckled softly. "That's a restorative potion I recently developed, designed to replenish wind element energy without damage that I originally intended it as a birthday gift for Jean." Chunwoo glanced down at his feet. "I can always gift Jean some weapons." Lisa laughed lightly. "You clever little one. Let us go see your young lady." Chunwoo nodded and was about to step forward when he noticed Lisa standing still, staring at him. "What's wrong?" "I'm not as fast as you. My lightning element isn't focused on speed." Lisa hesitated before adding, "To be precise, I've never encountered a holder of the wind element vision who enhances their own speed. You could be considered a leader in that regard." Chunwoo awkwardly tugged at his clothing. "All right, today I'll allow you to carry me for a while." Lisa opened her arms, her bosom undulating enticingly. Chunwoo hesitated briefly before extending his strong arms, lifting her in a princess carry. Feeling a softness he had never experienced before, he nearly faltered in his steps. "Hey, little one, don't get any funny ideas about your sister. I might just zap you into a state of incapacity." Chunwoo cleared his throat, suppressing any sudden urges. Channeling the wind element, he dashed towards a shop. Upon opening the door and heading upstairs, Lisa gently tapped his arm. "All right, enough of the carrying. You've taken quite a few liberties this journey." Flushing with embarrassment, Chunwoo set Lisa down. She looked at his straightforward action, smiling as she caressed his cheek. "Not bad. You'll make a fine gentleman one day." With that, Lisa gracefully ascended the stairs to check on Emily's condition. Chunwoo lingered for a moment, reminiscing about the soft sensation he had just experienced, truly ample and soft. He settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting the results of Lisa's examination. "What is the situation?" Lisa frowned. "It's serious if you say it is. Yet it could also be nothing." "How so?" Was Emily's emotional state previously extremely unstable? Indeed. In simple terms, it was a rebellion of the elements within her, resulting in a certain backlash. Chunwoo raised an eyebrow. "What should I do?" Lisa did not immediately provide an answer. Instead, she pondered thoughtfully. "There are two approaches." "Do tell," Chunwoo urged. Lisa hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chunwoo. "I hope you choose the first option, which is to simply wait as long as Emily's will triumphs over the backlash of the ice element. She will be reborn. Then I shall choose the second." Chunwoo had always trusted only himself, never placing his hopes on unreliable matters. Lisa regarded Chunwoo with a deep gaze. "Emily is quite fortunate." Chunwoo fell silent. not uttering a word. Are you aware of the snow-capped mountains in the eastern Mondstadt? Chunwoo nodded. Records indicate that deep within the snowy peaks, there exists a magical creature formed from naturally crystallized ice. It is referred to as the unfathomable ice. At this juncture, Lisa paused, observing Chunwoo's expression, which revealed no hint of abnormality. It is said that within the unfathomable ice resides a pure ice crystal known as the crystal bloom. If you can procure it and find Albedo, who is conducting research on the snow-capped mountains, and bring him back to me, you can ensure your girlfriend's normalcy without any risk. Chunwoo's gaze flickered as he contemplated for a moment. All right, I shall go. Then, I entrust Lilith to you and Miss Noel. Lisa smiled, her eyes no longer harboring the previous indifference towards Chunwoo. If you do not personally bid farewell to Lilith, I cannot guarantee that the little girl won't sneak away. Chunwoo licked his slightly dry lips. How long can Emily maintain stability? Lisa pondered briefly. There should be no problem for 2 months. Beyond that, I cannot say. 2 months hence. Chunwoo mused, realizing that this coincided with the time when the identity unknown traveler would encounter the emergency food that IT was feasible. With all his might, he could achieve it. Very well. Let us seek Lilith. Lisa nodded, watching as Chunwoo ascended the stairs to embrace Emily, securing the doors and windows. Emily will be settled with you. Is that agreeable? Of course. Chunwoo gazed up at the myriad stars above, then looked down at Emily in his arms to to him. Emily shone even brighter than the stars in the sky. Although she often displayed a haughty demeanor, Chunwoo found himself inexplicably drawn to this unappealing girl. The two arrived at Lisa's residence, ensuring Emily was comfortably settled before Lisa accompanied Chunwoo as they traversed the night towards Noel's home. To Chunwoo's surprise, the place was still brightly lit. After knocking, Noel emerged in a light blue nightgown, leading Lilith by the hand. Chunwoo bent down, affectionately ruffling Lilith's hair. Lilith, why are you still awake? How's my sister? Lilith's question caused Chunwoo's expression to stiffen for a moment. Emily is fine. As long as I obtain a certain item, she will awaken. Then I will go with you. Lilith's voice was particularly resolute, her fists clenched, her ears perked up, remaining utterly motionless. Chunwoo stood up, his gaze suddenly turning cold. You would hinder me. Lilith grasped his clothing with her left hand and forcefully tugged at his side with her right. Then I shall leave this to you. Lilith pulled down her vision, forcefully thrusting it into Chunwoo's hand. After doing so, she took Noel's hand and retreated inside. Chunwoo stared blankly at the vision in his hand, its vibrant red hue fading to a mere faint crimson glow. Take it, Lisa spoke. I will return to check on Emily. We should have some more time. Chunwoo lifted his gaze, anxiously searching for Lilith's figure, but only saw a tail disappearing behind the door. Clenching the vision tightly in his palm, Chunwoo donned the black cloak he had prepared in advance, enveloped in darkness. He resolutely stepped into the world beyond the gates of Mondstadt. Back in her room, Lilith clutched Noel's hand tightly. Sister Noel, I feel so unwell. Noel bent down, enveloping Lilith in her embrace. Little Lilith, let it out. Your brother and sister will be fine. Meow. For reasons unknown, Lilith felt a heaviness in her chest, her eyes dry, yet she could not bring herself to cry in anyone's arms but Chunwoo's. Sister Noel, they will all be fine, right? Yes, they certainly will. I know it. Sister Noel, it's time for bed. Noel sighed, remaining silent as the night deepened. Some lay in bed, others ran across the wilderness, and some persevered at their desks. Yet countless stars bore witness to it all, observing every quietly blooming flower in the world. Chapter 44. The final youth sets forth on the journey to the snowy mountains. Stepping out of Mondstadt, Chunwoo promptly purchased a horse. The merchant, roused from slumber, displayed a face of irritation. Chunwoo, uninterested in prolonging the exchange, tossed him a bag of mora and led the horse away. His actions were solely aimed at remaining inconspicuous. After all, the vision bearers on Teyvat could only reach another anchor point they had previously activated through nearby teleportation anchors. Guiding the docile chestnut mare beneath him, Chunwoo enveloped the horse in wind elements, galloping through the night until he reached Windrise. His intention was to test his luck, hoping to encounter Vendi. Naturally, he did not see him. Chun Wu lingered briefly before opening the map. Phew, thankfully the anchor points for the Snowy Mountain map are still intact. At that moment, what Chun Wu feared most was a betrayal from the system. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. This journey to the Snowy Mountains posed the greatest challenge for Chun Wu, not defeating the unfathomable ice, but locating Albedo, the child of chalk. Thus, regardless of how time-crunched he was, he resolved to proceed from the Snowy Mountains. The chestnut mare, having been granted freedom by Chun Wu, hesitated before retracing its steps. Did I end this perilous world? The merchants offered it a sense of security. Chun Wu paid no heed to where the horse had gone. His thoughts occupied with Emily's condition as he gazed at the faint light shimmering on the horizon at dawn. Using the map, Chun Wu teleported to a camp on the outskirts of the Snowy Mountains. Fortunately, it was still too early for people to rise, so there were no meddlesome children seeking their fathers or troublesome commissions. However, Chun Wu still needed to wait. He had rushed out in such haste that he even forgot to prepare some warm clothing. The sky was not yet bright, and the biting cold wind howled in Chun Wu's ears. He tightly pulled his black hood, yet it provided little relief. The frigid gusts stung his face, surveying his surroundings. Chun Wu searched for a sheltered spot. Eventually, he dragged his weary body behind a half-wall. From his pocket, he retrieved the glowing red vision, intertwining it with his fake vision, one red, one green. Chun Wu chuckled, recalling a saying, "Red and green, utterly foolish. Perhaps I truly am foolish." Chun Wu shook his head. "Next time, I must be better prepared before setting out." He sniffled. "Damn, it's so cold." Closing his eyes, he wondered if the fierce winds here made it unusually easy to summon wind elements. Randomly, he formed a semicircular azure barrier around himself. The cold seemed to diminish considerably. The sun soon rose above the horizon, and as the sunlight illuminated the landscape, Chun Wu opened his eyes, shielding them with his hand as he gazed at the silver, glistening snowy mountains. "Hey, little brother, care for a meat patty?" Chun Wu's throat involuntarily moved that he looked at the familiar, ordinary uncle before him and the commonplace meat patty on his plate. "Uncle, didn't I see you in Mondstadt?" The uncle paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, you must have encountered my third brother. He loves putting apples in his noodles." "Third brother?" Chun Wu swallowed hard, wondering if there were three brothers who all looked so unremarkable and identical. The uncle continued with his peculiar accent. "We, however, are quite different. Heed my advice." "What is it?" "When we eat meat patties, we must add raspberry sauce." "All right, then I'll have a serving." "Coming right up." The uncle ignited the fire. His modest makeshift kitchen was perfectly sheltered from the wind, and the flames flickered to life. The frozen, hard meat patty underwent initial softening and thawing, after which the uncle marinated it briefly before placing it in the oil to fry. With a sudden puff, the air gradually filled with a rich aroma of meat. That moment, the uncle splashed raspberry juice over the steak, the tartness artfully masking a hint of greasiness in the meat's fragrance. Chun Wu inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "So fragrant." These two brothers were quite amusing. One had the most ordinary noodles paired with apple juice, while the uncle had the simplest steak accompanied by raspberry juice. I wonder what the third brother's culinary creation could be. Perhaps the scent in the air was too overwhelming, as people began to emerge from the thick tents, dressed neatly. "Second brother, have you found new customers again?" A loud voice called out from behind Chun Wu. He turned to glance and saw a burly uncle clad in a coat made from an unknown animal's fur. "Huang Go, are you here to mooch off a meal again?" "Hee, not quite, not quite. I should be getting my Morris soon." The man referred to as Huang Go rubbed his hands together and locked eyes with Chun Wu. "Oh, little brother, why do you look so thin? I have a batch of goods here. Care to take a look? I guarantee you'll be warm even running around in the Snowy Mountains." Meanwhile, the raspberry uncle paused his cooking, slicing the steak into pieces and placing them on a plate. "Eat while it's hot. It will get cold soon." Chun Wu nodded, took the knife and fork, and devoured the delicious meal. As he observed Chun Wu's actions, a nostalgic expression appeared on Huang Go's face. After finishing the steak, Chun Wu let out a satisfied burp. "Uncle, how much is it?" "Little brother, is this your first time here?" "Yes, it is." Huang Go seized the opportunity to speak. "This second brother has a few screws loose." Every newcomer here receives a complimentary dish from him. But only once. After that he won't cook it again. You dog of a Huang! If you dare expose my secret again, I'll chop you up. Huang Go recoiled slightly. Tsh, fine. I won't say anything more. I've said enough anyway. Chun Wu chuckled at the two, feeling warmth in both his stomach and heart. The raspberry uncle brought out more food. Chatting while eating with Huang Go, old Huang has been running this place for many years, and his goods are quite decent. If you plan to buy a sturdier coat, you won't go wrong finding him. Chun Wu nodded, indicating he understood. Breakfast concluded simply, and Chun Wu donned a thick black fur coat before embarking on the path into the snowy mountains. In the camp, Huang Go, why does this young lad refuse to heed our warnings? We both said the risks inside the snowy mountains are too great for his frail frame, yet he insists on going. Damn! Never mind that. Look at this bag. How do we accumulate so much more? Goodness! The two stood frozen, exchanging glances. We've encountered a benefactor. Indeed, we've encountered a benefactor. Chapter 45, System Update. Clad in his coat, Chun Wu held a bottle of alchemical potion in hand. According to the merchant, this potion was personally concocted by Albedo, ensuring that one would not succumb to the biting cold for 6 hours upon consumption. However, Chun Wu suspected that it was more likely brewed in secret by his ever-present little assistant. The possibility seemed much greater. What was that little assistant's name again? Chun Wu pondered as he walked. Well, it seems tools are not meant to have names. I can't recall. He stowed the potion away. It was not yet time to use it. Progressing along the mountain path, Chun Wu found it strange that he had yet to encounter a single hilichurl or any other monsters. Most likely, fearless adventurers had already cleared the vicinity of this main road of its beasts. After a brief walk, Chun Wu's gaze fell upon a frosty hilichurl shaman, carefully circling a frosty mist flower. Accompanied by 2 ice shield hilichurls dreadful, he coveted the blue item. Listening to the hilichurls chatter, Chun Wu felt perplexed. What are you chattering about? Yet he had no time for concerns. His body had grown unbearably cold. Perhaps his voice had been too loud as the frosty shaman turned to look at him, pointing its wooden staff in his direction. An enemy. Reflexively, Chun Wu shouted, "Don't even think about reincarnating." Only then did he realize something was amiss. Oh, I seem to lack that skill. My apologies. But I have learned one blade of Kazuha. Chen's version, although it was called one blade of Kazuha, it merely involved Chun Wu attaching the wind element to a single-handed sword and, with a swift draw, executing a crescent slash, its sole merit being its speed. Chun Wu dubbed it Chun Wu's one blade. Although this skill had not been recognized by the system, Chun Wu still felt quite pleased. The wind element formed a crescent arc, the azure sword light flickering, creating a continuous line. Before the ice shield hilichurls could raise their shields, the sword light sliced through their chest that it was as if a mirror had shattered upon being struck by a stone. The hilichurls disintegrating into fragments. The frosty shaman, having noticed Chun Wu in advance, was preparing to erect a platform. Witnessing the demise of its underlings, it erupted in chaotic cries. Chun Wu, irritated, rubbed his ears. Whoever said a sword cannot be wielded like a knife? Chun Wu thoroughly agreed. After all, look at Kazuha. Wasn't he also wielding a single-handed sword like a knife? In the distance, the frosty shaman's stubby little legs bounced around. The staff in its hand whipped through the air with vigor. Observing the rapidly coalescing ice blocks above, Chun Wu smirked at a little mage. With such a lengthy casting time, it would be miraculous if its spell could hit him. Counting down, 3, 2, 1, jump. The ice block accurately crashed down onto the ground behind Chun Wu, sending a spray of snow and ice into the air. Seeing its attack fail, the frosty shaman grew even angrier, bouncing higher in frustration. Though it was not particularly attractive, its comical appearance now genuinely amused Chun Wu. Thus, he charged forward, his sword raised before him, the wind elements swirling around to gather at the tip of the blade, manifesting an enormous azure energy sword. Chun Wu gripped the colossal sword with both hands and swung it down fiercely, cleaving the frosty shaman and its platform in half. Dispersing the wind element, he sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. Still a bit tiring. Chun Wu wiped his face, dusted off from the collapse caused by the frosty shaman's platform, and looked ahead. He could vaguely see the tree of lamentation in the distance. Although he was unsure why it was not encased in solid ice, it certainly saved him some effort. Ding! Energy conversion complete. The system has finished its first database update. Ding! Insufficient system energy. Intelligent guidance failed. Please explore on your own, host. The notification caught Chun Wu's attention. Another round of self-exploration. Huh. I could just marry you. Regarding how the system has never been of any help since I crossed over. Grumbling aside, updates aside, he had a check. Chun Wu surveyed his surroundings, finding a sheltered spot from the wind and huddled down that he activated the system in his mind. Character seems unchanged, I suppose. Wishes unchanged as well. Map also unchanged. Wait, it has changed. Chun Wu's spirits lifted. He had finally unlocked the map of Liyue. Wonderful. Ah Qing, I'm coming to marry you. Chun Wu shook his head. No, I still have a melee at home. I aspire to be a good man. After a long silence, I truly struggle. Eventually, he glanced at the task module. Goodness, is this task for real? Ding, subsequent tasks activated. Detected that the host's actions are highly inconsistent with the task of relying on the weapon shop to survive in Teyvat. Therefore, the following task is initiated. As a competent weapon shop owner, you must learn about chain operations and monopolies. Are you not aware? Please ensure that there is at least one operational weapon shop in every city-state of Teyvat. A special weapon shop manager column has been established. Please seek suitable business talents to participate in the construction of the weapon shop. Task rewards. Key to unlock the ultimate task. Ding! System kindly reminds. Please do not be negligent or lazy, nor refuse to operate. Upon reading this, Chun Wu's lips twitched. What do you mean I am negligent? I am taking this very seriously. It's just that. The operating hours seem to be missing a bit. Speaking of managers, Chun Wu's thoughts immediately turned to Amelie and Lilith. After some contemplation, he decided against it. In the future, while traversing Teyvat, he hoped to be with them. Manager. Ah, Richard. Truly, you are something else, Boss Chun. Chun Wu was moved to tears by his sudden burst of cleverness. As Chun Wu exited the system interface, he rose once more, the eye of God at his waist, emitting a series of metallic clinks. Listening to the sound, his mind began to wander into a reverie. If at this moment I were holding a fan, adorned with 2 jade pendants at my waist, and before me lay not a storm of snow, but a blossoming peach orchard. The howling wind and snow lashed against Chun Wu's face, causing him to shiver, but he hastily gathered the wind elements to envelop himself. Having indulged in daydreams long enough, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Curse it! I heard from someone in the camp that Albedo's assistant came to replenish supplies yesterday. How can I not find them? Chapter 46. The Winter's Tree and the Frosty Armored Hill Churl as Chun Wu journeyed further. The relentless snowstorm rendered the trek somewhat tedious, leading him to discover a few practical tricks for survival. For instance, by manipulating a small amount of wind element to align with the flow of the breeze. He cloaked himself entirely. In essence, it came down to 2 words: stay warm. Moreover, it conveniently allowed him to hone his control over the elements, achieving 2 objectives with one action. Chun Wu felt like a small genius. Ahead, the Winter's Tree came into view, its highest branches adorned with a hint of crimson. Upon sighting the tree, Chun Wu's thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably. This place once flourished as the ancient kingdom of Sharlfendel. Its history so profound that even at its fall, the realm of Kangeria was still in the throes of development. Chun Wu endeavored to shake off such historical lamentations. The most pressing concern now was Emerald. Initially, he had planned to level up extensively, then single-handedly confront the unmatched ice, securing the crystal essence before quietly awaiting Albedo's arrival at the camp. He had even prepared for the possibility of resorting to physical persuasion should verbal entreaties fail, intending to drag Albedo back to Mondstadt. However, that presented a considerable challenge. Yet, news of his assistant had reached him within the camp. Thus, orchestrating a clever rescue would likely yield better results. Lost in thought, Chun Wu suddenly halted. I've just remembered. His name is Timaeus. Indeed, the other assistant, Sugar, is easier to recall. Perhaps it's due to Emerald's fondness for sweets? Timaeus. Chun Wu muttered to himself, fearing he might forget the name if he walked any longer. Moreover, if they met and he could directly address him by name and concoct an excuse to establish rapport, the other party's wariness would significantly diminish. Of course, offering Mora might yield even better results. But, regarding this ultimate engineer, Wu was uncertain how much allure Mora would hold for Timaeus. Perhaps he could easily conjure a feast of Mora through alchemy. Timaeus, Tima. What was it? Wu mumbled, momentarily frozen in place. Haven't I been repeating it? Tima. What was it? In frustration, Wu kicked a mound of snow. Fortunately, the shoe's upper was sufficiently waterproof. Unfortunately, a bit of snow still managed to infiltrate his footwear. Wu cursed his misfortune. Oh, right. It's Timaeus. He clenched his left fist and struck his right hand. Ugh. I need to cut back on sleepless nights. My memory seems to be failing me. Suddenly, a series of furious roars echoed from afar, jolting Wu from his regrets. By the sound of it, it could only be some large variety of hilichurl. After all, no other gigantic creatures would roam the snowy mountains. With that thought, Wu gave a swift kick to a one-eyed small treasure chest. Half buried in the snow, the creature's eye glimmered red, and it began to stutter a string of numbers. Wu could not be bothered to let it finish. He thrust his sword into its eye. As for the numbers it recited, he had heard of them before crossing over. Numerous prominent figures had deciphered this mysterious sequence through various extraordinary methods. For the nation, we cannot abandon this power bestowed from the heavens. Yet we have failed. The one-eyed small treasure chest was a product of Cangeria, and why such artifacts from Cangeria had appeared in the snow-capped mountains, abandoned, was not something Wu should ponder. Currently, he was cautiously hastening towards the source of the earlier roar. The closer he approached, the more unease filled his heart, for he realized that he was indeed nearing the direction of the winter's tree. It can't be the frosty armored hill churl. Can it? Wu thought, fixating solely on that possibility. The furious roars persisted. Wu was increasingly convinced that it originated from the vicinity of the winter's tree. Gritting his teeth and recalling the news about Albedo's assistant, he decided to take a gamble. Summoning the system, he switched to the map interface and located the nearest teleport anchor to the tree. Teleport, a slight sensation of weightlessness and dizziness faded away, and Wu immediately sprung into action. His hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, transforming his entire being into a streak of azure light. Boom! The sky blade in Wu's hands intercepted a colossal white fist. The moment he drew his blade, the strike known as Wu's one slash did not even breach the foe's defenses but slightly diminished the force of the impending blow. Wu cast a glance at Timaeus, who was crouched and trembling in panic nearby. Get back! Timaeus, still startled, scrambled backward upon hearing Wu's command, peeking cautiously over the top of the snow. Wu's hands trembled slightly. How can this creature be so powerful? Noting that Timaeus had distanced himself, Wu fervently summoned the wind elements, fiercely retaliating against the frosty armored hill churl's punch, that he executed a sliding dodge to the right, feeling an unsettling void within him after unleashing the elemental burst. It dawned on him that his previous encounters with ordinary hilichurls and abyss mages had been so effortless, leading him to a misjudgment of his own capabilities. Now he felt certain that he might not stand a chance against the frosty armored hill churl before him. The frosty armored hill churl, incensed by its attack being thwarted by a mere speck, erupted with rage, exuding an overwhelming aura of ice elements. This is bad. Wu hastily propelled himself toward Timaeus, urging the wind elements beneath his feet. However, after only a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his left calf, likely from grazing an ice spike. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he continued to flee, leaving a long trail of crimson on the pristine snow. Run! Wu grasped Timaeus by the collar, dragging him toward the mountain's edge. Your leg, it's still bleeding. Timaeus, regaining composure reminiscent of his days in the laboratory, followed Wu's lead and ran alongside him. Wu paid no heed to him. All he knew was that he had to channel every ounce of wind element to keep moving. On one side of the scales lay his leg, and on the other, his life did a rather straightforward choice. He could still hear the roars of fury behind him, refusing to slacken his pace. They fled until a wave of exhaustion washed over him. And suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. With a thud, Chunwoo collapsed into the snow, that Timaeus' trousers were already frayed at the knees from being dragged along, that he had managed to persevere thanks to years of following albedo and the physical conditioning that came from their explorations. Yet, as fatigue set in, Chunwoo found himself sprinting faster and faster, ultimately rendering Timaeus unable to keep up, and he was dragged along until they reached this spot. Timaeus wiped the sweat from his brow. Trembling as he stood up, pain radiating from his knees, he rummaged through his bag and produced 2 vials of potion. Timaeus turned Chunwoo over, uncorked one, and poured it into him, seeing some of the potion ooze from Chunwoo's nostrils. Timaeus wore an expression of sorrow for his wasted elixir. What a waste, what a waste! He then opened his own vial, uncorked it, and gulped it down. Chapter 47. Aku. As Chunwoo's consciousness gradually returned, he surveyed his surroundings, finding himself enveloped in darkness. Am I gone? This thought surged uncontrollably within him. Brother. Upon hearing the voice, Chunwoo instinctively turned around. Lilith materialized from the shadows. Oh, you big fool of a brother. Unable to defeat even a frosty armored hill churl. How utterly pathetic. Lilith made a face. Before Chunwoo could respond, she began to skip back into the darkness. A chilling voice resonated, and the scene shifted to Emerald. Emerald crossed his arms, casting a deep gaze at him before turning away. Chunwoo licked his lips. Damn it, I must be on the brink of death. Isn't it said that one sees the person they long to meet most before dying? This notion began to take root. Hey, brother, are you alive or dead? Little brother, wake up. You waste my potions by being half dead every day. I can't take it. If you can't wake up, albedo will punish me. How peculiar. It should be about time to awaken. As light gradually emerged before him, Chunwoo felt quite irritable amidst the cacophony surrounding him. Leave me be. Let it be quiet for a moment that I wish to slay someone. Timaeus, who was nearby, was diligently penning his observations on Chunwoo when he suddenly heard Chunwoo speak. Elated, he tossed aside his pen and paper, eagerly approaching Chunwoo. Brother, you're awake? Would you care for some water? Perhaps a potion? Can you sit up? Chunwoo tilted his head back and exhaled softly, feeling as though his entire body was burdened with an overwhelming heaviness. Gradually, he opened his eyes to see a youth with a bruised face looking at him with delight, but he swallowed hard, his throat parched. Water, water, is it? Coming right up. A straw was inserted into Chunwoo's mouth, and he was met with a metallic taste. He grimaced weakly, his tongue pricked. Drawing in a breath through the straw, he thought that if his body were not so heavy, he would surely devise a way to bury this Timaeus. Dropping his head back, he expelled the straw from his mouth. Timaeus set the water bottle aside and turned back to retrieve his paper and pen, gazing at Chunwoo with curiosity. How do you feel now? Brother, I must document your condition. The teacher will surely be very interested. Chunwoo rolled his eyes. Goodness, have you taken me for a lab rat? Yet, thinking of Emily, it seemed that the course of events was somehow aligning correctly. Albeit with an abundance of unexpected occurrences that as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was lying in a cave, the light dim, with a torch set on his right. My body feels heavy, devoid of strength. Elemental perception is normal, but my elemental reserves are weak. Timaeus was momentarily taken aback, then quickly resumed writing. Is there anything else? Perhaps dizziness, blurred vision, or excruciating pain? Well, there shouldn't be. Oh, good. It seems the new potion works wonders for you. Upon hearing this, Chunwoo's face darkened. After recording, Timaeus retrieved a vial of green potion from his backpack. Chunwoo regarded the vial with a sense of familiarity. What is this? Timaeus paused slightly, then smiled. Ah, this is a potion we developed some time ago. It has reached a degree of mass production. An alchemist like me can produce about 2 vials a day, provided the materials are sufficient, capable of safely restoring the wind elemental energy within. Chunwoo gritted his teeth. Aunt Lisa has deceived me. Meanwhile, in Lisa's home in Mondstadt, she sat by the bedside, gazing at Emily's porcelain-like skin. Covering her mouth with her hand, she gently sneezed. Achoo! Which adorable creature is speaking ill of me? Could it be Chunwoo? Shaking her head, Lisa continued to poke Emily's face. So smooth, so tender, truly an enviable, youthful, and mysterious little girl. After consuming the potion, Chen-Wu sensed a significant restoration of strength within his body. Struggling, he managed to sit up. Hesitantly, he glanced at Timaeus. Timaeus smiled. You must have overdrawn your elemental energy and lost too much blood, that it's nothing serious. Once we meet the teacher, I'll help you confirm your condition. Chen-Wu nodded. By the way, what brings you to the snowy mountains? To slay monsters, seize treasures, and rescue my wife. Timaeus momentarily fell silent, his expression somewhat awkward, that he muttered under his breath. Damn it, why did I say that? He has a wife. Shaking his head, he corrected himself. No, I am not envious that I have sworn to devote my life to alchemy. Women only hinder my progress. By the way, do you know what that monster was earlier? As soon as the subject of monsters arose, Timaeus immediately recalled the hulking creature. Chen-Wu pondered for a moment. It was likely a frost-armed law-churl by the name of Uku. Uku, since when do hilichurls have names? Chen-Wu settled himself. Fetch me a few more vials of that potion from earlier. Timaeus hesitated briefly, then rummaged through his backpack. He produced 7 vials. Chen-Wu raised an eyebrow. Spatial gear? Timaeus nodded. This is my last stock. Consider it a repayment for your life-saving grace. Chen-Wu accepted the potions. Keeping one aside, uncorked it and drank it down. Upon finishing, he felt strength flooding back into him, as if he had gained considerable vigor. Casting a glance at Timaeus, who was still rummaging through his backpack, Chen-Wu summoned the system interface that he navigated to the character module. Chen-Wu, level 59, basic swordsmanship LV8. Chen-Wu's one-blade LV1, unable to allocate points. Elemental affinity LV7, unable to allocate points. Chen-Wu felt invigorated. His Chen-Wu's one blade had finally received acknowledgement from the system. Though its level was low, it was nonetheless a skill of his own creation, or rather, a technique that IT seemed to have emerged after a system update. Glancing at his remaining original stones, he found he had exactly 680 left. Satisfied with his training progress, Chen-Wu exited the interface and returned to reality, only to find Timaeus staring at him. Bewildered. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? I called you for quite some time. We should be on our way. The sun has risen. Oh, then let us depart. Chen-Wu thrust his sword into the ground and leaned on it to rise. Timaeus handed him a vial of red potion. Drink this. It generates heat within your body, preventing frostbite for 12 hours. Thanks. Timaeus waved his hand dismissively. No, there are still some monsters along the way. We'll be relying on you. Chen-Wu nodded. It is only right. After consuming the potion, Chen-Wu carelessly discarded his heavy black coat in the cave. Chapter 48. Journey and night, talk the days atop the snowy mountains are always exceptionally brief. Chen-Wu, sword in hand, and an expression of cold determination, led the way. Upon encountering monsters like hilichurls, he would swiftly deliver a slash. If one did not perish, he would follow up with another. Timaeus, carrying his pack, cautiously trailed behind, occasionally calling out awkwardly to Chen-Wu. Chen-Wu, you've taken a wrong turn. It's this way. Oh, coming right up. Thus, they traversed for an entire day until Timaeus and Chen-Wu discovered a cave with an existing fire rack, merely needing to be rekindled. After some effort, Timaeus wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Brother Chen, how do you possess 2 vision? Chen-Wu paused in his actions. Timaeus quickly added, If you prefer not to share, feel free to ignore me. I was merely curious. It's nothing much. This belongs to my sister. She is waiting for me in Mondstadt. This is a token of safety. Timaeus nodded. So both you and your sister possess visions. You truly are favored by the gods. At this point, Timaeus's tone shifted, laden with disbelief. Wait, don't tell me your wife also has a vision. Chen-Wu looked at Timaeus and couldn't help but smile mischievously. She does. Timaeus drooled uncontrollably. Why won't the gods spare me a glance? There will be opportunities. Thank you for your comforting words. You're welcome. Chen-Wu flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Timaeus set up a pot, concocting a peculiar soup. Though Chen-Wu could not comprehend why he would add dubious-looking ingredients, the aroma wafting through the air was quite pleasant. Timaeus retrieved 2 large bowls and served the soup. Here, under these harsh conditions, this is all we have that we should reach the laboratory by tomorrow. I've stored the ingredients there. Chun Wu accepted the bowl, blew on it, and took a sip. The flavor is quite delightful. He gave a thumbs up beneath the fire rack. Timaeus wore a silly grin. This method of integrating alchemy into food, I believe it's called molecular gastronomy. Timaeus shook his head. I've never heard of it. Regardless of the name, as long as it tastes good. Chun Wu chuckled. Indeed. After dinner, the only sound remaining was the crackling of the fire. Brother Chun, you mentioned that hilichurl earlier. It was called uku. Chun Wu gazed at the cave entrance, sword tightly gripped in his embrace. Yes. Timaeus turned over. Tell us about it. I'm quite curious. Chun Wu regarded him with a puzzled expression. Timaeus awkwardly scratched his head. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that. Initially, I aspired to study history. However, I soon discovered that I possessed a greater aptitude and interest in alchemy. Over time, my curiosity about history gradually waned. In the past, as I traversed the mountains, I occasionally came across numerous relics of ancient civilizations, including stone tablets and the like. I attempted to invite several scholars to examine these artifacts, but they failed to arrive at any definitive conclusions. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. The Namuk is inscribed on one of the stone tablets. Thus, Chun Wu nodded. You may share, but there are 3 stipulations. Upon hearing this, Timaeus eagerly leaned in. Sure, any number of conditions will do. First, 10 potions of ice elemental energy replenishment. Second, 10 potions of fire elemental energy. Third, I have yet to decide. Timaeus furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before gritting his teeth. Very well. Chun Wu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Timaeus. In that case, let me add one more condition. You must not disclose this to anyone. Oh, of course. Timaeus crossed his legs and prepared himself to listen intently. Chun Wu cleared his throat and naturally retrieved a cup of hot tea and a folding fan from the system space. Where did you get this tea? And it's still hot, Timaeus exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's spatial equipment. Don't you have some as well? Timaeus feigned distress. If you possess such a marvelous item, you should have mentioned it sooner. How could you? Are you going to listen or not? Please go ahead, sir. The fan gently unfurled, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the small cave. Once upon a time, many years ago, the people of Mondstadt were still under the protection of the tower's solitary king. I know this. Many have spoken of Mondstadt's history. Chun Wu cast a sidelong glance at Timaeus. I shall refrain from interrupting. Please continue, sir. Timaeus shrank back slightly. During the ancient era of Mondstadt, the tower's solitary king ruled over the populace. However, there was a faction that refused to accept his dominion, yearning for true freedom. These dissenters embarked on a quest for liberation and ultimately discovered a land brimming with vitality. That land is now known as the Snowy Mountains. At this juncture, Chun Wu glanced at Timaeus, who was eager to speak again. Timaeus, unable to mask his astonishment, bit his tongue to remain silent, anticipating further revelations. Chun Wu nodded in satisfaction. The priest of the ancient realm led the people to settle there, establishing Charles Fenanel. The name of that priest was Feliad. It was at this time that a being who claimed to be a messenger of the divine appeared, adorned with outspread wings, and came to offer guidance to Faliru. Chun Wu's calm narration was once again interrupted. I know. Faliru has appeared on the stone tablet. Chun Wu's steady gaze fell upon Timaeus. I was mistaken. The night is deep. I shall take my leave. Chun brother, Chunji, we cannot leave the tale unfinished. We must continue our journey in the morning. Staying up too late is unwise. It is time to rest. Add 5 potions of wind elemental recovery. Chun Wu raised an eyebrow. I may have fallen asleep, but it seems I was not in a deep slumber. Timaeus gritted his teeth. At most 10 potions. The raw materials are difficult to procure. Chun Wu turned and sat upright, grasping the remaining half-cup of cooled tea. Indeed, tea does invigorate. Timaeus regarded Chun Wu with a peculiar expression. Chun Wu ignored him, maintaining a calm demeanor. Such mutually beneficial transactions were delightful. No more chatter. Understood. Mr. Chun, please continue with your story. Very well. Let us resume the tale of the ancient realm known as Charles Fenanel. Ahem. Last we spoke, the sudden appearance of the divine messenger provided Faliru with guidance from the heavens. But what exactly was this guidance? At this point, it becomes imperative to mention a certain event. Chapter 49, Charles Fendinel, do you recall when we were struck by Ukka's hammer? The tree behind him holds a story. Faliru, following the divine messenger's guidance, discovered the ancient silver tree, which is also mentioned in the stone tablet you found. This ancient tree shielded Charles Fendinel from the ravages of storms, transforming it into a true paradise. In due course, a princess was born beneath the silver tree at that time. Nearly everyone, including Faliru and the princess, believed that Charles Fendinel would endure eternally, just as the ancient tree did. However, at that moment, a cataclysmic disaster struck. The frost pin of the frozen world descended from the skies, and the silver tree was subsequently destroyed by the aftermath. Devoid of the tree's protection, storms began to ravage the land. In a bid to save the realm, the maiden gathered the most intact branch from the ancient texts, hoping that perhaps this branch could restore the ancient tree's life. Yet, she could not place all her hopes solely upon the branch in her hands. Thus, she entrusted the task of seeking new branches of the ancient tree to the recently arrived warrior, Imanloka. Imanloka, a foreigner, had come to Charles Fendinel and had fallen deeply in love with the princess. At this moment, the maiden requested his departure. Parting from one's beloved is an exceedingly painful ordeal. At this point, Chen Wu paused. For some reason, he thought of Emily. Sensing Timaeus's gaze, Chen Wu pretended to sip his tea, cleared his throat, and continued his narrative. However, the maiden was, after all, the princess of this land. Certain responsibilities cannot be evaded or ignored. Thus, as if foreseeing the ancient realm's ultimate fate, she said to Imanloka, "If the innate fears and despair overwhelm you, leading you to never return, please live on to not let us perish together, lost to the cold oblivion of forgetfulness." Consequently, the maiden prepared wine and weapons for the warrior, bidding him farewell. Timaeus stared wide-eyed, watching Chen Wu fall silent. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, "Chen brother, why have we stopped speaking again? It is indeed quite late. The remainder shall be revealed to you later. Sleep now." Timaeus, in a fit of frustration, referred to Chen Wu as Chen Dog. Listening to Timaeus toss and turn restlessly, Chen Wu lay with his back turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. The smile held no ulterior motive. He simply reveled in the joy of a disjointed tale. After a long night, dawn broke anew. Chen Wu stretched and instinctively glanced at the system's character page. Goodness, Timaeus is incredible. Perhaps due to the fact that he had been benefiting from Timaeus's various potions throughout their journey. Chen Wu's elemental affinity had astonishingly reached level 8 this morning. Chen Wu clenched his fist. Awesome. He carefully rose without waking Timaeus. Exiting the cave, he cleared away the scattered magical creatures surrounding them. Hesitating, he scooped up a handful of snow and rubbed it against his face and hands. "How many days has it been since I properly washed my face?" Chen Wu sighed silently, feeling as though his mild obsession with cleanliness had been somewhat alleviated. In his mind, he recited, "Heaven entrusts great responsibilities to this person. They must first endure hardships, labor their muscles, and suffer hunger. Ah, my ancestors do not deceive me." With his spirits restored, it was time to focus on serious matters. Upon returning to the cave, Timaeus was already awake that a hearty soup simmered in the pot. The two of them finished their humble breakfast without a single complaint, given the meager conditions that they walked along the path. Chen Wu curiously inquired, "By the way, there seems to be something off about this soup. I don't feel hungry at all." Timaeus grinned. "I added stamina potions. For the stories, 10 potions." Timaeus immediately shook his head. No, I can't make that. It's something my teacher developed, and I haven't learned how to do it yet." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "At most 4 potions. Deal." Chen Wu swiftly dispatched the ice slime before him, rubbing his wrist. Striking directly had resulted in a significant recoil, causing pain to radiate through his wrist. "Are you all right?" Timaeus glanced at Chen Wu, concern evident in his eyes. "I have an issue. I need another potion." "Indeed." Timaeus's concern deepened. "My potions." He looked ahead. "All right, let's refrain from slaying any more magical creatures. Let's avoid them if we can. We're nearing the main camp, so please, no more fighting. My potions are nearly depleted. Timaeus urged Chun Wu to hasten forward. Chun Wu gazed at Timaeus, whose expression was one of palpable distress, and could not help but chuckle softly. After taking stock of his surroundings, it seemed he had requisitioned quite a number of potions from Timaeus. He comfortably settled into a wooden chair. Upon arriving at the camp, he had taken the initiative to wash his face with warm water. Timaeus lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes devoid of focus. After a brief respite, Chun Wu could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Where is your teacher?" Timaeus sprang upright from the bed. "What do you need my teacher for?" "To save my wife." Timaeus felt a wave of inner sorrow wash over him. Lamenting, "I really should learn to keep my mouth shut." After a moment of silence, he continued, "My teacher's whereabouts are always somewhat erratic. Perhaps you might need to wait a day." Chun Wu raised an eyebrow. "Will he return tomorrow?" Timaeus took a sip of hot water, pausing to reflect. If we consider the timeline, he should indeed be returning soon, barring any extraordinary discoveries, though such occurrences are rather rare. For some reason, after hearing this, Chun Wu felt as though a glaring banner had been unfurled before him. Let us hope so. As dusk fell, it was a pity that Albedo had yet to return. Chun Wu sat in his chair, letting out a silent sigh. "Don't wait any longer. Come try my meal. It's absolutely exquisite." Upon hearing Timaeus's voice, Chun Wu rose and made his way to the dining table. Looking at the vibrant platter of meat before him, he found his hands trembling, seemingly unable to grasp the knife and fork. Glancing up at Timaeus, who was relishing his meal, Chun Wu hesitantly asked, "Is it really safe to eat this?" Timaeus burped contentedly. "Of course, it's perfectly fine. Just look, I'm nearly finished." Observing the untouched piece of meat on Chun Wu's plate, Timaeus wore an expression of heartache. "This is quite a challenging dish to prepare. The rainbow essence concentrated exquisite meat that It1T taste is good once it cools down." Chun Wu was taken aback by the lengthy and ornate name of the dish. Rainbow essence concentrated exquisite meat. Yes, you must try it. It also enhances physical vitality. Chun Wu, with a trembling hand, made an effort to force a chunk of meat into his mouth. Chapter 50. Albedo's Return and Negotiation. The meat is succulent, with distinct layers of texture and a unique flavor, reminiscent of a promise made after a rainstorm, with a rainbow arching across the sky and a couple blissfully kissing atop a cliff. Chun Wu, unable to rein in his enthusiasm, inadvertently exclaimed an overly dramatic description. Timaeus stared in disbelief at Chun Wu, wondering if his culinary creation had unlocked a new side of him. "Are you all right?" Chun Wu, caught up in the moment, hastily finished the delectable dish and dabbed at the oil stains at the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. "It's a delightful dish. I truly enjoyed it." Timaeus's eyes sparkled at his words. "Then about that story from last time." Chun Wu nodded. "I'll finish it for you shortly." "Wonderful!" Timaeus exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "What tale could have made you lose your usual composure? Do share." Chun Wu immediately sprang to his feet, gripping the knife's handle. His body slightly bent as he readied himself, that a shadow emerged from the darkness. The newcomer had flaxen hair, donned a platinum coat, black gloves, and a blue lining. "Albedo, teacher." Albedo inclined his head slightly, his movements graceful and courteous. "Greetings. I am Albedo, the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius and the leader of the investigation team." Chun Wu smirked, realizing the length of Albedo's title. "May I ask who you are?" Timaeus eagerly interjected, "Teacher, this is my savior, Chun Wu, who appears to be a historian." Albedo's gaze shifted to Timaeus, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. "Savior, historian." Timaeus invited Albedo inside, presenting him with the previously recorded Chun Wu Survival Index report, and relayed the story of his encounter with Chun Wu, how he was rescued, and all that Chun Wu had narrated. Chun Wu sheathed his sword and leisurely sipped his hot tea. Albedo, stroking his chin with one hand, pondered for a moment. "Fascinating. What an unexpected turn of events. It seems there are still intriguing tales to be found in these snowy mountains." Timaeus discreetly passed a note to Chun Wu. Winking, Chun Wu glanced at Albedo, who was still deep in thought, and opened the note. Your teacher seems to be interested in your story about the snowy mountains. You may not be aware, but he is someone who invests absolute passion in matters of curiosity, while being excessively indifferent to those that do not pique his interest. Thus, whether or not he descends the mountain to rescue your wife depends on your efforts. Chunwoo cast a grateful glance at Timaeus. Albedo retrieved some illustrations from his backpack and handed them to Timaeus for organization. Turning his attention back to Chunwoo, he said, "My dear Chunwoo, I appreciate your saving my assistant, but may I inquire if you truly are a historian?" Chunwoo set down his teacup and shook his head. "You may have not returned to Mondstadt in quite some time." Albedo hesitated, offering a sheepish smile. "Indeed. Actually, I am merely the proprietor of a weapon shop, and the purpose of my visit is to seek your assistance." Upon mentioning the weapon shop, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Albedo's eyes. "I believe I am aware of you." Albedo set aside his documents. "Klee mentioned you in a letter she sent me. I was just uncertain until now. Thank you for looking after my little sister." Listening to Albedo's words, Chunwoo couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of Albedo, his every word is imbued with politeness. Truly admirable. "So you are the gentle older brother Klee speaks of?" Albedo turned, a playful smile gracing his features as he looked at Chunwoo. "What do you mean by that?" Chunwoo clicked his tongue, somewhat disgruntled. "The last time I saw Klee preparing to sneak out from the confinement room, I stopped her and informed the acting grandmaster. Klee has since insisted that I am a bad brother, far inferior to her gentle older brother." Albedo chuckled at this. "Thank you for keeping an eye on Klee. Otherwise, who knows what new explosive she might concoct." Chunwoo waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing, just a small matter. Timaeus mentioned you had a request for my assistance." Chunwoo paused, glancing at Timaeus, who signaled him with a fist, encouraging him to proceed. Chunwoo nodded. "Actually, I heard from Lisa that in order to save my beloved, I need your help alongside hers." Albedo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Could you elaborate?" Chunwoo recounted the circumstances surrounding Emerald's emotional instability and the method he had chosen in response. After listening, Albedo lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. "In truth, I find your beloved's situation quite intriguing. However, that crystal of condensation," as Chunwoo recalled Timaeus' earlier remarks about Albedo's interest in the story of the snowy country. A plan began to form in his mind. "Ahem, may I ask?" "Please do continue. As you are aware, I am a merchant. How about we strike a bargain?" At the mention of a trade, Albedo exhibited no interest, lowering his head once more. "I'm afraid I'm not interested." "How cold?" Chunwoo swallowed hard. "Please don't be so quick to refuse that I propose to exchange the story of the snowy country for your assistance in defeating the Herald of Ice to obtain the crystal of condensation, and to accompany me down the mountain to save Emerald. What do you say?" At the mention of the story of the snowy country, Albedo's eyes brightened. He lifted his head and extended a gloved hand. "I like this trade." Chunwoo smiled and extended his hand in return, feeling fortunate as he regarded the courteous man radiating elegance that he had not anticipated that what he deemed the most challenging aspect would be resolved so dramatically. However, as long as a solution was reached, all was well. Albedo and Timaeus sat attentively before Chunwoo, who stood in front of the test tube rack, observing the eager glint in their eyes against the backdrop of the darkening sky. Chunwoo quietly pushed his glasses up his nose. Realizing he had no spectacles, he suddenly remembered. "Oh, it appears I am without my glasses." Albedo extended his hand. "Please begin your tale." Chunwoo nodded. Let me continue the story we left unfinished last time. Previously, we spoke of a maiden from the snowy country who prepared wine and weapons for the valiant warrior named Imanloka to send him off. The warrior, reluctant to part from his beloved, yet burdened by the impending calamity and her words, hefted the great sword and set forth into the world beyond Charlefine-Nil, with the aim of seeking a new, intact branch. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the tale and preparations for war thus. The valiant warrior embarked upon an uncharted journey that as an outsider in this ancient realm, he discovered a warmth that belonged solely to him. Even amidst the pervasive ice and snow, he felt an undeniable sense of comfort. The memories of vibrant life, the bitter wine in his cup, and the resilient maiden served as his driving force. Time, of an indeterminate length, passed. Upon retracing his steps back to the ancient land, the first sight that met the warrior's gaze was the lifeless shell of Sharfennel. For during his absence, the princess's attempt to graft the silver-white ancient tree had failed. The divine messenger ceased to appear, and the heavens no longer bestowed their revelations. The frigid nail that had fallen from the sky had wrought devastation. The once lush capital was now mercilessly blanketed in ice and snow, and the warrior found himself bereft of that which he had vowed to protect at this moment. He harbored an intense loathing for the celestial presence above, yet felt utterly powerless in the face of his own limitations that in the end, Imanloka made a choice. He relinquished the great sword bestowed upon him by his beloved maiden, severing ties with the past, and sought a new battleground worthy of his bloodshed. Chen Wu recounted the tale in one breath, his throat dry and parched, hastily reaching for a small teacup to quench his thirst. Setting the cup down, he turned his gaze towards the two listeners. Timaeus and Albedo regarded him with cold stares. Startled, Chen Wu silently tucked away the teacup and cautiously inquired, "Is something amiss?" Suddenly, Timaeus erupted with a lamentation. "You, Chen Dog, how could you narrate such a grim tale?" Albedo nodded gravely in agreement. Chen Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yet according to my research, the events did transpire in such a manner." Albedo shook his head. "No. If it were up to me, I believe the story ought to be reimagined. You may say what you wish. It matters not, for the events remain unchanged." Chen Wu listened intently, understanding that to seek assistance from a master meant aligning with their vision. Whatever brought joy to the master was the path he would follow. Albedo, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. The warrior departed the ancient land, wandering until he finally discovered a vibrant and complete branch. Elated, he returned to the ancient kingdom, only to find his beloved maiden and the realm in peril. Armed with the branch, the warrior led the people in a collective migration to an uncharted sanctuary. There, they thrived, relying upon the branch for sustenance. The warrior shed his armor and great sword, embracing a life of happiness alongside his beloved. As Albedo concluded, Timaeus erupted into applause. "What a splendid tale, teacher!" Chen Wu grimaced. "As long as you are pleased." Little did he expect that the genius alchemist, known for his pursuit of truth and facts, possessed such romantic notions. Chen Wu joined in the applause, albeit begrudgingly. Albedo shook his head. "Before facts, any conjecture holds merit, that if I were to sum it up in a single phrase." Chen Wu interjected. "Existence is justification." Albedo raised his gaze, a glimmer of light in his eyes. "That phrase encapsulates it splendidly." Timaeus stifled a yawn. "Let us retire. It is indeed quite late." Albedo hesitated, but offered no response. "Teacher, I shall assist you with the data tomorrow. For now, rest." "Very well." As night passed, the trio awoke, refreshed and ready for the day. Albedo beckoned Chen Wu over to the table, where a map personally illustrated by Albedo lay spread out. Chen Wu glanced at the map, instinctively activating the system. After a quick closure, he compared the two, feeling a twinge of astonishment at their near-perfect resemblance. Silently, he mused, "Perhaps this is the hallmark of genius." Albedo pointed to a teleportation anchor. "Here. This is the closest teleportation point to the unfathomable ice that I have observed it from afar, but have yet to test its strength personally." Chen Wu waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I shall defeat it." Albedo regarded him with approval. "Courage is commendable. Yet one must also be adequately prepared." Chen Wu nodded. Surrounding the unfathomable ice are several ancient mechanisms, which can also be found elsewhere. Once activated, they emit a certain degree of warmth and are exceedingly difficult to destroy. If we can lure the unfathomable ice within their operational range, its power may diminish. Subsequently, Albedo elaborated on various strategic plans and his preferred modes of attack. Chen Wu shared his own methods as well. After deliberating for the morning, they finally devised two plans, A and B. After lunch, Chen Wu observed Albedo, still frowning over the map. "Let us rest this afternoon and commence the expedition tomorrow, shall we?" Albedo stood upright, contemplating before responding. "Feasible." Chen Wu nodded, returning to his bed to feign a midday rest. turning his back to the two, but he summoned the system page and entered the character module. Weapon. Sky Blade name. Chenwu. Level. 59. Basic Swordsmanship LV. 8. Chenwu's one blade LV1. No points can be allocated. Elemental Affinity LV8. After a moment of hesitation, Chenwu maxed out his basic swordsmanship, elevating it to LV10, remaining original stone count. 480. Ding! Detected that the host's basic swordsmanship has reached the current stage's maximum level, unlocking special mode. Chenwu, momentarily disoriented, awoke once more in the verdant meadow with the familiar sight of adorable hilichurls in the distance. Ding! Special mode activated, also known as the reward mode. Please select one of two difficulty levels to receive different rewards. Mode 1. Normal difficulty, featuring a few hilichurls and one hilichurl brute. Reward. 1,000 original stones. Mode 2. Dangerous difficulty. Monster appearance sequence. Fire Axe Hilichurl Brute. Thunder Axe Hilichurl Brute. Reward. 2,000 original stones. Chenwu hesitated, choosing Mode 1, effectively obtaining a free upgrade to LV10 in basic swordsmanship. However, Mode 2 was undeniably more tempting. After recalling the attack patterns of the Fire Axe Hilichurl Brute and Thunder Axe Hilichurl Brute, Chenwu resolved to take a gamble. Since it was a reward mode, it surely would not leave him without any opportunity. I choose Mode 2. The scene before him gradually blurred. Roar! The hilichurl brute cast aside its shield, eager for more flesh, brandishing a massive axe. The fire hilichurl bellowed, brandishing its axe in one hand while seizing a fire slime with the other, smashing it against the axe. The axe became enchanted. Chenwu glanced at the incoming slime and instinctively summoned the wind element to evade. Yet this time, the system did not restrict his elemental abilities. Instantly, Chenwu's confidence surged. If I cannot defeat you in close combat, then I shall kite you from a distance. As he remained momentarily stunned, the fire hilichurl roared, crouching to gather power before leaping with its axe for a downward strike. Chenwu's eyelids twitched as he swiftly summoned the wind element, sliding to the side to evade. Chapter 52. Challenge rewards and swordsmanship choices without pause. The fire hilichurl executed a rapid double slash. The axe swept before him, but Chenwu timed his slide perfectly, darting behind the fire hilichurl. The momentum of the fire hilichurl's double slash was significant. It raised its axe high and brought it crashing down into the empty space, igniting a line of flames on the ground. Chenwu slipped behind the fire hilichurl, gripping his sword. Chenwu's one blade. As the sword sliced through the air, a line of blood erupted forth. The fire hilichurl let out a wail, staggering momentarily, before spinning in place and igniting a whirlwind of flames. Chenwu concentrated the wind element beneath his feet, squinting his eyes slightly as he swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the fire hilichurl. After a time, perhaps it became dizzy from spinning. The fire hilichurl dropped its axe and sat down, panting heavily. Divine opportunity! Chenwu halted his retreat, slightly bending his body as he fervently gathered the wind element atop the sky blade, raising it to his right side above his head. With a powerful thrust, Chenwu lunged forward. This was a new combo he had devised. He swiftly pierced through, reaching behind the enemy, turning to slash with Chenwu's one blade. Chenwu paused behind the fire hilichurl, catching his breath. Ultimately, the fire hilichurl could not rise again, disintegrating into gleaming fragments. Just then, the furious roar of the thunder hilichurl echoed. The thunder hilichurl's form twisted slightly, materializing from the void. Observing a thunder slime, bewildered, being hefted and bashed against the axe made Chenwu's heart ache for the slime. With crackling currents, the thunder slime shot toward Chenwu. Suddenly, he remembered the technique used by the acting grandmaster, which drew enemies near only to blow them away. Instinctively, he mimicked the same motion, yet the method of elemental manipulation seemed slightly off. Chenwu inadvertently skipped the absorbing step. A torrent of air surged from the sky blade, sending the thunder slime back. With a splat, the thunder slime was cleaved in two by the thunder hilichurl's axe. He silently mourned the little slime for a moment. The thunder hilichurl howled, raising its axe from behind and smashing it into the ground before leaping up. Utilizing the force, Chenwu raised an eyebrow and swiftly darted to the left. Goodness, so you all can perform a downward slash, can you? After executing a downward slash, the large Lei Chiu became rigid and less agile. Chen Wu continued his charge, unleashing a series of attacks with Chen Wu's blade. Blood splattered everywhere. After the Lei Chiu executed its final 2 spinning strikes with the Thunder Axe, it joined the previously defeated Fire Chiu in departing for Canria. In the instant the Lei Chiu shattered into fragments, Chen Wu collapsed onto the ground, that he had inadvertently been struck by the Lei Chiu's skill. After the whirlwind attack, he hadn't been dizzy. But as soon as he approached, the Lei Chiu delivered a double strike. Chen Wu hurriedly raised his sword to defend, only to be sent flying by a powerful blow. Sheathing his sword, he felt a tingling in his palms, and his left arm seemed dislocated. Ding! Challenge successful. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Ding! Detecting host injuries, converting energy, healing energy is being dispensed. 2,000 Primo Gems, what a profit. Chen Wu hadn't anticipated that the so-called dangerous difficulty could be overcome simply by refraining from greed. Thankfully, there was no time limit. Just as he was feeling relieved, the healing energy from the system enveloped him, that he felt as though he had returned to his weapon shop, comfortably reclining in a warm bathtub. Unable to suppress a moan, he exclaimed, "Ah, this feels wonderful." As the warmth dissipated, Chen Wu found that his waist no longer ached, his hands were free of pain, and his mind was utterly clear. Clenching his fist, he felt invigorated. I can still slay 10 more Fire Chiu. The surrounding grassy landscape remained unchanged. Ordinarily, at this hour, he would have returned to reality. Congratulations, host. Basic swordsmanship has successfully reached level 10. Please choose your next path in swordsmanship. Several sword techniques materialized before Chen Wu. Anemo swordsmanship, Cloudstrider sword technique, Kamisato-style sword technique, my own swordsmanship. Chen Wu glanced over them thoughtfully. The Anemo swordsmanship likely resembled the styles of Jean and Albedo. The Cloudstrider sword technique, as the name suggests, was undoubtedly the renowned exorcism sword technique. The Kamisato-style sword technique would presumably belong to the Kamisato clan. Ultimately, Chen Wu's gaze settled on my own swordsmanship. Without further hesitation, he chose my own swordsmanship. After all, the sword techniques of the Lord of Leaves were undeniably impressive. The question of strength was promptly cast aside. It was all about style. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired my own swordsmanship. Skill tree has been unlocked. Skill learning has commenced. His consciousness returned to reality as Chen Wu opened the system interface that he navigated to the character module, and indeed his information had transformed. Weapon, Skyblade name, Chen Wu level 59, my own swordsmanship LV 10, Chen Wu's blade LV1, cannot allocate points. Elemental affinity LV8, the basic swordsmanship had been entirely supplanted by my own swordsmanship that I in his mind. The attack patterns of my own swordsmanship materialized. Sitting up, he noticed Timaeus still diligently comparing Albedo's manuscript and cautiously concocting potions. Albedo was nowhere to be seen. Chen Wu patiently waited for Timaeus to conclude his experiment before softly inquiring, "How long have I been asleep?" Timaeus paused for a moment. "Not even an hour, I believe." Chen Wu nodded. "I'm going to stretch my limbs. Please prepare the recovery potions for me. Goodbye." Without allowing Timaeus a moment to respond, Chen Wu activated the wind element and dashed outside. Timaeus stared blankly after him, a chill settling in his heart. How could he be so shameless? Upon reaching the outskirts of the camp, Chen Wu spotted 2 ice-throwing Chiu sitting side by side. The kind that could easily scoop out an ice slime with their hands in the dirt. How infuriating! Since I can't find Emily, you 2 filthy creatures shall not enjoy your intimacy here. Chen Wu spat, placing his right hand on the sword hilt, and without further thought, his body instinctively executed the moves of my own swordsmanship. With a swift slash, it radiated elegance that he kicked one of them down. The other turned to face Chen Wu. Letting out a shriek, lowering its body, it began to dig for slimes in the snow. Chen Wu wielded his sword and delivered 5 consecutive slashes, a burst of sword light flashing, sending the Chiu flying, which subsequently fell as well. Observing the 2 Chiu tumbling down together, Chen Wu nodded. Now that's what I call a display of love, facing death hand in hand. Raising the Skyblade, Chen Wu marveled at the system's remarkable abilities. It effortlessly imparted my own swordsmanship to him, even establishing muscle memory. Although he had no idea how it worked, all he knew was to shout, "The system is amazing!" Chapter 53. Chiseaboshi summoning the system. He entered the character module. There it was, my own swordsmanship. Unlock the Chiseaboshi skill. Cost 500 Primo Gems. Friendly reminder, after unlocking the skill, you will enter a special teaching mode. Please find a sufficiently safe location. Upon seeing the 3 characters of Chiseaboshi, Chunwoo's heart soared with joy. This technique was simply marvelous. Suppressing his urge to learn it immediately, he continued searching for monsters in the vicinity to adapt to my own swordsmanship. Eventually, he grasped the essence. As long as his sword light was swift enough, his opponent would be unable to retaliate. He practiced until dusk, having become sufficiently familiar with my own swordsmanship, even without relying on muscle memory. He could think of suitable attack methods as needed. Rubbing his slightly sore right arm, Chunwoo returned to the camp. "You're back." A pile of papers had appeared on Albedo's desk. "What's this?" Chunwoo pointed at the drawings laid out on the table. Albedo stood tall, gesturing toward a large illustration. "This is what I sketched this afternoon while researching around the unchanging ice." Chunwoo leaned closer, and Albedo's drawings depicted the unchanging ice and its surroundings. With the patterns of the surrounding heat-dissipating mechanisms clearly illustrated that he felt a surge of gratitude. Albedo was truly reliable. "What do you think, Barbados?" A phrase slipped out unexpectedly. Chunwoo looked at Albedo and gave him a thumbs up. "It's beautifully done." "Teacher, Chunda, come eat," Tamiya shouted from behind. Chunwoo raised an eyebrow. "If you hadn't called me that strange name, I might have forgotten. Where's the potion?" Tamias laughed nonchalantly, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. "It's just a few dozen potions. With the teacher's help, do you think I'm afraid?" Albedo, hearing this, returned his hands to his pockets. "Tamias, if it were Chunwoo, I might not assist you." Tamias froze, his expression gradually solidifying. "Teacher, you're joking, right?" Albedo chuckled and sat down at the dining table. "Yes, just joking." Tamias sighed in relief. "You scared me to death." Chunwoo observed their interaction. Albedo is indeed particularly gentle with others. But then again, he must be accustomed to dealing with Klee's constant mischief. Being gentle is only natural. After dinner, the group retired early. Albedo and Chunwoo knew that confronting the unchanging ice the next day would be no easy feat. Thus, they needed to rest well tonight. For some reason, Chunwoo suddenly felt a strong desire to summon Dialek. With Dialek's strength, perhaps he could easily... No, he wouldn't come. Chunwoo turned over, facing away from the two beside him, summoned the system interface, and located the learning page for Chiseaboshi, hesitating for a moment. Learning it, his vision shifted once more, this time finding himself in a small courtyard. Before Chunwoo, Kitahara Kazuha held a leaf. Playing a melodious tune, as the melody concluded, Kazuha turned his back to Chunwoo, standing tall. "You finally arrived." Chunwoo remained silent. The surrounding architecture was likely characteristic of Inazuma, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a flurry of red maple leaves. Chunwoo gazed at Kazuha, uncertain whether this figure was real. As the red leaves fell, Kazuha spun around and sliced the leaf in half with a single stroke. Kazuha's gaze traveled from the top of Chunwoo's head down to his feet, pausing for several seconds at Chunwoo's side waist. "Did you obtain your vision due to the Vision Hunt decree?" Before Chunwoo could respond, a sudden smile broke out on Kazuha's face. "Never mind, that's no longer important. Let's begin your learning." Chunwoo nodded but couldn't help but speak. "This was a protective talisman given to me by my sister." Kazuha nodded, slightly bending his knees, twisting his upper body, gathering a dense swirl of wind elements around him, and ascending into the air that he then spun gracefully before descending, raising the blade infused with wind elements, sweeping it horizontally as he landed. Upon completion, a small vortex formed, drawing nearby maple leaves toward it. Afterward, Kazuha glanced at Chunwoo and sheathed his blade. "Did you understand?" Chunwoo nodded. "Did you learn it?" Chunwoo nodded thoughtfully, hesitating briefly before shaking his head. When he tilted her head, "What does this mean?" "I understand, but my body does not." When he shifted her stance and continued to tilt her head. "Strange if you comprehend it. Then why? Do you not know how to apply it?" Chunwoo fell silent, pondering. "I am not a genius. Can you perceive the reason? If that is the case, then I shall demonstrate once more. Wan Yi replicated the movements of Chiziaburi, at which point the system abruptly froze the scene before them. Time slowed, presenting Wan Ye's actions frame by frame to Chen Wu, while thoughtfully detailing numerous techniques and elemental flow requirements for each movement. Chen Wu exclaimed, "The system is remarkable," diligently mimicking Wan Ye's actions. After countless repetitions, he finally managed to ascend, but an error in energy flow caused Ruan Lan Boj to fail, resulting in him crashing to the ground. At last, inspiration struck Chen Wu, and he succeeded consecutively over a dozen times to as the system's effects faded. Wan Yi demonstrated once again. "Now, you must have mastered it. I have heard them say you are quite clever." Chen Wu nodded. "I have learned it." Wan Yi beamed. "Then, please showcase your skills." Observing Wan Ye's sudden squint, Chen Wu felt a twinge of unease. After successfully executing Chiziaburi, just as he was about to raise his head and inquire how Wan Yi felt, he was met only with a sea of red leaves. The lesson is complete. The secret realm is about to conclude. When Chen Wu next opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness once more. Without further thought, he closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. "Chen Wu, awaken!" A gentle voice called out near his ear. Chen Wu opened his drowsy eyes to see Albedo, fully prepared, shaking his head down at him. Just as he was about to speak, Albedo immediately raised a finger. Chen Wu nodded and followed Albedo's pointed direction. Timaeus was still fast asleep. After donning his coat, Chen Wu stepped out alongside Albedo. "I apologize, Sir Chen Wu. I do not wish for Timaeus to be involved in this matter, so please forego breakfast for now," Albedo said, handing over a vial of bright red potion. It provides a combined effect of stamina and energy restoration. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. Albedo produced another identical vial and drank it as well, fastening the sky blade at his side. Chen Wu nodded to Albedo. "Let us proceed." "Very well." Chapter 54. The battle against the unfathomable ice. The two arrived at the nearest teleport anchor point to the camp and were transported to the outskirts of the domain of the unfathomable ice. Not far ahead lay the unfathomable ice itself. Albedo halted and glanced at Chen Wu. "Have you consumed all the potions I provided?" Chen Wu was taken aback. "Of course I have. Why do you ask?" Albedo smiled lightly. "Timaeus mentioned that you hold these potions in high regard." Chen Wu waved his hand dismissively, silently vowing to remember this slight from Timaeus. After a moment's hesitation, he thought, "I have taken so many potions myself. It seems petty to hold a grudge. How infuriating! That bard. I shall remember this slight." Observing Chen Wu's fierce expression, Albedo hesitated. "Is something the matter, Sir Chen Wu?" Chen Wu looked up. Nothing at all. Let us set off." Albedo nodded. "Albedo, I will charge in directly. You must quickly figure out how to activate the mechanism from behind." Chen Wu swallowed hard. Turning away from Albedo, his eyes fixed on the unfathomable ice ahead, feeling increasingly anxious. "Understood. I will move at my utmost speed. Be careful and hold on until I activate all mechanisms. Then, here I go." Chen Wu drew the sky blade and thrust it forward. He had even named this move a flash. Albedo watched as Chen Wu suddenly dashed forward, momentarily dazed before sprinting toward the mechanism with a serious expression. "Wasn't plan supposed to have a countdown of 3, 2, 1. Why did you charge in immediately?" Despite Albedo's typically good-natured temperament, Chen Wu's impulsive action irked him. As Chen Wu approached the unfathomable ice, he felt the cold intensify. Fortunately, Albedo's potion had preserved his agility. Of course, if Chen Wu had been aware of Albedo's complaints, he would have chuckled helplessly. "I'm just nervous." The tip of his sword struck the shell of the unfathomable ice, producing a sharp sound. "Hooray! Another day of not breaking through." Chen Wu mocked himself. The unfathomable ice seemed to awaken, slowly shifting its form, revealing a fragile blue core before Chen Wu's eyes. "Albedo, is the mechanism activated? There's still one more." Chen Wu gritted his teeth, with the unfathomable ice now awakened. The cold was even more oppressive. Despite having taken the potion earlier, he felt a chill creeping in. Taking a step back, he executed Chen Wu's one slash. The unfathomable ice changed shape, effortlessly blocking Chen Wu's attack. Damn it, Albedo. Plan A isn't working. Let's go straight to Plan B. All right. During their discussions, Chen Wu had demonstrated the speed of his slash, prompting Albedo to suggest that this velocity might breach the defenses of the unfathomable ice, thus establishing Plan A. However, the reality was starkly different. It was utterly futile. In an instant, the thought of Albedo is a genius. I trust he is not wrong. Shattered, it turned out even geniuses could err. And suddenly, his mindset seemed to balance. The mechanism has been activated. Retreat. At that moment, Chen Wu was endeavoring to dodge the icicles conjured by the unfathomable ice, maneuvering left and right that a slight retreat would seal off his escape route behind him. Do you need assistance? Albedo's voice called from behind. Chen Wu did not respond. The cold made it difficult to speak. Gazing at the magic circle and the whistling icicles approaching from behind the unfathomable ice, Chen Wu made a bold decision. You won't let me pass? Then I shall come to you. Chizaburi ascended, and Chen Wu spread his wings of wind midair, dodging up and down, left and right with the aid of the wind element, performing an elaborate aerial maneuver to evade all the icicles of the unfathomable ice. After landing smoothly, Chen Wu continued with Chizaburi, finally striking the core of the unfathomable ice that he smirked slightly. Did it work? However, it did not. Withdrawing the sky blade, he landed but had no time to follow up with Ruanlan Boji. Hastily retreating, the stationary unfathomable ice levitated into the air, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Several icicles circled the core, slowly rotating, forming layers of ice spikes that shot toward where Chen Wu had just stood. Albedo caught Chen Wu as he retreated swiftly, urging, "Drink the potion." Chen Wu took it, and without time to uncork it, he smashed open the bottle and gulped it down. Proceed with Plan B. Chen Wu declared without looking back. I'm going in. After saying this, Chen Wu charged forward once more. Plan B centered on Chen Wu's Chizaburi and Albedo's creation, LAW.in essence. It entailed a man-made aerial battle after the icicles of the unfathomable ice were expended. The area around its core was entirely bare. Chen Wu surged forward, launching Chizaburi and following up with Ruanlan Boji. Under Chen Wu's deliberate control, both attacks bore the pure attribute of the wind element. The brightness of the unfathomable ice core noticeably dimmed. The attacked unfathomable ice swelled like a startled pufferfish, instantly inflating into a spiky ice wheel that rolled rapidly toward Chen Wu. Chen Wu soared with Chizaburi, while Albedo swiftly created a platform beneath Chen Wu's feet, elevating him upward. Once stable, Chen Wu looked down at the platform, about to speak, when a gust of cold wind filled his mouth. He decided to simply close his lips and remain silent. In the distance, Albedo, observing Chen Wu's actions, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Though I do not quite understand what you mean, I assist means. Sir Chen Wu is indeed a reliable individual, Albedo mused. Once the unfathomable ice ceased rolling, Chen Wu executed a descending strike. Well, it was merely a downward attack. Unfortunately, the blade failed to penetrate the core of the unfathomable ice, instead being repelled by its suddenly solidified shell, causing his wrist to tingle. The unfathomable ice tightly sealed its core within its icy shell, gathering a massive frost orb above to hurl toward Chen Wu. Chen Wu gazed at the frost orb in the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finally, I have a means to shatter your shell. With Chizaburi soaring, Chen Wu wielded his sword with both hands, stepping on the rocky platform Albedo had created, delivering a powerful strike downward against the frost orb. The frost orb rebounded, crashing into the unfathomable ice. Subsequently, the unfathomable ice seemed unfazed, continuing to launch frost orbs. After several consecutive strikes, Chen Wu sensed something was amiss. Having severed so much, my hands felt no numbness, and the shell of the elemental ice remained unbroken. With this thought, the frost entity soared towards me once again. Chapter 55. Are you familiar with the breath of fire? However, Chen Wu had just initiated his aerial maneuver, his feet not yet firmly planted on the platform, when another frost entity hurtled towards Albedo at a swifter pace at that moment. Albedo was intently coordinating his movements with Chen Wu's ascent. swiftly creating a platform, and had no time to intercept the approaching frost entity. Faced with this peril, Albedo was compelled to choose between himself and Chenwu. Chenwu swung both hands forcefully at the frost entity, although he succeeded this time. His hands became numb. The platform beneath him dissipated, but he glanced back at Albedo. Someone had been struck away. Moments before the platform vanished beneath him, given the speed of the frost entity, it should have already passed by. If fortunate, Albedo would be able to conjure a rock shield in front of him instantly to block the blow. If not, it would mean a direct collision. Chenwu felt a tingling in his wrist and gazed at the elemental ice. I never imagined that an elemental being could possess such a vile heart. Chenwu spat, a hint of worry for Albedo creeping in as he did so. The elemental ice ceased its assault with the frost entities and began to hover slowly in mid-air once more. A familiar magic circle appearing behind it. As shards of ice flew in a crisscross pattern towards Chenwu, he dodged left and right, but this time the elemental ice launched its attacks at a significantly accelerated rate. He could barely evade, yet a few shards grazed his cheek, drawing forth a spray of blood. The coarse sound of his breathing and the faint metallic taste in his throat made Chenwu feel uneasy. Where has Albedo gone? The difficulty has suddenly escalated. Chenwu surmised that Albedo must have executed some unknown maneuver to suppress the elemental ice's power. Woe is me, Albedo. Hurry back. I cannot contend with this wretched creature. The elemental ice unleashed a relentless barrage of ice shards, seemingly inexhaustible in its fury. As Chenwu beheld the onslaught of ice and the rising ice spikes from the ground, he sighed and reluctantly chose to ascend with his aerial maneuver. As anticipated, his left arm was pierced. Chenwu gasped sharply, the intense pain causing his left arm to lose all sensation. In an instant he landed, observing his left arm wavering. What a headache, gazing at the elemental ice, which executed its attacks with fluidity, denying him any chance to retaliate. Chenwu found himself momentarily bewildered. What should I do? The elemental ice morphed back into its previous icy wheel, rolling menacingly towards him. Chenwu could only awkwardly evade, utterly incapable of countering. Prolonged exposure to the cold gradually eroded his strength. As the icy wheel approached once more, Chenwu's legs suddenly stiffened, that a chill enveloped his heart as he realized this was the end. He hastily raised the sky blade, channeling all his wind elemental energy into the sword. The wind elements enveloped the sky blade, forming a colossal sword that barely shielded him, producing a tremendous sound of friction as it clashed with the rolling elemental ice. The momentum of the elemental ice gradually slowed to a halt. Ultimately, Chenwu collapsed onto the ground, watching as the core of the elemental ice mockingly materialized before him. Yet he found himself utterly unable to rise. He lacked the strength to even swing his sword. The potions that Timaeus had promised him had yet to arrive, leaving him without resources to sustain himself, and his wind elemental energy was nearly depleted. The elemental ice quickly withdrew its core, and another magic circle appeared behind it. As Chenwu observed the ice shards mockingly encircle him, a bitter smile graced his lips. It seems I've truly reached my end this time. Watching the elemental ice flaunt itself around him several times before retreating far away to launch its final ice shard. Chenwu's mind raced through numerous memories. The confusion he felt upon first crossing over, the awkwardness of meeting Jean, the exhilaration of escaping the crowd with Barbara. In the very end, his thoughts turned to Emily, wishing to express his apologies and farewells. Then there was Lilith, the thought of Lilith. Chenwu instinctively touched the vision she had given him. Flames surged before Chenwu, transforming into a fiery arrow that pierced through the ice shards launched by the elemental ice. Slowly, he rose to his feet, a thin layer of elemental fire enveloping him. Drawing the sky blade from its sheath, flames danced along its tip. Chenwu's one slash, a flurry of strikes ensued. 1,000 early rise. Chaotic storm. The flames rampaged across the core of the elemental ice. At last, the core shattered, and with quick reflexes, Chenwu grasped the crystal bloom that was sent flying. His fingers brushed against the vision Lilith had bestowed upon him, which radiated an intense heat, its red glow strikingly brilliant. Clang! The sky blade fell to the ground. Chenwu lay upon the icy surface, pain coursing through his body. Numbness has set in. The explosive surge has ended, and the aftermath begins. He lifted his gaze to the sky, hoping Albedo would return soon to retrieve him. What he did not see was Albedo, slightly agape, standing at a distance, astonished at the sight. Chunwu closed his eyes, lying still as he heard approaching footsteps. Opening his eyes, he called Albedo. What just happened? Chunwu offered a wry smile. I'll explain later. For now, I need a few vials of potions. I can't go on like this. Albedo, with a complex expression, produced 5 or 6 vials of potions and placed them beside Chunwu. Chunwu uncorked one with his teeth and gulped it down in one breath. Stretching on the icy surface, he sighed, how refreshing! Seeing Chunwu still not rising, Albedo decided to sit on the ice beside him. Chunwu tilted his head, observing the tattered state of Albedo's attire, and burst into laughter. Unfazed by Chunwu's teasing, Albedo remarked, What you just did? I saw it. It was the fire element, wasn't it? Albedo's tone was affirming. Chunwu had no intention of concealing the truth, as he too was uncertain about the circumstances. This vision from Lilith. Oh, Lilith is my sister. Chunwu held the vision in his palm. Initially, I thought I was doomed, but upon instinctively touching it, I felt the vision radiate warmth, instantly replenishing my depleted wind elemental energy with abundant fire elemental energy. Observing Albedo meticulously jotting down notes, Chunwu felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. One could say, it was fitting for a teacher and his assistant. Wasn't it? Can you still wield fire elemental abilities? Albedo inquired curiously. Chunwu pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers that a flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. Albedo continued to take notes. Closing his notebook, Albedo extended his hand towards Chunwu. After we rescue Emily, I hope you can assist me in studying your body. Chunwu hesitated for a second, thinking of Emily, then reached out to grasp his hand gently. Agreed. After Albedo helped Chunwu to his feet, he suddenly asked, Albedo, do you know the breath of fire? Chapter 56. Albedo, Timaeus, and the potions. Albedo assisted Chunwu back to the camp. Timaeus promptly followed Albedo's instructions, pouring countless potions down Chunwu's throat. A glance at his character panel revealed an increase in his attributes. Weapon, Skyblade. Name, Chunwu. Level, 62. My style, swordsmanship, LV10. Chunwu's 1/LV3, cannot allocate points. Flash LV. 2, cannot allocate points. Elemental affinity LV9. Several days later, Chunwu, with a complex expression, drank from the potion in his hand. Albedo observed him for a moment, then nodded slowly. It's all good now. Although I have yet to understand why you can wield 2 elemental powers. Your body is no different from that of an ordinary person. Chunwu cautiously inquired. So, do I still need to assist you with further research? Albedo shook his head. No need. As he spoke, Albedo handed Chunwu another vial of potion. Just as Chunwu was about to drink it, Albedo hurriedly stopped him. That's for Emily. Chunwu quickly sealed the vial. Is this all done? Yes. Chunwu gazed at the icy blue potion in his hand, his eyes misting with emotion. It has truly been a struggle. Timaeus approached, carrying a small bag. Indeed, it has been a struggle. You better not show up again next time. With that, Timaeus tossed the bag to Chunwu. Chunwu glanced inside. It was Timaeus' own spatial equipment. Silently, he stowed the potions into his system space. Chunwu patted the small bag at his side and tossed Timaeus' bag back to him. Take it. It's not like we won't meet again. Timaeus rolled his eyes, but said nothing. It seems the time for parting has come. Albedo maintained his usual polite demeanor, his elegant aura fully on display. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Chunwu raised his gaze towards the snow outside, illuminated by the setting sun. Indeed, it is time to part ways. However, he turned to Albedo and Timaeus. Once you return to Mondstadt, do visit me at the weapon shop, located right beside the Angel's Gift. As he departed the camp, taking advantage of the waning sunlight, Chunwu swiftly made his way to the nearby teleportation anchor. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was present, he opened the map. Teleport to Mondstadt. He silently calculated the time in his mind. Precisely a month. Therefore, the Fatui should have arrived by now, right? But Before him appeared the familiar fountain once more. Yet this time, two figures from the factory were present. Hey, where did you come from? Quickly be gone. Don't be like that. What if this holder of the vision is petty and decides to teach us a lesson come nightfall? Impossible. The Harbinger will protect us. But no buts. Fine. Ignoring the impolite banter of the two, Chenwu made his way towards Aunt Lisa's residence. Save my wife. This thought surged through his mind, eclipsing all else. Bang, bang, bang. Coming. Stop knocking. The corners of Chun Wu's mouth curled upwards. Today, Aunt Lisa remained as irritable as ever, indicating that little dragon was having quite the fun. Chun Wu. Lisa beckoned him inside. You haven't run into albedo, have you? Take a look at this. Chun Wu presented the potion. Lisa's expression shifted as she reached out to take it. I'll administer this to Amelie. You should head home for now, as she'll return by herself tomorrow. Noticing Chun Wu's reluctance to move, Lisa sighed. I can't manage my emotions well right now. So don't provoke me. Amelie will take all night to wake up. You should return and tidy your room. Chun Wu nodded and exited. He approached Noelle's home and knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Chun Wu understood. Indeed, who besides Lisa would be so dedicated to slacking off? Summoning the wind element, he hurried towards the Knights of Favonius. Sir Chun Wu. An unfamiliar knight called out to him. And you are? The knight smiled. My name is Manda. I worked for you during your business hours. Oh, I see. That's why you look familiar. Chun Wu chuckled, scratching his head, though he couldn't quite recall this individual. Ha, really? I didn't expect to be remembered by you, Sir Chun Wu. Ahem. I nearly forgot the important matter. Manda's expression shifted from jovial to serious. What is it? Lady Noelle, upon receiving approval from Captain Jean, has informed all knights on patrol in Mondstadt that upon encountering you, they must relay the message that Miss Lilith and Lady Noelle are diligently studying in the library. If you wish to find Miss Lilith, you may go to the library. Is that all? Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Chun Wu replied cheerfully, but once he turned away, his expression fell. Is that it? He hurriedly made his way to the knight's headquarters, where darkness had fully enveloped the sky. During his approach, he had carefully observed the people around and noted the absence of Lilith and the others. They must still be in the library. Standing at the entrance of the Knights of Favonius, Chun Wu mentally rehearsed what he would say upon seeing Lilith, how he would praise her for being obedient and diligent. Once prepared, he pushed open the door to the knight's headquarters. The scene before him, however, rendered his previous preparations moot. Klee, Lilith, what are you two doing? In the hall, Lilith and Klee were exchanging bombs. Yet, Noelle was nowhere to be seen. Meow? Ah, Brother Chun Wu. Upon spotting him, Lilith tossed the bomb in her hand aside and rushed over. Leaping into his embrace, Klee, noticing the bomb carelessly tossed into the air, hurriedly jumped to catch it. Perhaps due to Klee's lucky talent, she managed to catch it unscathed, after leaping into Chun Wu's arms. Lilith wrapped her arms around his neck, her little nose nuzzling against his neck. Feeling the warmth of her breath, Chun Wu set her down. What are you sniffing around my neck for? I haven't bathed yet. Brother sent. Lilith's eyes sparkled as her cat tail swished playfully behind her. Chun Wu tilted his head, sniffing his own clothes, but all he could detect was the earthy scent brought back from the snowy mountains. Ruffling Lilith's hair, he said, Let us head home. Oh, all right then, Lilith, turn around. Klee, I'm going home now. I'll come back to play with you tomorrow. Klee looked at Chun Wu, then back at Lilith, and turned her head defiantly. Oomph, bad brother. Chun Wu could only smile helplessly. I met your brother Albedo at the snowy mountains earlier. Klee perked up immediately. Really? Did Brother Albedo say when he would come back to play with me? Chapter 57. The visit from the Fatui. Chun Wu shook his head. No. Your dear brother Albedo not only didn't he mention when he would take you out to play, but he also asked me to tell you to stay in the confinement room for the next 2 months, that if, when he returns, you are not in the confinement room, he will never take you out to play again. Chun Wu spoke with such conviction that he nearly convinced himself. I'm so sorry. Klee, I'm so sorry. His heart ached with guilt. Really? Did Brother Albedo really say that? Don't think I'm easily fooled, just to trick me. Klee looked skeptical, yet her feet were faithfully leading her towards the confinement room. Look at this. I truly am not deceiving you. Chen Wu pulled out the portrait Albedo had drawn for him before he left, complete with Albedo's signature. Klee's spirits dampened as she looked down. Then, all right, Klee will stay in the confinement room for the next 2 months. Goodbye, Lilith. Goodbye, Klee. Bye. The door to the confinement room closed tightly once more. Chen Wu's heart was in turmoil. Sigh to see another little darling today. Hand in hand with Lilith, Chen Wu strolled leisurely back to his weapon shop. Just as he was about to open the door, 2 unfamiliar members of the factory approached. Hello. Are you the owner of this weapon shop? Chen Wu self-absorbedly opened the door to the building, allowing Lilith to enter and wash up properly before going to sleep. Once he saw Lilith obediently heading upstairs, Chen Wu closed the door behind him. Leaning against the door, a peculiar smile crept onto his face. The 2 factory members exchanged glances, feeling a strange sensation at Chen Wu's expression. This owner definitely has a big cat complex. Indeed, my name is Chen Wu, the current owner of this weapon shop. May I inquire what brings you esteemed diplomats of the factory here? The 2 factory diplomats surprisingly did not come off as aggressive. Instead, they smiled and waved their hands. We dare not impose. But we have matters that require assistance from you, Boss Chen. Oh, Chen Wu chuckled. For the factory to seek assistance from me, Chen Wu, is it fortune or misfortune? Ha ha ha. As long as the knights remain, how could Boss Chen consider it misfortune? The laughter of Kia echoed as he approached. The 3 turned to see Kia, impeccably dressed, smiling as he waved at Chen Wu. Hey, long time no see, Boss Chen. Chen Wu nodded. Long time no see. The 2 factory diplomats, upon seeing Kia, finally displayed the spirit expected of their organization. Heh, isn't this the inept Knights of Favonius? Why not go deal with the dragon disaster instead of flaunting your power here? Chen Wu maintained a stoic expression, silently admiring the audacity of these 2 undaunted factory members. What a joke. That is the Lord of the Frostbloom. Are you jesting? Oh, how would the factory know that the Knights of Favonius are powerless against the dragon disaster? Kia's gaze deepened, and in his mind, those who insulted the Knights of Favonius had already been marked for elimination. I must think of a way to deal with these 2. Chen Wu surmised that Kia must be thinking the same point one of the factory diplomats was about to speak, but the other pulled him back. Let's discuss the matter at hand. This isn't our place to speak. The restrained diplomat hesitated briefly before nodding. You're right. The 2 turned their attention back to Chen Wu. Boss Chen, the purpose of our visit is quite straightforward, that we are merely the advance team of the emissary group, responsible for matters concerning the accommodation of the main contingent. However, upon our arrival at the Goethe Grand Hotel, you understand. Thus, you wish for me, Chen, to be tactful and generously part with substantial amounts of mora? Chen Wu interjected, shaking his head. I apologize, but I am a businessman and I never engage in unprofitable transactions. After a brief pause, under the watchful gaze of the perplexed onlookers, Chen Wu slowly continued. Therefore, the price must increase. Upon hearing this, the 2 onlookers sighed in relief, exchanged glances, and nodded. In that case, we shall return tomorrow with a price that would satisfy Boss Chen. Take care. No need to see me off. Chen Wu waved his hand, casting a glance at the displeased Kaya, and jested. What is wrong? Has the death of the afternoon sold out again? Indeed, and Kaya nodded, on the verge of revealing some critical information. Chen Wu hastily covered Kaya's mouth. Stop. Don't go any further. I shan't involve myself. Kaya, irritated, brushed Chen Wu's hand aside and scoffed. If you choose not to speak, just know that you will be begging me for information tomorrow. With that, Kaya turned and opened the tavern door, pausing briefly before stepping inside. Few finally done. Time for a bath. Chen Wu stretched his back in place, only to notice passing maidens and young women pointing and whispering about him. Alarmed, he hurriedly opened the door and slipped back inside. Once he secured the door, he found Lilith in the kitchen, busily clanging pots and pans. That dazzling golden light flashed as the dish in Lilith's pot reached completion. Brother, I specifically asked Sister Xiangling to teach me a few dishes from Liyue. Come and taste it. It's the flavor of home, Lilith announced, presenting a plate with an opaque lid placed mysteriously atop. Brother, are you excited? Chen Wu, gently pressed into a chair by Lilith, faced the covered liuet dish. He smiled and nodded. Of course, I am looking forward to it. Anything made by you, Lilith, excites me. How perfunctory. But I shall forgive you. Lilith placed her hand on the lid and dramatically lifted it. Tajda. This is the first dish I learned, golden fried rice. A brilliant golden hue sparkled as the yellow grains of rice mingled with vibrant red carrot cubes and other unidentified ingredients. Chun Wu rubbed his hands together. Well then, I shall dig in. Lilith nodded, vigorously waving a white towel she had produced from who knows where. Apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Chun Wu watched awkwardly as Lilith, with her endearing demeanor, stuck out her tongue. Lilith, next time, just be normal. Lilith playfully pouted. I think it's quite cool. Chun Wu, with a resigned smile, ruffled Lilith's hair. If you like it, then that's what matters. Yes, yes, now eat. Chun Wu scooped a generous spoonful of the golden rice. Truly delicious. Thus, dinner concluded amidst the warmth of a simple, yet comforting dish of golden fried rice. Before drifting off to sleep, Lilith hesitantly inquired, What about sister? Chun Wu, observing Lilith who had held back her question all night until now, could not help but chuckle. Your sister will return in her entirety tomorrow. I know. Thank you, brother, but I'm off to bed now. Chun Wu, puzzled, stood for a moment, watching Lilith bounce back to her room. What am I being thanked for?